Hello and welcome to Intellipaat Cybersecurity full course. In 2025, technology is evolving at a speed that we have never seen before. AI is making things possible that seemed impossible just few years ago. But with all of this progress, there's another side to the story. Every day we hear about conflict not just on the news but online. Cyber attacks, data breaches, ransomwares. The digital world is under constant threat. And it's not just small attacks, big incidents are happening all the time. For example, hackers once froze a major bank and stole millions of cryptocurrencies, all in single attack. And that's not fiction, it's happening right now. Did you know that on average, cyber attacks happen every 39 seconds? That could mean someone's identity is being stolen, a company's system is being compromised, or critical data is being wiped while you are watching this video. This is why cybersecurity professionals are so important. Companies are desperately looking for skilled engineers who don't just know the theory but can defend real system in real world. In fact, there is a global shortage of millions of cybersecurity experts. Simply put, if you got the skills, you are not just employable, you are essential. And that's exactly why we have created this course. This is hands-on practical training. By the end, whether you want to become a cybersecurity analyst, ethical hacker or digital defender, you will have the skill that the world is actively looking for. So without any further ado, let's get started.
Let me share a short story with you, one that will make it easier to understand what cybersecurity really means. Meet Aditi, a sharp and dedicated operations manager at a rapidly growing logistic company. Her workdays were a whirlwind of tracking shipment, optimizing delivery routes, coordinating teams across cities, and managing everything through interconnected digital tools. Like most modern businesses, everything her company relied on client data, inventory system, employee record, financial transaction was stored digitally. Efficiency was at its peak, but then came one ordinary Monday morning that would change everything. Her team walked in ready for another productive day only to find themselves logged out of every system. Files wouldn't open, computers froze. The company's website was down. Phones started ringing, client couldn't place orders. Panic spread across the office floor. Within minutes, every screen displayed a chilling message. Your files have been encrypted. Pay $100,000 in Bitcoin to unlock your data. At first, Aditi thought it was a technical glitch, maybe a server issue or a routine software crash. But when the IT team checked deeper, reality hit hard. They had been attacked. A ransomware had infected the entire network. The attacker had encrypted years of data, contract, shipping logs, vendor information, and was now demanding payment in exchange for access. How did this happen? Turns out a single employee had used a dangerously weak password, something as predictable as admin123 for their email login. That one password was all it took. A hacker used automated tools to guess it, breached the system, and planted malicious code that spread like wildfire through every device connected to the network. In just 10 minutes, a thriving business had come to a standstill. Aditi felt a mix of shock, fear, and helplessness as the company's lifeline, its data, was held hostage. That's where it hit her. Cybersecurity isn't just an IT concern, it's everyone's responsibility. It's not about fancy firewalls or high end tools alone. It's about treating your digital system with the same caution as you would do for your home or bank account. You lock your doors, don't you? Cybersecurity is the digital equivalent. It's the practice of protecting your data, system, and network from unauthorized access, attack, or damage. And the scary part, cyber attacks really look dangerous at first. Aditi later found that before the ransomware attack, some employees had been receiving emails that looked like they were from courier partner or a trusted client, offering discount links, fake invoices, or urgent password reset requests. These are called phishing attack, emails designed to trick you into clicking a malicious link or giving away your login credential. Other attacks don't ask for anything at all. They silently slip into your system through unsecured public Wi-Fi, outdated software, or infected USB drives. Some malware tracks your every keystroke. Others secretly redirect you to the fake website. There's also something called a man-in-the-middle attack, where a hacker positions themselves between your device and the internet, intercepting everything you send or receive. After this incident, Aditi and her team knew that they had to make serious changes, not just technical ones, but the cultural ones. They implemented strong, unique password for every tools and device. Two-factor authentication was made mandatory, so even a password get compromised, no one could access account without a verification code. They installed and regularly updated antivirus software and firewalls. More importantly, they train the entire staff, not just tech team, on how to recognize suspicious emails, avoid unknown links, and report anything unusual immediately. They even ran cyber drills. But here's the reality: cybersecurity isn't only about protecting large companies, it's about protecting you. If you shop online, use social media, access banking app, or connect to public Wi-Fi at cafes or airports, you're already in cyber battlefield. Every login you make, every file you update, every payment you send is vulnerable if you're not careful. A single weak password or one accidental click can open the floodgates to identify threats, bank fraud, or worse. Behind the scenes, the digital world is defended by the entire armies of cyber professionals. Ethical hackers, yes, good hackers try to break into system not to harm, but to find the weak spot before the bad guys do. Security analysts watch network 24/7 for signs of unusual behavior. Security architect designs secure system from the ground up, and CISO, Chief Information Security Officers, lead the charge in keeping a company's digital fortress strong. These are the real-world defender of our data. Today, after months of rebuilding, Aditi's company is more secure than ever. The system are back online, employees are better trained, and there's a renewed sense of digital discipline. But Aditi never forgot the lesson that it only takes a small mistake to bring down something big. No company, no person is immune. So here's the takeaway: whether you're a college student browsing free Wi-Fi, a freelancer working from home, or a CEO running a startup, cybersecurity matters to you. Start with the basic: create strong passwords, enable two-factor authentication, don't click on unknown links, keep your software updated, and be suspicious of anything that feels too good to be true. Because in today's digital world, your awareness is your greatest protection. One click can either save you or expose everything.
Now that you know what cybersecurity is and why it's so important, the next step is to understand how you can build a career in this field. Let's walk through the key steps you need to follow to become a cybersecurity engineer.
So how do you get started in this high demand, high paying field? If you are wondering how to become a cybersecurity engineer and be on the front lines of this digital battle, you are in the right place. In this video, I'll walk you through the roadmap starting from the basic and moving into more specialized cybersecurity skills. It's a journey that will take you from beginner to expert, and trust me, it's a path worth taking. So without any further ado, let's get started. Before we dive into the details, let's take a quick look at this roadmap to becoming a cybersecurity engineer. This structure path will help you understand the key skills, certification, and hands-on experience needed to enter this field. It all starts by mastering operating systems like Windows, Linux, macOS, along with learning of programming languages like Python, Rust, Go, and security tools like Kali Linux, Metasploit, and encryption technologies are crucial for ethical hacking and threat analysis. Certification also plays a major role. Beginners can start with CompTIA Security Plus, while advanced professionals can go for CEH, CISA, or CISSP. Networking and cloud security knowledge is essential as companies shift towards cloud-based infrastructure. Understanding concepts like zero trust, the CIA triad, and different cyber attack types strengthen your security foundation. Finally, real-world experience through bug bounty programs and projects like password analyzer or user authentication system will help you build practical skills. Now that we have a roadmap in place, let's move on to the presentation where we will discuss each step in more detail and guide you on how to start your cybersecurity journey. So starting off with the very first pointer of who is a cybersecurity engineer. So a cybersecurity engineer is a professional who is responsible for protecting computer systems, network, and data from cyber threat. So type of cyber threat includes hacking, virus and malware, phishing, denial of service, and trojans. Moving ahead to what does a cybersecurity engineer do? So as a cybersecurity engineer, your main job is to keep systems secure and protect data. But what does that actually mean? Let me break it down for you. First, network security. You will set up firewalls and monitor network to prevent unauthorized access. Second, threat detection and response. You will identify cyber threats early and take action before they cause damage. Then, security testing. You will run penetration tests to find weakness before hackers do. Then we have incident handling. If a cyber attack happens, you will be the one who is fixing it. Then we have compliance and policy enforcement. Many industries have strict cybersecurity rules and you will ensure that companies follow them. Then we have security awareness and training. You will also educate employees on how to stay safe online because let's be honest, humans are often the weakest link in the security. So now you are clear about what a cybersecurity engineer do. Let's talk about how much can you earn in being one. So cybersecurity is just not exciting, it really pays well. Here's a rough idea of what you can expect. So entry level salary, less than 1 year, can expect a salary of around 4.7 LPA. Mid-career of experience between 5 to 9 years can expect a salary of 10 LPA. Then one having experience of 1 to 4 years can expect a salary of 8 LPA, and 10 plus years experience can earn a salary of 20 LPA. So as you gain experience, your salary jumps significantly. Now talking about the skills you need to become a cybersecurity engineer. Alright, now let's talk about what you actually need to know to become a cybersecurity engineer. It all starts with technical skills like programming knowledge, operating system, ethical hacking and penetration testing, web security, cryptography, and networking. First and foremost, you must understand how network work. Why? Because most cyber attack target network. You will need to know about firewalls. These act as a security gate, intrusion detection system, IDS. They help detect suspicious activity. Then VPN or virtual private network, which is used to secure internet connection. Then networking protocol like TCP, IP, DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS. These are the rules that allow data to travel on internet securely. Then we have programming knowledge. Yes, coding is important in cybersecurity. You don't need to be the hardcore developer, but understanding these languages can make your job much easier. For example, Python, C or C++, widely used for automation, malware analysis, and penetration testing. Then we have SQL, which is critical for preventing SQL injection, attacks, and securing databases. Then we have Bash and PowerShell, which are useful for scripting and automating the task. Okay, moving ahead, we have operating system knowledge. So cyber attack can happen on any system. So you must be comfortable with Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Learn how this system work and how to secure them. Then installation and configuration, GUI versus CLI, get hands-on with both the graphical interface and command line. Then we have permission and access control, managing user privilege to prevent unauthorized access. Then performing CRUD operation, this means handling file and database securely. Operating system knowledge is crucial because many security threats exploit OS vulnerabilities. Moving ahead, we have ethical hacking and penetration testing. Alright, now here's the fun part. Hacking. Ethical hacking is all about simulating cyber attacks to find security weakness before real hackers do. It all helps in identifying and fixing the vulnerabilities before they get exploited, strengthening system defense, preventing data breaches and financial losses, ensuring companies follow cybersecurity regulation. If you are into ethical hacking, here are some of the key areas to focus on. So like fundamental of hacking and security, networking and protocol security, penetration testing methodologies, web application security, system and network exploitation. Sounds exciting, right? Moving ahead to the next skill you need to master is web application security and cryptography. Many attacks happen on web applications, so securing them is a must. This includes common web vulnerabilities like SQL injection and XSS attack, writing code that isn't easy to hack, then authentication and authorization, making sure that only right people get the access, then session management, protecting user session from hacking, web application firewall, filtering out malicious traffic. And then there is cryptography, the science of securing information. So cybersecurity engineer use cryptography to encrypt and protect sensitive data. You should learn about encryption algorithm, hashing and integrity checks, public key infrastructure, or also known as PKI, secure communication protocol, password security. Now let's talk about cybersecurity tools and technology which you need to master. First is firewalls, then we have antivirus software, then we have encryption technologies, Kali Linux, Cain and Abel, Nikto, John the Ripper, and Metasploit. So moving ahead with the last component for this particular topic, we have cybersecurity project ideas. So a project is the only way by which you can make yourself stand out from the rest of the crowd and gain hands-on experience. So talking about the very first project, we have Python Keylogger. So Python Keylogger project is a cybersecurity tool that records keystroke on a system using libraries like PyInput. Then we have password analyzer. So a password analyzer is a tool designed to evaluate the strength and security of the password. Then we have image encryption. The image encryption project uses algorithm like AES, DES or RSA to secure image requiring a key for decryption. Then lastly, we have user authentication system. The user authentication system project focuses on creating a secure login system with features like multi-factor authentication, biometric verification, and password logins. Becoming a cybersecurity engineer takes effort, but it's a rewarding and high-paying career. With cyber threats increasing, organizations are actively seeking skilled professionals to safeguard their system.
Now that you know the complete roadmap to becoming a cybersecurity engineer, the next question is how do you prove your skills to employers? And that's where certifications come in. In the next part, let's explore the top cybersecurity certification that can boost your career.
Let's talk a bit about why certifications are important. So first of all, they validate your skills, they enhance your earning potential, boost your credibility, and open doors to better job opportunities. So talking about the beginner level certifications, if you're just starting your career in cybersecurity, CompTIA Security Plus and Certified Information Security Managers are a great entry point. These certifications provide a strong foundation in security concept, making them ideal for those looking to break in the field. So starting with CompTIA Security Plus, which is a global recognized entry-level certification that validates core security skills needed for an IT security career. It covers threat detection, network security, and risk management, making it a great starting point for anyone looking to build a strong cybersecurity foundation. So let's talk about the exam details. So the exam consists of a multiple choice and a performance-based question, which lasts 90 minutes and requires a passing score of 750 out of 900. Cost of the exam is $392. With a CompTIA Security Plus certification, you can land jobs like security specialist, security consultant, and security engineer, setting you on the right path for a cybersecurity career. Moving ahead with CISM or Certified Information Security Manager is a management level certification designed for professionals who want to lead cybersecurity team and handle enterprise security governance. It covers information security, risk management, security program development, and incident management, with a special focus on emerging technologies like AI and blockchain. Talking about CISM certification exam details, this exam is a 4-hour test with 150 multiple choice questions and candidates need a score of 450 or higher to pass, and the exam fees is $760. This certification is perfect for those aiming for a leadership role, including Chief Information Security Officer (CISO), Information System Security Officer, and Information and Privacy Risk Consultant. Moving ahead with advanced level certification, so for those looking to specialize in cybersecurity and take on more technical role, certification like Certified Ethical Hacker, Offensive Security Certified Professional (OSCP), and CISSP, Certified Information System Security Professional, provide in-depth expertise in ethical hacking, penetration testing, and security architecture. So first we have CEH or Certified Ethical Hacker. It's a certification designed for professionals who want to identify system vulnerabilities by simulating real attacks. It covers key hacking techniques such as footprinting, scanning network, enumeration, system hacking, web application security, cryptography, and social engineering. Now talking about the CEH certification exam details, the exam consists of 125 multiple choice questions and candidates need at least a 70% score to pass. And the exam fee is $1,200. With CEH certification, you can work as security consultant, penetration tester, or cybersecurity manager, making it a great choice for those who want to specialize in ethical hacking. Moving ahead with OSCP or Offensive Security Certified Professional is one of the most respected certification in penetration testing. Unlike traditional exam, OSCP is completely practical, requiring candidates to break into real system and submit a detailed security report. It covers Linux and Windows security, advanced threat evasion techniques, and penetration testing methodologies. Talking about the exam detail, the exam is 24 hours proctored test and candidates need to score 70 points out of 100 to pass. And the exam cost is $1,650. OSCP certified professional can pursue roles like security specialist, security code auditor, and malware analyst, making it a gold standard for penetration tester. Finally, we have CISSP, Certified Information System Security Professional, one of the most comprehensive certification in cybersecurity. It covers risk management, security architecture, incident response, identify and access management, and security best practices, making it an excellent choice for those aiming for leadership role in cybersecurity. The exam consists of 150 multiple choice question and a candidate need a minimum score of 700 out of 1000 to pass. The exam cost is $750. With CISSP certification, you can qualify for roles like cybersecurity architect, information security analyst, and compliance manager, making it one of the most versatile certification in industry. Now, after exploring these certification, you might be wondering which one you should choose. If you are starting out, CompTIA Security Plus and CISM are great foundation. If ethical hacking excites you, go for CEH or OSCP. And for high-level certification roles, CISSP is the way to go. But what if I told you in just one go you can learn the skills required for both CEH and CISSP certification? Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, it's not. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub, IIT Roorkee and EC Council, the very organization that offers CEH certification itself, is offering a top-notch cybersecurity course that equip you with right skills to become CEH and CISSP certified. This is your chance to fast-track your cybersecurity career with expert-led training and industry-recognized certification preparation. So if you're serious about cybersecurity and want a structured way to learn from the best in the industry, check out Intellipaat's cybersecurity course. The link is given in the description.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub, IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Now, first of all, we need to understand what is this CEH and how it works. So basically, CEH is a certified ethical hacking. Okay, so we say certified ethical hacker. It's the EC Council sponsored course. Okay, so the EC Council have prepared this particular course in order to, it's the entry level course actually. When you wanted to switch into the cybersecurity, when you wanted to go for cybersecurity, the first certification that you always look for in training, especially, that is a CEH only. In CEH, you get to know about the different techniques, different methodologies, how the cybersecurity analysts work in the organization. And this is one of the most important one, just because the CEH not only give you an idea about a specific domain, but it also takes you in each and every domain that we have in the cybersecurity. In cybersecurity, we have multiple domain. In the initial start from system security, malware analyst, then network security engineer, then we have a server certified server security administrator, then penetration tester, security analyst, blue teamer, then wireless security analyst. Multiple streams are there in cybersecurity. So when you go for a job, so sometimes the organization look for a specific criteria only, but sometimes the organization want you to cover almost everything. Like when you see the entry level job of a security analyst, they will ask you mobile app testing, API testing, and web testing. All three are different. So, but then also they want you to learn everything. So that's how the CEH come into existence. That anybody who wanted to go for a cybersecurity should have some practical knowledge. So that is the important point of the CEH only. That CEH is more on a hands-on practice, and here you brush up your logics. Once you understand the logic, then you are able to you know that how to attack on it. So initial Malappa is a network engineer. So as a network engineer, you know that in networking we have different devices like router and switches. Each one of them are having their own responsibilities. They have their own functionality. That's why we have created that particular device. Now, by identifying that particular feature, and if the hacker tries to identify the issue, that is called as ethical hacking. He is trying to hack into the network. How? Because he know what all design how the network is designed. Same as with the Nagesh also, that is a full stack developer. So if you know about the how the database actually works. So database, in some database are SQL databases. So if you know that's SQL query, you know that how the application respond. When you submit some detail, it goes in a database. Depends that if you want to save something, it will go in a database and store in the database. So you can, if the login page is there, attacker can bypass that particular page. If the prices are there, so hacker can manipulate that prices also. So that's why CEH is a very good one. Okay, it start from a very basic and then it goes slowly to the upside. So in CEH we have approximately 20 chapters. Okay, each one have their own specialized and their own importance. So when we are studying about any chapter, so there we will talk about the first, like how the things are actually working, and then we will see what all threats are there, what all attacks are there on that specific domain, that we will see. Okay, so initially our first chapter is a theoretical one, that is a introduction to the information security. So like in this basically we will be dealing with understanding the different terminologies, keys that we generally use in the organization. So what is the secret of a pro hacker? The first thing is a eat, that we all do that. Then is sleep, very less sleeps are there. Then hack, yeah, more of the time, like most of the time we generally hack the systems, try to find out the bugs into the system, and then once this three process complete, then we repeat. So this is a secret of a pro hacker. He will not do anything, just do these things only. So now after this, now first of all let's understand what is hacking. So hacking generally refer to an unauthorized intrusion into the computer system or network. So when I say I access to your computer without your permission, that is a basically unauthorized intrusion into your system. Intrusion means somebody is trying to get inside of it. Okay, that comes under intrusion. So hacking is basically when the user do not have a permission to access the system and he tries to access the system, that comes under hacking part. So now in hacking basically what we generally do, we tries to identify, okay, we tries to identify the weaknesses in the system. So the main purpose of the hacking is to just analyze the system, identify the weakness, and try to exploit it. It can be in the system, it can be in the network. Okay, and what is the purpose of to exploit that system? Just to gain access into the system. This is how actually hacking work. Now let's understand who is hacker. So the first thing that we need to understand, that intelligent. So you guys, those who join this class, those all are intelligent, so definitely you will become an hacker. Now the most of the time you explore in exploring the computer resources. So let's suppose you are a network engineer, so most of your time spent with the network devices only, configurations, you work with the network devices like switches, router, configuring that switches, router, firewalls. If you're a developer, you generally deal with the how the front end code develop, how the back end code develop, how they are communicating with each other, validations. So these are the things, basically these are computing resources through which you explore multiple, like you explore computing resources, so that you understand how they are working. Once you understand how they are working, you are able to identify the issue. That's why a hacker tries to explore everything, whatever new technologies are there. It doesn't matter you know it or not, you just try to explore, you just try to learn. That's why every time upgrade is requirement in the cyber security. Now let's understand about ethical hacking. So ethical hacking is basically weakness. Okay, a weakness in your computer system. When I say that your system is outdated, software is not updated, at that time the system is outdated, if I tries to get access to your system by using that weakness, so hacker can exploit that. So my purpose is to identify the bugs, identify the weaknesses, and do the countermeasures. So countermeasure, let's suppose within the network, if I identify by using my software that your system is outdated, what I will do, I will just ask you to patch that particular or to update that OS. Once you update it, basically countermeasure, okay, how you are going to protect it. So ethical hacker is tries to identify the weakness in your systems, and once he identify the weakness, he will tell you what needs to be done in order to resolve this issue. That comes under ethical hacking. Now who is ethical hacker? Now ethical hacker is someone who is a computer or network expert. So just because we need to understand about how the network actually work, that is the important one, then only we are able to exploit it. So that's why he is a computer network expert who tries to find out potential vulnerabilities. So everywhere, like some people have this inbuilt quality, I can see that whenever anything you do anything, they always tries to identify the issues. Okay, no, this is not right, no, this is not right. It doesn't matter, 99% you have completed their task, but then also they will point out the 1% only. So it's just like an ethical hacker. So he always tries to identify some potential vulnerabilities into your target machine. Okay, so like purpose of the identifying the issue, so that the before a hacker could use that, before that he identify, and without doing any harm. That's the important one. without actually doing any harm. Without doing any harm, it informs this, it informs this to the person who's dealing with that particular system, and assist them to uh, patch this issue. This is how the ethical hacker works. So the first thing, identify the issue. Second thing, just check if it is exploitable by the hacker or not. Okay, if it is exploitable by the hacker, so tries to patch that particular system by helping the particular individual. Now here, one more important thing we have discussed, that uh, patch. Okay, patch means like updating the system, fixing that particular issue. Now fixing cannot be done by an ethical hacker. If there is a network related issues, so a network administrator or network engineer will deal with that. Ethical hacker will tell them that, okay, you are using this older version, you have to upgrade it. Now it's not the ethical hacker responsibility to upgrade that system. Let's suppose I found an issue in your application. So now in application, if you have a validation issue, so it's not my problem to how to patch that. My purpose was to tell you there is an issue with your system. There is an issue with your validation. Anybody can run the JavaScript into your application. So now your work is to patch this. Now how you do that, it's up to you. Now we have W in the ethical hacking, like what, why, and how. So we'll see that like what you will learn in these three W you need to answer at the end of the course. So the first thing that you need to understand what you will learn in the ethical hacking. So you will be learning almost all areas in cybersecurity in ethical hacking. And what if we don't secure our PC? That's an important question. These things we will learn how to prevent, how to perform a hack, so that you know how to attack on the system. Now what you will learn in this course, like first of all, you will learn what is ethical hacking, and you will also learn like why ethical hacking is necessary, and how to hack the system and network which is vulnerable. Important thing, vulnerable. Why? Until and unless system is not vulnerable, it's not possible to hack that machine. So either that system is vulnerable, or either you have to wait, you have some patience to wait till that system is outdated, because once that system is having the vulnerability, then only you are able to exploit it. Now what happens if we don't secure our PC? So let's suppose if my laptop is not secure, anybody can hit a malware on my system, can install a malware. I go on a phishing pages and I can leak my passwords. Okay, and cyber attacks can happen with my systems. So these all attacks can happen when if I don't secure my PC. Now what do you think once you complete this course? So now coming towards, why is ethical hacking necessary? Important question. Okay, so in order to crack a hacker, you need to think like a hacker. That is an important one. If you wanted to beat a hacker, if you are a developer, you want to secure your website. If you are a network engineer, you want to secure your network. So how you will be able to secure your network if you don't know how the hackers can attack your system? That's why it's important that ethical hacking is necessary. Now for an attack, there should be a counter attack. Why your PC is under attack? You should be able to counter that attack and protect your information. So basically, in order to do a counter attack, if somebody is attacking on our system, we will do a counter attack on a system. So just because of that, ethical hacking is necessary. And like ethical hacking basically you to prevent hackers from gaining access and breach the information. So if you don't want that anybody can breach your system, anybody can gain access to your system, you need to learn ethical hacking. Even to fight against terrorism also, or national security breaches, you need to learn ethical hacking, so that you can protect your government organizations, you can protect your infrastructure. To build a system that avoids hacker from penetration. So basically you wanted to create a system which is secure enough in order to defend themselves from the attackers. That is why it is important to test if the organization security's settings is in fact secure. So let's suppose you have installed a firewall. Now who will check this firewall is secure or not? Or is it sufficient to secure your network? Or understood? So to test if the organization security settings are in fact secure or not. That's why we need to learn ethical hacking, so that we can perform all these attacks in order to identify the issues, in order to secure our systems, in order to secure our organization system. Now, the second W is why we should protect our information. As you know that information is wealth in present day scenario. Credit card of details of credit card number stored in electronic devices, details of a bank account stored in electronic devices, your personal information, related jobs or personal life stores in your electronic device will be at stake if you don't protect your information. So if you don't protect your information, then definitely see all the information, whatever you are doing, it is getting stored on the electronic device, computer systems, mobile, hard disk, and these things can be easily hackable. This hard disk is connected with the computer. If you hack the computer, you can have access. Your mobile phone is connected with the internet. If you hack the mobile, you can access. That's why it's really important to protect our information. Now in this course, what you are going to learn: how to hack into the system, how to secure our information. These two things are really very much important. In this course, not only the hacking part, but you will also understand how we are going to secure our system. And that's an important thing that we need to understand, how we can secure our information. But this is not possible until unless you do not know what all attack methods are there. Like if I will tell you, just giving an example, if I wanted to send you some file, what all mediums are there? SMS, email, WhatsApp, mobile app, and drive links. So these are the method, these are the delivery method actually, how the hacker is going to attack on a system. So if you know how to attack on the system, then only you know how to secure your information. See, we have few terminologies, guys. So three terminologies are the more important one when you are going to deal with the cyber security. At that time, these terminologies will help you to understand, because people keep on repeating this. Okay, we have this, we have this, we have this. So at least you should know why, how these terminologies are there and what is the use of it. First one is a vulnerability. Vulnerability is, in simple word, it's a loophole, a weakness, limitation that become a source for an attacker to enter into your system. So let's suppose if you find a way to get into the system, now that system not as a main gate, but there's a window that is open into your home, and through that attacker is able to enter. So that is a vulnerability, that is a weakness which allows attackers to get into your system. Okay, now exploit, it is a software designed to take advantage of that flaw. So once you have that flaw, now you need some exploits in order to misuse that vulnerability. So that is taken care by the exploit. So exploit is basically software. So once you run that exploit on the system, after that you need a payload. A payload is a set of action that has to be done on the target once the exploit successfully launched. So let's suppose if I launch that software into your system, now what I need to do, I need to take a remote access, I need to take a remote control, I need to do a door attack. That comes under payload. Okay, in network area we have different payload. In web, for web application we have different payload. In network, we generally, when somebody attack on your system, after attacking, what he wants to do, that comes under a payload. But in web application, your exploit is itself also called as a payload, that we are putting a payload of a JavaScript, we are putting a payload of a SQL injection. Understood? So this is how actually it works. Now what are the steps to perform hack? Now this is very much important, guys. If you don't understand this, then it's become an issue, because our entire chapter is like that only. The first thing that we do is information gathering, collecting information about the target, how the system, how you are sending the information, how you are attacking on the system. So it means, like, first you get to know about that system, then only you are going to attack. The first thing that you need to do is the information gathering, where you try to get information about the target. So let's suppose you wanted to attack some website, maybe some client, maybe Microsoft. So what you will do, you will try to search for official website. You will try to see how many ports are there on this official website. Then you will check how many subdomains are there. Then you will check how many IP addresses are reserved by the Microsoft. Then you will see what all on that IP address, what all ports are open. Is that version is outdated or not? All these comes under information gathering, where you seek information, not a scan, but you seek information about the target so that you get a good repository. Now once you have the enough amount of information, then you try to scan Let's suppose during the information gathering phase, you got 50 domains. Now, when you start scanning that, then you identify that out of 50, only 30 are live. Rest 20 is not working now. So now, basically, when you see, so scanning basically filter out all your unnecessary, useless results. Then out of that 30, you tries to gain access into the system. It tries to get into the system. So basically gaining access to refer back to the factor in which attacker obtains get in admission to the working gadgets. Let's suppose if I install some malware into your system, I found that your Android phone is outdated, and I identified some exploits are running on it. So by running that exploit on your system, I try to gain access on your system. Once I gain access in your system, I you know tries to install something which can give me a permanent access on your system. So maintaining access. Once you have, let's suppose if I access your system in a computer system, now from that computer system, what I will do, I will try to create a backup account, because I know that your software will delete my virus or Trojan. So what I will do, I will try to I will try to maintain a backdoor in your system, maybe by creating an account on your system, additional account. So with the help of that, I'm able to enter into your system. This is how actually it works. And in the end, you clear the traces or reporting. So what you will do, let's suppose you get enough amount of information. You scan that system, identify how many information is useful. Then you try to attack on the system, you get access. Then you run additional malware to maintain an access, and then you clear the traces. This is how the steps to perform hack. What is information gathering? So something shortened to InfoSec is the practice of preventing unauthorized access, use disclosure, disruption, modification, inspection, recording, or destruction of information. So basically, in the information security, the information gathering means where we practice that unauthorized access cannot be done on our information. So where we like information security. So information security, the primary focus of that information security, like how you see that what is information security, how you see your information is secure. So when we have a balanced protection of confidential, suppose you have some files are there. Now it is available to those only who are allowed to access those files. Integrity, nobody can make changes into the system without the permission. So basically when you say integrity, so I'm maintaining an integrity so that unauthorized modification cannot be done. And availability, that it is available whenever I am requiring that information. Okay, that is a CIA tried. So when you are going to protect your information, at that time we need to understand that CIA should be met while maintaining a focus of efficient policy implementation, all without hampering organization productivity. So we need to create the efficient or policy implementation also. Like efficient policy we have to create, so that the first thing that it will not hamper the organization productivity, because if we put more restriction on your network, maybe employees are unable to work. At that time it become a challenge, because if the employees are unable to work, so then it's of no use for the security. So cyber security comes under second quadrant. The first quadrant is basically where we satisfy our actual needs, and then we go ahead with the next one. The first thing that we need to understand, that is a IDS. So in security devices we have a IDS, that is a intrusion detection system. Now why it is important to understand about IDS, just because IDS helps you to protect your network from any attackers. So here IDS is there, and in IDS basically, IDS is a process of detecting an unauthorized use of or attack upon a computer or a network infrastructure. So let's suppose in the network, when somebody is trying to attack on your net systems, maybe somebody is trying to get access to your system. So in that situation, basically you need some security devices which can help you to prevent your network from these unauthorized access. Okay, so we have this to this particular hardware as well as in a software it generally comes. Okay, so this is a kind of a firewall that we have. So previously we were using a firewall, but firewall only, here you can see we have the firewall security devices. So here you can see we have the firewall and like you can turn it on. So in the firewall, basically we have developed a firewall so that we can configure the rule over here and will tell the software to that which traffic is allowed, which traffic is not allowed. Just because of that, we come up with a solution that, let's see, your system, your file contains a virus, you can use antivirus. But if you don't want that somebody can take a remote access of your system, can take a can do the remote accessing, so in that situation what do you need to do? You have to use a software, you have to use a hardware or software like a IDS. It's advanced version of a firewall which helps you to identify the unwanted connection from your network and helps you to block those connections. So in this, basically we create different rules. Based on the rules, it will allow the traffic and will deny the traffic. So we have signature based IDS, as we have the in antivirus we have seen. If it match with the definition, it will simply block the malicious file. So antivirus also work with some pattern. It works on a pattern matching. So the the best disadvantage of this particular signature based IDS is to it cannot identify the new attack, because whatever you have configured, it will check that only. It will not check the new updated version of it. Okay, now signature database has to be updated. So every time you need to see that your if your IDS signatures database is not updated, then you cannot identify the attacks. So that's a disadvantage of it. Then we have an anomaly based detection. Is basically activity. Let's suppose on a daily basis your data consumption is 2 GB, and suddenly one day you see that your data consumption is 5 GB. So to identify that there is a new there's a deviation from whatever that you was doing, and now whatever which is happened today. So if it finds a deviation between that traffic, it will give you an alarm. Okay, so basically when you see, so it will also help you to identify the new attacks, because you have not set any specific pattern, but you set a deviation. This is my regular traffic. If you find anything suspicious, any abnormal activity, automatically block the access or automatically inform me. So this is how the anomaly based detection actually work. Another one is a rule based review. So rule based IDS is basically where you set the conditions. If it happens, then it will do. If you do this, then you can do this. Understood? So this is how actually it works. So rule also you can configure. Okay, by running the rules you can identify that if the rules are matched with the system, then it will allow it, otherwise it will not allow. And based on the rules, it will take an action also. Okay, so these are the three different categories that we use in the IDS. So IDS comes in a hardware and software both, which will helps you to prevent your network, to protect your network from unauthorized access. Okay, now we have another device that is a IPS. So basically previously the intention of developing an IDS is that when our firewall is there, it is blocking the traffic, so it is not giving us the information. So we need some device which can give us the information also, because if somebody is trying to attack on my system right now, he is not able to do that, but after some time maybe he is able to do that. Okay, so that's why we want that firewall which will inform us that some intrusion is there on the system. So basically we come up with the solution IDS, and after that IDS, if it is giving us the information and if we are not able to act on that particular event, then it's a issue. As you can see that there is a weekend. Okay, in weekend on Saturday Sunday we generally do not work. During that period, if somebody is trying to attack on your system, so what do you think? Do you check your email to see if that intrusion is there or not? No, you can't do that. So during that time, if the IDS is also there, then also our purpose was not solved. So we come up with another solution, that is the IPS, intrusion prevention system. Now it will not only detect the intrusion, but also it will prevent it. So let's suppose if somebody is trying to, do the port scan on your system. Maybe I'm trying to do a port scan. In our computer we have the ports, logical ports. So if I'm trying to do a port scan on your system, it simply give the alarm to the administrator that somebody is trying to do the port scan. And also if we set the rule, so it automatically block that IP address for a specific period of a time as per the need and requirement. This is how the IPS actually work, where it not only identify the issues, but also it will prevent the attacks also. Now after that we have a SOAR. Now SOAR is basically having the three component. Okay, one is safety orchestration, then automation and reaction. So we add SOAR, like you have heard about SIM. So SIM is basically a tool which collects the event from each and every system. So let's suppose if I will tell you event in your system, also you can see this event viewer. When you click on it, whatever you are doing in your system, it doesn't matter you are logging into the system, you are some error occur into your system, whatever you are doing in your system, it is getting logged where? Here in the event viewer. So when I go in a Windows, I can see security login is there. So here you can see audit success. So window firewall was stopped. So just now I checked for the Windows firewall and it got stopped. So it gives you that information. This is the event. One failure, Windows Firewall was unable to pass the new security policies. Windows Firewall will continue to enforce the current policy because my Windows Firewall is corrupt. So it says audit failure. Here you can see. So whatever I have did, everything it gets logged. Here you can see multiple things are there. It's related to firewall only because it's related to security. Okay, so multiple logs are there for each and every day. Now if you talk about the setup, so here you can see it's talk about the setups also. Protocol related setups, then system related, so application related you can see. So schedule packages, then we have tried to download level migration succeeded, one schedule protection. So in this way it will see, here you can see my defender status successfully. So here application related logs are there, system related logs you can see it over here. These are the system related logs. So these are the all other logs. So now in a big organization we have thousands of devices. So now it's not possible for a single person to go and see in each and every logs. So what we did, we created one software where we collect all these logs from different software, different systems, and we push it into one system. Okay, so that called as a SIEM tool. And when see, let's suppose, so you have created one control panel where you are getting all the logs and you have multiple systems in your organization. Now here you can see all are connected with this system. Now we have one system into it. SIM. Okay, so what it will do, it will basically collect the logs from different machine and will tell you what all critical vulnerabilities, low level vulnerabilities, high level vulnerabilities are there. So in form of a dashboard, it will show all the logs. Okay, so it in the form of a dashboard, it will, let's suppose one critical is there, CRIT, one critical bug is there into system, 4 critical bugs are there, 5 critical bugs are there, 2 critical bugs are there, 3 critical bugs are there. Five critical bugs are there. Okay. So in your dashboard, it will directly show you a total 20 critical bugs are there. Okay. So don't need to go on each and every system, and based here from here only, you just need to take all actions. So from SIM, basically it will tell you, it will help you to collect the logs from different machine. It's a security information and event management tool. Okay. Now, just knowing that there is an issue in my system doesn't mean that you are able to solve this. Now, what you actually want from the system? So basically, what we want, so we want something that can automatically resolve this issue also. So we come up with this solve. The purpose of a sim is to identify the event. The purpose of a SOR is to fix that event. So whatever which is required and whatever you have configured, based on that, it will take an action and will try to resolve that critical issue. So that is sim and SOR. The complete combination of is SOC, Security Operations Center, which helps you to identify the current security posture of your organization, what all vulnerabilities are there. So now information security element. So when you are going to secure any system, when you go in the industry and when you work, so at that time when you are going to secure any system, you have to work on 5 fundamental elements. The first one is a confidentiality. So basically your data should be confidential, for which you went there to protect the system. Another one, like it should be only accessible to those who are allowed to access the data. Another one is the integrity. Now integrity is more important because any unauthorized changes and modifications should not be allowed on that system. That comes under integrity. Now we have availability. So whenever the users wants to access the data, it should be available to them as well. Okay, that comes under availability. Now authenticity, you need to show, it shows the genuineness of a data, that it is not copied, it is not, it is not a copied data, it's basically original data that you have stored. And another one is a non-reputation. That is means a sender cannot deny. There should be something that sender cannot deny, that I have created this, and the receiver cannot deny that I have received this. Just give you an example. You need to create a internet users policy in your organization. Now your organization found that most of the user are using YouTube, okay, and they are consuming more bandwidth. So they have created one policy that is called internet users policies. Because of that, they want that the now user will not able to use the YouTube. Now you have created, as a IT manager, you have created a policy, you have pasted that into their IT room, but then also the people employees are using. Now if you'll ask them that I have created a policy and now you are why you are using it, so that particular person will tell you that I have not seen that policy, that's why I was using it. Understood? When you are securing your system, you have to make sure that the center cannot deny. So if you are creating a policy, the policy should be there. Okay, so like the policy creator cannot deny that I've created a policy. Even for whom you are creating this policy, for the users, those who are using the internet within the network, so they cannot also define. So what you can do, you can ask them to do the sign on that particular paper, so that they cannot also deny. So non-reputation is more important, so both the parties get involved into it, and they will not tell that they have not informed about this. So these are the 5 important fundamentals that we need to take care when we are going to take care of the security. So these are the, now cyber kill chain concept is an important one in order to understand how the attackers attack the system. So this is the cyber kill chain. So the first one is a recurrence. Okay, recurrence, let's suppose I just give you an example. I wanted to attack on a system. Okay, so the step number 1, Recon, where I wanted to attack on your system. So first thing that I wanted to know, that I wanted to know about the what system you are using. Okay, I need to know that what operating system you are using. I need to know like what all IP addresses you are having. So basic things I need to have with me. So let's suppose I wanted to access your system. Okay, I need to access your system. So first thing that I need to know, that which platform you are using. Gather information about target. Okay, This is the first step where you start the attack, where you tries to get the information about the target. Now step number 2 is weaponization. Now what is this weaponization, right? Let's suppose I wanted to attack on your system. I want to take a remote access of a system. Now what weapon I am going to use, through which method I am going to do that particular thing. So basically I have created a malware. So this is my weapon. Okay, this is my weapon through which I am going to attack on your system. Now this weapon is ready. You have created a malware. Now how you will deliver this? Delivery. So now it is more important, like once you have an idea that the system is using, the target is using a Windows machine, you have your weapon with you, that I've created a malware to attack on that system, and then you have the, now you wanted to deliver this. Now how you will deliver this? How to transfer? Like email, pen drive. These are the way through which you deliver this weapon into the target machine. Now after this, once the weapon is completed, once that weapon is delivered, now you go with the exploitation. Exploitation means running the payload. After delivering the payload into the system, now you wanted to run this payload. Exploit in the system. Now once this exploitation is done, let's suppose if I shared a malware with you via the pen drive. Okay, I copied that malware into the pen drive, I shared with you. You click on it, you copy that system, that particular malware into your system, you clicked on it. So once you click on it, it do the exploitation. Your system is get connected with my system now. Now what I will do? I will do the installation. Installation of what? For a backdoor. Backdoor. So I will install a backdoor into your system, so that installing backdoor. So maybe if you remove my exploit, if you remove my malware, then also I get access to your system. And last one is command and control. So in command and control C2, basically you system get connected with attacker machine. Now in the last step, what you will do? Action on objective. So let's suppose your objective was to steal information. So you will steal the information. This is total 7 steps that we use in a cyber kill chain. That is very much important. The first thing, that you should know information about the target. After knowing the information about target, you have to select your right weapon, like how you are going to attack on the system. Okay, then how you are going to deliver that particular weapon into the system. Then if you run like how you are going to run that particular weapon into that system, that is exploitation. Once you run that weapon, after that you have to install the backdoor, so that you get a persistent access again and again. Okay, then after that you have to allow the system to connect with your command control center. Through there you send the commands, so that it will run on the system. And after that your action on objective. So if you wanted to steal the information, if you want to manipulate some information, you can do that. This is a cyber kill chain process. Now IOC is the indicator of compromises. How you see that somebody have did some infection into the system. So let's suppose, I'm just giving you one scenario. So basically, if the malware is infected on your system, how you identify that? Use of the internet, as you told, some application might run abnormal behavior. So these are the indicator of compromise that you are creating right now. With the help of that, you get to know that something is getting compromised in our system. So how you see that my system is compromised? So basically, you need to set the indicator of compromises. So that is a IOC. Okay, so it is basically a clue, artifact, or the portion of a forensic record observed at the community or working gadgets of an employer that implies a capacity intrusion or malicious pastime with inside the employer infrastructure. So basically, we set indicator of compromises. With the help of that, we get to know that something is getting compromised in our system. Let's suppose your system is getting connected with any unknown IP address. You get to know about that. Maybe some process of your system get corrupted. Maybe your system suddenly stops and giving beep without any display. So that means that system is getting compromised. Okay, so this is all about indicator of compromises. So now I will just give you the information like how we are going to create a lab on your system so that you can perform the practicals. First thing that we have to download is a virtual machine. '17 you can download this one. When you go down here, download 64-bit. But for that, basically, it will come up with the cracks and all. So for that, you have to disable your antivirus. Once you download this VMware, in that you have to create a virtual machine. Which virtual machine you have to create? Kali Linux. When you go here, Kali Linux, download. In Kali Linux, basically, we have two different versions. One is an ISO file, okay, that is an installer image. Another one is a virtual machine. So basically, installer image comes with an ISO file, and virtual machine comes with the VMware image. So we need to use this one virtual machine because it's more stable than this. Here in installer, you need to do a complete installation. Here you don't need to do any installation. Just open it and the machine is start. So just click on virtual machine. In the below, you will see multiple virtual machines. So VMware machine we need to click. Just after this, we need one buggy operating system. So buggy OS is a meta exploitable. This is a buggy operating system that we have to download because it contains inbuilt vulnerability. So whatever attacks that you are going to perform, initially you have to perform it on the controlled environment, buggy environment. Once you understand the concept, then you can go on the internet to attack on the live targets. So that's why you have to download it from here, and it will when you extract it, you directly need to open it. That's it. Our topic is footprinting and recons. Now, this is the first phase of any ethical hacking. If you wanted to attack any system, the first thing that you are going to perform is the footprinting only. But in industry, when you work in an industry as a security analyst, there is a very less chances where you do the footprinting for any organization because the scope is already defined by the organization. So there is a difference between like what we study and what we do in the industry. In industry, we do footprint. We do not we perform footprinting only when you are going to perform a red teaming activity, black box testing. At that time, you can do that. But most of the assignments are based on the gray box or white box testing, where you have information about the platform, where you know which languages they are using, what all domains, subdomains are there, what is their credential sometimes. So in that situation, we don't do footprinting. But then also it is very important from the red teaming point of view. That's why we study. And here we need to search for those information which is publicly available. Okay. We are not going to attack anything on this chapter, but there are multiple things. When you search something about on the internet, then you get multiple results. So these results are very much important. These results will help you to understand that for any keyword, you will have thousands of results. So something must be there on their website. When you search Microsoft on the Google, I will show you. Let's suppose we go here and we search for Microsoft on the Google. Now you can see with Microsoft official website, we got multiple things. See, 10 results are there. 10 pages results are there. And everything is not linked with the Microsoft, but everything is not officially, generated by the Microsoft, but their name is involved in some platform. By the name, some videos are there, some articles are there. Okay, directly or indirectly, it points to Microsoft only. So it means on Google, there are multiple websites which store information about the organization or a person. So now you need to know what all domains, websites are there where information related to your target is stored. And if you know that particular website, you can get that information. Now, when you attack any website, so basically you search for their organization name. With that, you get an official website name. After that, you get a not only the official website, but you also get some subdomains, like subdomains, domains which are under the main domain, that is subdomains. In that, some applications are running on their official website. Maybe their official website is more secure because it is the front page of the organization. No? You can see when you wanted to go out of your house, on the main gate you put a big lock, but your windows are just simply closed. Anybody just by pushing also can enter into your rooms. Through that also he can get access into your home. So we need to identify those windows in your infrastructure which allows us to directly get into your system. For that we can make use of a subdomains. Understood? So footprintings helps you to understand about the organization infrastructure, helps you to understand about the digital, you know, digital content of that organization, digital assets of that organization. That's why we do the footprinting, so that we get more information about the target. We can create a profile about the target, what all informations are there, what platform they are using, what domains they have, what subdomains they have, what email addresses they have, what mobile number they have, multiple information. And these information directly or indirectly used by the hackers in order to, get information, in order to attack on the system. Just giving a basic example. Let's suppose you have owned, just giving a basic example, that let's suppose you know the email address of their employees. So what you will do? Okay, spam, phishing, send them a phishing mail. Yes, so these things you can do it. Now here you can see, so same thing, a single small information over the phone call also you can tries to do some social engineering, tries to get some information from that particular organization, because through numbers, through customer care, you are connecting with the telecallers. Maybe they are not tech savvy, they do not have any information about cyber security. So at this time, they may give you some information which they actually do not want to give. Understood? So that's why the footprinting is an important one. Now we see what is this footprinting process and how it works. So footprinting is a process of collecting information, collecting as much as information as possible about the target. So if you are going to collect information about the target network by any way, directly or indirectly, it means you are doing the footprinting. So let's suppose before enrolling into this course, you have searched multiple organizations on the internet. You found Intellipaat, somebody gave you a reference, directly you search on it. Now you enroll into the course. So what you was doing before enrolling into the course, you were doing a footprinting to get to know about the feedback of the organization, who is going to train, what you are going to become, multiple things about that, if this certification is valuable to you or not, these things. Then for identifying various ways to intrude into the organization and system, network system. So this will basically help you to identify the ways through which a hacker can get into the system. Through footprinting we get this information. Why we use footprinting? So it is necessary to systematically and methodically ensure that all piece of information related to the technologies are identified. So in that particular organization, whatever technologies they are running, whatever devices they have, whatever operating system they have. So that should be known to us if you're going to attack on the system. Without a sound methodology to perform this type of a reconnaissance, you are likely to miss key pieces of information related to a specific technologies or organization. So that is a very important one. If you do not have a good methodology, when you go in the industry, when you do some audit, when you do some security testing, always people will ask you what methodology you are using. What is your process to work on this, to find out the bugs? And everybody will wanted to know that only, because that is a process that you are following in order to identify the weakness into the system. Understood? So footprinting is often the most arduous task for identifying to determine the security posture. So here, in order to identify and to determine the security posture of that organization, you can also do the footprinting. What security devices they are using, what firewalls they have, what technology they are running, are they using any outdated technology or not. So for this, basically you can use footprinting. Now, why we use footprinting? So we have few questions. No security posture. The first thing that you need to know, you need to know about the security posture. That's why you use footprinting. We get to know about security posture, how they are using. So let's suppose on their website they are using a web application firewall. To directly try to insert some JavaScript into the machine, into the website, it will not work. It will block you. So before attacking the system, first of all, you need to know what all defensive mechanism they are using. So it will help you to understand what type of attack you need to implement on that website. Reduce attack area. That is an important one. So let's suppose if you wanted to attack any server can be a Linux, can be a Windows, can be a other operating system. Now, if you know that that system is running a Windows IIS server, it's a Windows system. So then you will try to identify those attacks which can run on a Windows only, not Linux. Understood? So that's why your focus area reduces. Now you have to be specific with the IP address, with the network domain, with the domain name, with the remote access. If you get to know that this website, this company only contains 3 websites, these are domains. So after that, you will be attacking on those 3 domain name only, not other than this. Now, build information database. When you are going to attack the organization, at that time you are going to build the database. You build your own database, information database about that system organization, the security weakness, so that we can take appropriate action. Now, you also draw a network map. Let's suppose you anyhow you got an access to that organization. Maybe you are doing a red teaming activity. Okay. So physically you need to connect with their organization. So basically when you visit their office, they offer you a free or a guest Wi-Fi. Through that guest Wi-Fi, you get to know that this Wi-Fi is directly connected with their main network. You try to access their systems. Now even you do not know how many systems they are having. So what you will do, you will draw network mapping. By using the software, we do this. We just scan the IP address, we get to know about the topology that the organization is having. And that is really very much important. If you know their topology they are using, then you know that what all key components are there in their organization infra. Maybe it can be a server, it can be a firewall, it can be a systems. So with the network map, you get an idea about that. Now, what do we do in footprinting? That is an important question. Like, okay, we have started doing a footprinting, but what we need to do? So the previous class I have asked you to search for information about something. Then you ask me what I need to search. So basically basic information. You are not going to attack the organization, but you are going to identify the basic information of that organization. Now this basic information can be anything. What operating system they are using, platforms running, web server version, then who is to identify the domain owner, their details, then do DNS record, DNS enum to check for the DNS records, then do network and organization queries. You call their employees, ask them what they are doing, how they are doing, what is their products, their profile of the products, these things. Find vulnerability and exploits for launching and attacks. So these information you have to gather when you are going to do a footprinting process. So first of all, we need to see the terminologies that we will be using. That is the open source and a passive information gathering. So right now, whatever you are trying to do is the open source, passive information gathering. where you are not directly communicating with the organization. You are not visiting their websites. You are not directly going on to them. You are not directly questioning to their vendors. But whatever which is available on different websites regarding that particular website, you are trying to get that information. That is called as a open source and passive information gathering. Another one is active information gathering, where you do social engineering on visiting their website. Okay, you visit there, you have taken the interview of their employees, you were asking the questions. So by that method, if you are trying to get the information where even they also know that somebody have asked you this question, maybe you want to attack their domain, and one day before you ask them by calling on their customer support that what I wanted to purchase some space on your, maybe you are you you make a call on a GoDaddy customer support. You ask them, I wanted to purchase some hosting on your from your website, but may I know what security you guys are using because my data is very confidential. In that situation, they will ask you to connect with the technical team so that they can give you the information. Then you ask them that I need to have a big storage. I need to open a data center, but virtually. I have a big data, so I wanted to host it on your servers, on your cloud environment. So they will give you the hosting plans, so you can have this. No, no, I want more than this. I want more than this. Then you ask them what security you are using. If I will be taking such huge plan, then what security I will be getting from your side. Can you please tell me what hardware security you are using, what firewall you are using? And in that situation, they will tell you everything because you are going to become their premium customer. Understood? This is called an active information gathering. Now, after some day, if you attack by understanding their infrastructure, if you attack on their system, then they get to know, okay, one day, one or like 2 3 days before, somebody have called us to do inquiry for a big, for taking big hosting. He was asking about the security devices. Maybe he's the suspect. Understood? So when you do a active information gathering, there is a high chances that somebody will identify your footprint as well. Now after this, what to collect? Now that's an important task. I told you to collect the IP address. So that falls under network information, domain name, network blocks, then IP addresses, ranges, IP address of a reachable system, rogue websites, private websites, TCP UDP services that is running on the system, IDs running on the system, security devices. When I ask you that please collect the information about the system, it means how many users are there, and this you can do it when you are into their network. From outside you cannot do it. System banner information like OS level information, version information, routing tables. When you are into their network, then you get to know about the routing tables. System architecture, which architecture you are using, 64-bit, that is. Then remote system types, then systems names. So these information, when you get connected within their organization, then you get to know. And this is the organization information. Employee details, you can get it from the LinkedIn account. Organization official website, you can directly search it on the Google. Location related information, you can easily get it, where they are registered, their address and mobile numbers, comments in HTML source codes, security policy implemented, background of the organization. So these information that you have to collect during the footprinting process. Now it's not only the footprinting process, because the next two chapters, scanning and enumeration, falls into the category of information gathering only, where you collect information about the target, what type of what about data you are using. From footprinting, we collect information from publicly available source. Whatever information that we will acquire from this chapter, we will try to implement that into our scanning system. Try to identify, let's suppose from this chapter, we get to know about 30 IP addresses they are using. In network, scanning systems, we will check if the 30 IP addresses are reachable or not. Out of that, maybe 10 are reachable. Then 20 are useless for us. Na? It's of no use. So basically that you will check how many open ports are there, services are running on it. That comes under scanning part. After that, if you get chance to connect within the organization premises, within physically, if you are able to connect with their network, then you tries to get the information about the services that is hosted within the network. What default information they are providing, what is their router IP address, what type of router they are using, what is the default username password they are using, what is the computer systems which are connected into the network, what is their name, in which domain they are connected, these things. So these are the important things that we will collect from the information gathering phase. Now, what do we do footprinting? How do we do footprinting? Through search engine, through social networking sites, through their official websites, or by directly communicating with them, or through the job portal. We tries to get the information as much as we can regarding that particular organization. Now, what we skip the footprinting. So now we will be doing the footprinting by using a search engine, Google Advanced Techniques, some other recons, harvesting email addresses. Okay, so these practical we are going to perform, and for each and every practical, I will let you know how you are going to utilize in the industry. That is more important one. So now initially we will start with by using the search engine. Search engine we have multiple. We have Bing, Google, Ask, Yandex, whatever we have. So first thing that we are going to search, Wikipedia. Wikipedia is also kind of a search engine that gives you an authentic information. No fake information is present over here. My target is Microsoft. So I will be using Microsoft. When I enter the organization name in the Google, you will also see some details for it. Microsoft. So here we can see Microsoft. When I click on Microsoft, I get to know about the information. Now, what information is useful for over here? When you go on the left hand side or right hand side, you can see company type is public. Okay, so it's public limited. So here you can see traded in. So basically, they have the shares also. ISIN number, it is very much important. Okay, with this you get to know about the what type of facilities they are having. So ISIN number, we will discuss about it when we go and check for the IP address and all. Okay, then we have the industry type. It's information technology, that is a important one. Then when it is founded, that is very much important. So let's suppose on 4th April, if you send the email to the Microsoft employee that the organization was founded on this particular day, so we are giving you a 1000 rupees voucher to every employee of Amazon. So there is a high possibility that they will believe on it and they will click on it because it's the 4th April. Understood? So from here you get to know now founder details. So if you know about that the organization founder is Bill Gates, I just give an example because he is very known. But if you search for some other organization which is having very less uh, you know uh, existence on the internet, so from here you get to know about the owner information. So with the owner, what you can do, you can search for this owner details on the LinkedIn and try to get the email ID of that owner. You spoof the email of that owner and send this email to their employees to get the information. Understood? So this, once you know that is what is on our email ID, then only you can spoof that email. Now you also can see the headquarter of this particular organization. Now we discuss in like key areas, key people are there. Satya and Brad Smith. So basically from here you get to know about the key person name. So from, if they are still alive, so what you can do, you can just send them an email regarding their by their name as well. Now with this you get to know about product profile, brands. From here you get to know about here you can see ASN number is very important. It will give you the IP address related details. Okay. IP version 4, IP26 prefix. So here you can see. So IP related information you can get it from here. So that's why ASN number is very much important. ASN number is 8075. That will tell you that what IP addresses this particular organization have purchased, have reserved. Here you get some information about this. Even it also contains a who is records. When they have registered this Microsoft organization, at that time, what information they have provided. So there, here you can see some informations are there. It gives you registration details, but other details also we can get it. Understood? So AS number is very important. So from here we get to know that AS number. From here we get an official website. So just check the official website. This is the official website. Now we know that on their official website, definitely they are putting more security. Okay, they have more security on their official website. So our target is not to get the official website. Our target is to get their subdomains, because subdomains are not visible to everyone, or who know that subdomain is exist. He will only search for that. So it means subdomain they can have a less security. That can be our target. Now coming to the next one. We use advanced Google hacking techniques. Now why it is utilized? What is Google advanced hacking techniques? Now let's go on Google and search something. When I search Microsoft, it gives you multiple information. Now why these results are there? Because they contains Microsoft keyword. And then into their title, in their content, here you can see highlighted Microsoft. We on LinkedIn also we are getting highlighted. Okay, Microsoft. Because these results are available over here. No? That's why. Here you can see every results which contains Microsoft get highlighted and available here in the search bar. So how the Google actually works? First thing that we need to understand. So Google work with their operators. We have some Google operators. With the help of that, we are able to search anything in the Google. It is restricted to Google only. You cannot use Google Docs on Bing or any other search engine. That is important. Okay. What is that Google Doc? Let's suppose if you wanted to search for a specific file. Wait a second. File type colon PDF. Now you have to define the Google operator. That is the Google operator. Here you can see. This is a Google operator. File type in URL, all URL. Understood? Then specify the what you want. So file type colon PDF I want. For what? For which topic? So Microsoft. Anything related to the Microsoft, I'm fine with that. I need to find out the PDF. And I press enter. So here you can see first PDF. Is based on the Microsoft domain only. Second PDF. Third PDF. Fourth PDF. All are PDF. These results are there. Why? Because we have used a file type. Now let's suppose you want to use any URL. I want to search for admin login .aspx. Now when I remove this, it will search all the URLs which contains admin login .aspx in the URL. Just check this. Admin login.aspx. Admin login.aspx. Admin login.aspx. So basically with the help of this Google operator, we can identify some important information. Now how to use this? Let's suppose now your question can be, yes, Veer, you know multiple Google Docs. So these complete doc, this complete statement is called Google Doc. Okay, so you know multiple docs. So what you can do, you know how to search it and what is this in URL, what is this all file type. But as a beginner, we don't know about that. How can we find such docs? So for that, what you can do, you can go on this website, exploit-db.com. Sorry about that. Here we have a GSDB, that is called Google Hacking Database. When you click on it, you will see multiple docs are already here. When you go here in GSDB, that is called Google Hacking Database, you will see filters are there. Now multiple docs are there. Are you able to see this? These are the docs. submitted by the authors. Author name is also there. Category is also there. Now click on the filter. What you wanted to search? File containing username, footholds, sensitive directories, website detection, vulnerable files, vulnerable servers, error message, file containing juicy information, file containing passwords, file sensitive online shopping information. These are the categories. Based on that, you will have multiple Google Docs. Understood? Now select any one of them. Let's suppose various online devices. So now here you can see multiple links are there. Out of that, any one of them, open any one of them. Once you open any one of them, you will see in URL. So Google search is there. So this you have to search. So when you click on it, directly go on, it will take you to the URL. One result is there. One result we found. Or some server is there. It is running on this particular IP address, having the URL home.stm and with the port number 1766. But here it takes this. So in this way, you can try to search some the sources which is publicly exposed and are not protected. So let's suppose when you go a little bit up, sensitive directories. Now what you can do, multiple URLs are there. Select any one of them. I will take an example of this. And in the end, site colon Microsoft.com. Press enter. Just check if this particular this website contains this title or not, index of. So basically it will expose the directory of this website. So right now no directories are there. So it is showing no result found. When you exclude this, then you will see multiple directories are there. Server directories. These are unsecure directories. Here you can see unsecure directories are there. Which you can easily access. Understood? So these directories should be secured. Should be available to only those who are allowed to access. Without having the valid username password, nobody can enter it. Okay. Now you have to see what type of details are there. Satellite details maybe something anonymous FTP. Now after this searches, we can have image search also, reverse image search also, where your device are providing the information, then only it will give you the access of that. So with the Google advanced technique, we can use the image search to check where this image was used. Tiny search was there. Some data viewer is also there, from where you can get the YouTube videos data, but it's give you a metadata information. It will not give you the exact information, but whatever which is stored into the metadata file, it will give you that. Now here you can see email harvesters are there. So from here, by making use of this, you can use the email harvester. So it is basically used to get the email address of that particular organization. Now before that, what we have to do, I will just show you. Now the first thing that we need to that we have already obtained, that is a Microsoft official website. Now with that official website, we need to identify subdomains. Now Subdomain enumeration is more important because within that we get to know what all subdomains are there into that organization, and are they secure or not. So with subdomain enumeration you can use netcraft tool. It's a very good tool. It's a website actually, it's not a tool. Search DNS is there, and search for the domain you wanted to search. You want to get the subdomains. Now please do not specify www because it is also a kind of a subdomain only. Okay, so I have specified microsoft.com. Click on search. Here you will see all the subdomains with their rank, when this domain was registered, with which net block honor, and also you can see the OS information. So OS information you can get it from here. Now see, when you understand the logic of that practical, then you understand that how this particular website is getting the results. So these are the results that is publicly domain, like that is available on the internet, that is published. Okay, now some domains are the private domains also, which we cannot find out by using a netgraph. If you wanted to know the OS of that website, you can check it from here. If you wanted to if you want to check the complete site report of that website, you can click here, this option. Now here you can see everything. Details are there. One is the name server. This is the name server that we are having. The organization. From here you can get the DNS admin email ID. That is also very much important. Okay, that you have to take it down. Then you know about the AS number 8068. Then you check about the IP address. You have to check that this IP address contains any virus or not. So here is a virus total page. Click on it. It will take you to the website virus total. It will scan that this IP address contains any malware or not. So if might be possible previously the file that is hosted on this particular browser that contains on this the files which are available on this server that may contain any kind of a malware. So from here you get to know about that also. Understood? Now this is the SSL. Here you can see try the HTTPS site report. So this is a HTTP site report. In the URL you can see that it's not HTTPS site report. So here this is the HTTPS site report. So you get to know about the, you can see detailed information about this domain. Signature, they are using SHA-384 with RSA encryption. The public key is 2.48. TLS is 1.3. The latest version of the TLS, like when you purchase a certificate, HTTPS certificate, at that time we can see that versions are there. So the HTTPS latest version is TLS version 1.3. The website is using that only. Sometimes the website support TLS 1.0, 1.1 or 1.2, then it can be an issue. Okay, so SSL related issues you can easily check it via this website only. You don't need to go anywhere. Okay, this is the hosting related information, like network related information. What else you can get it from here? So these information you can get it from. Okay, so IP address scanning you have to do it. With this you can also check for the SSL report. This is the SSL report.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
We're going to start with the email harvester. The main purpose of this email harvester is to get the information from of the target employee details, basically. So let's suppose if you want to collect email address of the target organization, so that you can do some phishing attack or social engineering with them. So for that we can use this Linux tool, that is the harvester. It's a good tool through which you are able to get the email addresses from the desired search engine. So here you can see, first of all, you have to check if the tool is installed or not in your Kali Linux. After this, what to do? Open your terminal. From here, first of all, you need to check the harvester tool is present or not. Okay. Just type the harvester. If it becomes blue, it means this tool is available in your Kali Linux. So now after this, here you can see the command. The -d is a domain. So domain that you need to specify, like for which organization you are looking for. Then -l, it's a result. You should limit the results. Till what extent you need to result from that particular search engine. -b is basically for the search engine. Okay. So which search engine that you need to use in order to perform these searches. So here you can see Baidu. So now if you wanted to see how many options are there, what you can do, -d, Microsoft.com. After the -b, LinkedIn. Okay. So just type and press enter. This is a command that you can type. Now, in order to have a different search engine, you can use a Google also. You can use Bing. You can use Baidu, as per need and requirement. Press enter. Now let's see. Now here you can see the harvester depreciate. So you can use capital H. Now see, based on the information available on different search engine, you have to see that. Now let's suppose if you are getting this error. Now how to identify what all searches are there? So what you can do? How many search engine are there? Just type -h help, so that you can see all the sources. Are you able to see this? These all are the sources. Understood? From here you can get the details. So if LinkedIn is not there, sorry. So if one is not working, we will try with another one. So let's go with the Bing part. Try with this. So here you can see. So it says on a Bing, no email address, no IPs, but yeah, hosts are found. So in this way, you can try for different websites. Now you understand from where you can get a search engines. You can also set a key, but for key you have to generate that key and then only you can set it. Now you have to check again. So now you can see email addresses are found. Okay. So in this way you can try. Like when performing a practical of a hacking, you need to have some patience. I've used for a Microsoft.com. You can try with any other website as well. So Microsoft.com is my target domain. This tool basically fetches the email address of that website, target website, from that search engine. That's it. Use this command. Now the next one is dark web and deep and dark web footprinting. So basically, as you can see on the internet, we have we generally browse internet on the surface web. Okay, where you are able to see all the searches. On internet, we have one dark web. Okay, an area which is accessible only by using a special software. For that, you have to use a Tor browser. Open your browser and download Tor browser. Download Tor browser. The first link is a Tor browser only. Click on the first link to download this software in the below as per your device. So I will click on first. Now install this. Click on OK. Default installations are required. Now here you can see, I'm just showing you the dark web. So your www is divided into 3 parts majorly. Okay. So here you can see the 4% of the internet, entire internet, that is called surface web, that we generally browse on Google by using search engine. The website that you get it comes under surface web. Okay, which can be easily accessible, index on www. Okay, you can easily use any browser any search engine to access that website. Under that, you can see 96% is deep web. Deep web is basically those services which contains login accounts to access those files. Okay, so 96% are from the deep web, where the content is available, which is password protected or maybe on a private database. Now, in the below, we have less than 1% a dark web, a network which is encrypted, where when you try to access the website, even the website owner don't know from which location you are trying to log in. Okay. And even you cannot also identify who is the owner of this website. You cannot track their information because this the connection of a Tor goes via chain proxy. So let's suppose I just give you an example. So right now you are here. This is a server you wanted to access. Okay, target server slash dot some website which is not allowed on the normal browser. So onion websites are there where extension is dot onion. Okay, that's why you can see the logo of that particular Tor browser is just like a onion only. So now in order to reach this target directly, when you use a Google Chrome, you will directly go like this. Okay, but when you use dark web, it is a chain proxy. Multiple locations are there. Multiple proxy servers are there in between of it. So your first section start with the India to China. China proxy is there. Then Russia to Pakistan. Pakistan to USA. And then you reach here on the website. So even the user cannot identify that the target server is hosted where. Even the target server don't identify. So we use in both the way. If you wanted to access some .onion website, a Tor browser is required. Without making use of a Tor browser, you cannot connect with .onion website. Okay. Now hacker use this Tor browser so that when he is trying to access some website, so he will be using a chain proxy. So if somebody wants to know from where we are getting this traffic, so they will see that this traffic is coming from USA. Okay, because the last endpoint will expose the address, expose the IP address. Before that, no address is hidden, is visible to the server. Understood? This is how actually it works. Dot onion is just an extension, nothing more than that. Okay. In order to access this extension, we need to use a special browser. Now, why we use this extension? Because the dark web websites are completely anonymous. When you use a Tor browser, it make yourself anonymous. So basically, nobody can track your location when you use a Tor browser. And if you wanted to access .onion website, now what type of information is hosted on a .onion website? So the information is like smuggling, guns, or some confidential document of the organization, FBI agents. So all are available on the Onion, so that nobody can trace their locations. That's why they host their Onion website. Facebook have their Onion website. FBI have their Onion website. Okay, and from here, if we talk about this part, so this part basically used by the attacker to hide their location. So why are we doing this? So basically, the purpose of using this Tor browser is not to connect with the Onion website, but make yourself anonymous. Because see, Tor browser is not always illegal. It provides anonymity to the people also. No, so let's suppose agencies are there. So their agents are working remotely on some other countries. So they need some secure communication. So they also use this Tor browser. It's just like the government cannot ban the guns. Some are using it for wrong purpose, some are using it for right purpose. That's why Tor cannot be blocked. Perfect. Now let's see how to use this. On the desktop, you will see this Tor browser. Double click on it. You will be able to see this page. Automatically connect. So if you want, when use the Tor browser, automatically connect to a Tor network. So Tor is a network where group of networks are there, which shares the data and which is anonymous in nature. So when you click on the connect, just click on connect. So now here you can start searching it. First thing that you have to see that it make my system anonymous or not. Okay, so what I will do, first I will check, just type here in the Tor browser, what is my IP, and go here in the Chrome also, just type the same and see the result, first result. Now you can see both the IP addresses are different. It shows your public IP address. Now see the IP address that we are getting over here. Tata Communication Bangalore. Now this is the actual IP address that we are having. But when we use a Tor browser, now here you can see Germany, Berlin. So basically, right now my spoofed IP address is this one. Even here you can see the Tor network. How I'm getting this. Switzerland. From this browser to I reach to Switzerland, then Germany, then France, and then I reach to the what is my IP address. This is how actually it works. Okay. It's basically use a chain proxy so that the website owner cannot track you, and it keep on changing. Now here you can see it keep on changing after certain period of a time. So when you go on a dark web, you can search for a Tor search engine. Okay. When you see Tor search engine, you will see this hackread.com. On this website, just note down this Tor search engine. When you Google in the Tor browser, when you search for Tor search engine, you will see hackread.com. From this, you will see this website, which contains multiple URL. So on the third, you will see a hidden wiki. On the third link, you can see hidden wiki. So just need to click here, .onion. Just need to click on .onion. Once you click on it, you will see this website. See the extension of this website. .in, we use .in.com, .org. Here we have .onion. When I try to access this website on the normal Google Chrome, so it will not accessible. So it means to access .onion website, you have to go to Tor browser. Now, accessing such website can be harmful for your system. Okay, because that these website owners are anonymous. So most of them are hackers. So they tricks you to be there on their website, and from there they download something. They can access your browser data. They can access your cameras also. So make sure that when you are going on a .onion website, you have to be careful. Now do one thing in your browser only. We will do the practical. Okay, open a new tab. In the Chrome itself, you can open a new tab. Open Wayback Machine. So basically now, if somebody have uploaded Wayback Machine, the first one, now press enter. Now this website is basically provides you the saved web pages of any website. So let's suppose if somebody, the organization have created their website, and after some time they realizes they have uploaded their confidential data on the website. Now they wanted to remove that confidential information. After removing that information, now you want to see that information which is deleted from the website. Now how to do that? You can use this website. Type any domain name, instagram.com. So you can see the old pages of the Instagram. Now click on 2012. Yeah. In the below you can see the circles are there. Circle represents the screenshots. Yeah, 4 August. Now in the below it contains 6 screenshots. Click one of them. Yeah, in the below you will see 6 timings are there. Na? Click in the below, you can see click one of them. This is how Instagram looks on 2012 4th August. But this is the front page only. Okay. You cannot log into it, but you can see the information which is available over here. Got it? So if organization deletes some web information from the internet, from their website, you can use this website to see the previous history of that website. Okay. Now another practical is traceroute. Now open your command prompt, click on start button and type CMD. Okay. Now after opening command prompt, we need to type tracert. TRACERT. Now you have to type the domain name. Okay. Now just type demo.testfire.net. Enter. The domain do not specify that this organization is started on 2024. So basically, when that domain was registered, it shows that in 1998 that domain was registered. So it was taking the history from there only. Got it? So when you click on the 1998 screenshot, you will not be able to see a Facebook. Now here you can see it is sending a request from basically traceroute will help you to identify the route between your system and the trace route is there. In Mac or Linux, we use traceroute, TRACEROUTE, traceroute. So like with this, what we are able to find out we are able to identify Kali and MAC is same trace route. So it will tell you that how many routers are associated between your systems and the target server. These all are the router IP addresses which is present between your system and a target machine. In the last, you will be able to see the demo.testnet IP address. In the starting itself, you get 65.61.137.117. In the starting, you can see. So that is your server address where you wanted to reach. So in the last, you will see the IP address, and these all are the router IP address which is present between your system and the target machine. Here you can see. On 17th, you are able to see the same server address that you are getting on the first line. Trace route to demo. Can you please highlight that? So the IP address that you are getting, it convert the domain into an IP address. In the last, you are able to see the address. So the first IP address is your router address, 192.168.76.18. So if that doesn't reach, so basically our primary purpose to do this trace route to check is there any addresses that belongs to the same range of your server or not. If some IP address that belong to the same range of your server, the target server, which you received on a 17, so that can be the internal IP addresses, internal server public IP addresses. Understood? Okay. So this is how the hackers do the footprinting in order to get the information about your target. Now this information is basically where we collect some basic information from the internet. Now there are multiple sources that you can use it. Why the internet? Okay. Now your second task is once you get the information about the target, your next task is to filter that information. Okay. Now, how you are going to filter that information? So basically, the next chapter is the scanning part that we will be using. Now, what is the objective of this chapter is basically whatever information that we have captured. It can be an IP address, domain, subdomain that we have received from the previous chapter. Now we have to make sure that out of that, how many is correct. Let's suppose in trace route you get 2 IP address. So you just copy that IP address by using the harvester DNS Recon. We get to know about 10 domains. We keep that domain. Now here we will just check if that domain actually exists or not, that IP address is reachable or not. Understood? So with this, we are going to filter that information. So with this chapter, we have the scope to identify few things, that is the live IP address, port, open ports, services running on that particular port. Okay. Now here you can see. What is scanning? The process of gathering additional details about the target using highly complex and aggressive reconnaissance technique is called scanning. Okay. So now after doing the information gathering, okay, now we need to get additional details about the target so that we can implement a highly complex and aggressive reconnaissance, like doing a port scanning activity. Okay. So what type of a scan that we generally do is a network scan, so that we can check for an IP address alive in the network. Then we check for a port scanning, open port and services. Then we do a vulnerability scan. So we need to check presence of a known weakness. Okay, this is our scope. Now, what is network scanning? It is one of the most important phase of intelligence gathering. So once you get to know about the open ports, services, then you can start targeting that system. During the network scanning process, you can gather information about specific IP address that can be accessed over the internet. So let's suppose organization is having their own IP address. In the organization, you have 2, 3 IP address, 4, 5 IP address registered. So we need to check if that IP address is reachable or not. Okay, what is their operating system? What is their architecture, like 64-bit, 32-bit? What all services are running on that? In addition to those, the attacker also gather details about the network and their individual host system. So we will also check how the systems are connected with each other by seeing the topology of the network. Also, we will see their individual host information. Like let's suppose I wanted to scan your system, wanted to check how many ports are open, how many services are enabled, what ports are enabled. Now, here you can see list of network scanners. So what all scanners we have? So the first one is a angry IP scanner, advanced IP scanner, net discover we can do, auto scan, and ping sweep techniques. So these are the scanners that we have in order to run the scan. And out of that, one of the best one is a Nmap. When you use a Nmap, it can do the work of everything. Now see what is port scanning activity. Now port scanning techniques are designed to identify the open ports on a target server or host. This is often used by the administrator to verify security policies on their network and by attackers to identify running services. So the main purpose of doing the port scanning on a target machine is to check for an open port. How many ports are open? Until and unless the ports are not open, you cannot get inside the system. And what all services are running on it? Attacker PC is a victim PC. So we need to identify such open ports. Now open your browser in the Windows only. Open your browser. Download Nmap. Port scanning is just to check how many ports are open on a target machine. Your system have 65,535 logical ports. One of them is port number 80443 on which you use website. Okay. So basically our target is to identify how many ports are open. If the ports are open, what type of services are running on it. This is our primary object. Go on the top, please. Yes, it's a Zen map only. On the top, you can see latest stable release self-installer 9.7.97. Just click on it, it will get downloaded. Install this. Next, install. Agree. Next. No need to look back. Next, agree, next. Simple installation. Finish. Now here, this is a Zen map. So first of all, let's understand what is this, why we use this tool. This is a Zen map, a GUI mode of a Nmap. Okay, it is one of the most important tool to scan the open ports. See, if you wanted to enter into the house, so you need to find a gate through which you enter, either gate or a window. So in the same way, in order to enter inside the system, we need to find out some open port. If the open ports are not there, okay, if the ports are not open, you cannot get inside the system. So the first thing that you have to do, first of all, check your IP address. Check your IP address. What is your current IP address? See, right now you're connected with the Wi-Fi now. Here you can see 192.168.31.167. Just highlight this. This is your current IP address. In order to check the IP address, just type ipconfig command. Can you please call up so that you can show the command? This is the command that you need to type in your command prompt. Perfect. Now, what you have to do? Now, these three are the important one. Let's suppose your IP address can be 192.168.1. So, mark this as a constant. Last one is your host ID, 167. You have to change the range over there. Suppose if you connect through Wi-Fi, now 167 is your host ID. Okay. So, whatever is your IP address, put first three blocks common. In the end, last in place of 167, you have to type 1. Now go in the Nmap, 192.168. Yeah, perfect. In place of 167, just type 1-254. Okay. Whatever is your IP address, just put that IP address over here. And after that, -254, --. Yeah. Now everyone specify your range for you 192.1.1-254. Click on the drop down. Now here you need to select only ping scan. Ping scan is just to check how many live systems are there in your network. Click on scan now. Perfect. So now here it says 2 host up. Are you able to see that? Yeah, 2 host up. So that means in the network you have 2 IP address. Some maybe have 4 IP address, some maybe have different IP address. Okay. So this is how you can check. Now you can see at beneath geo router is installed. Am I right? Now let's do the port scan, guys. Okay. Now with this we get to know that there are 2 systems. So what you need to do now in order to do a port scan, again go on the drop down where we have selected the ping. From here just select the intense scan, first scan. Intense scan will give you the information about the port, protocol, services, operating system, everything. Okay. See in the end you can see Nmap done. In front of that you will see how many hosts are up. This is how you interpret the output. Okay. Now check the output. In intense scan you will get more output. Yes. Intense scan will show how many ports are live. Now it's gonna take longer time because you are trying to do everything. Yeah, it's done. Now in the below you will see nmap done. So now when you see, so nmap is done, it will scan entire range from 1 to 254, and like whatever IP address which is live in your network, it will list out that. Okay. Now go down. Yes, from the C. First of start from top. So basically, it started from checking how many systems are live. Scroll down. So these all are the down host. Scroll down. Scroll down. All these are down host. Or scroll down. Now wait. Here it identify one IP address 192.160.31.1. Can you please highlight that? Geo fiber local. Yeah. So it is checking for a 1000 port number over there. It identify port number 8080 are open. You can see discover open ports. 80 is open, 53 is open, and 443 is open. So these are the open ports on this particular IP address. Now you can filter that open port. Don't worry about it. In the below you will see the details of that open port. So on 53, domain is working. Cloudflare, public DNS. Port number 80, HTTP is running. Okay. Then in port number HTTPS, SSL HTTPS is working on port number 443. In the below you will see as HTTPS work on a encryption. So you can see the certificate details of it. The certificate details. But we will not take care of it right now. We will have a separate chapter for this. Don't worry. Scroll down. See on each and every port what all services are running. It will tell you that. Okay. Multiple open ports are there. Now in order to filter how many ports are open, because see this is very big output now. So do one thing. Second tab is there. Host and port. Are you able to see that? Yeah. Click on it. These are the open ports. It's basically a output of it. So on port number 192.160, first IP address. On first IP address, these ports are open, these services are open, and this is a version of it. Now click on the second one. Yes. So on this port number, these ports are open. Understood? This is how you can identify the ports. Now you can click on the topology also, how the systems are connected. You can also see that. Click on fisheye. On the top, you will see fisheye. Just below the topology, you can see fisheye is written. Okay, just wait a second. Click it. In the below, you will see a plus sign. Click on the plus sign. It will increase the size of it. Make it direct 10, 20. This is a spread factor. I think interest factor will increase it. Make it 10. Enter. Here you can see. This is how the systems are connected. If there are more than two systems, you can see the topology of it, how the systems are connected with each other. Understood? Now, yeah, open that Kali next. Now we can do the same practical in the Kali next also. Okay, now just clear the screen first. Now, edit option is there. Yeah, zoom in 2 3 times. Now just type nmap space. Now here you can see there are different commands of a nmap. Okay, the first one is when you default use this tool, this will tell you the open ports only. Type demo.testfire.net, and when you press enter, it will show you the only open ports. Okay, now here you can see it simply tells you about the port number 80. The port number 80 is open, 443 is open, and 8080 is open. Understood? Now, if you wanted to know the operating system of this server also, just type nmap space hyphen o, capital O, space, then website name again, demo.testfire.net. 4 port with nmap. Okay. Now here you can see we get more information regarding the OS, but it is saying it basically guessing aggressive OS guesses. In the below you will see aggressive OS guesses. Action Tech 97%, then Windows 97%. So in this way it guess it's not correctly informed because in the response we are not getting any information about the server OS. Okay, so by the signature it basically try to guess it. Okay, now with this you can try to get the OS level in OS name. Okay, now what you can do, you can use another command nmap. In place of O, just type hyphen small s capital V without space. Space, then demo.testfire.net, then space hyphen p small p space 80. This defines that I wanted to know the version on port number 80. So for port number 80, I wanted to get the version. Now the version here you can see service version is HTTP. So no versions are available on this. For this lab, you need to use a Metasploitable tool. Have you downloaded that? Click on my home, open, because it's already in a virtual machine image. Yeah, click on it, open. Now turn on this machine. Guys, for this chapter, basically you need both the things. One is Metasploitable 2 and one is Kali Linux, so that you can perform a practical. So basically, we use Metasploitable 2 because it's a buggy operating system. Okay, so it's a buggy operating system where, so right now, when you are trying to attack on a Microsoft, when you are trying to attack on any of the domain, so it is basically illegal. So in the VMware, we generally use Kali Linux and Metasploitable 2. Metasploitable 2 is a buggy operating system which contains inbuilt bugs. So basically, Metasploitable 2 is a Linux operating system, a server which contains multiple server in it. Okay, all are running at the older version, so that contains inbuilt vulnerabilities. So when you are going on a live website to scan, so basically you are doing an illegal activity because they have not allowed you to scan their websites. You are not allowed to scan, do the port scan. So if you are doing that, it means you are committing a crime. So that's why we use the Metasploitable 2 Linux operating system, where we attack the system, and from Kali we used to send a command. Okay. Now this Metasploitable 2 is a VMware image that we have to download it. Once you download it and open it, as Vinesh displayed you how to download it, the command of the when you run the Metasploitable 2, it will show this. Okay, the login username and a password of this Metasploitable 2 is MSF admin. So basically, in the start, it will ask you login. So at that time, you just need to type MSF admin and MSF admin. I'm just writing the username and password here in the chat box. So when you are writing the username, you are able to see the username. But when you check for the password, when you type the password, you will not be able to see. So just simply type the password and press enter. Okay, because you will not be able to see the password. Okay, once you have this $sign, after that you can type ifconfig to check the IP address of this machine. Okay, now on the top of it you will see 192.168. Press Control and Alt. Yeah, you can see 192.168.130.130. This is the IP address of this machine. Okay, now go in a Kali Linux and just ping this device. Open a Kali Linux terminal and just type the ping and space IP address of this machine. Now type ifconfig. Okay, now on the top you will see the IP address, INET address 192.168.80.130. Press Control and Alt. Now either you have to try it on an native mode, or either make it switches to the bridge mode, and then check if you are able to get the IP address. If you are able to get the IP address on a bridge mode, then all your adapters will be on the same. All your machines will be on the bridge mode only. Understood? That you can check. Okay. So we have discussed about the port scan. We have done the various type of port scan, including topology, services. Okay. Now we'll talk about some of the vulnerability scanners. Okay. So in vulnerability scan, we have an SS, GFI LANguard, Qualys. So here you can see there are multiple vulnerability scan that we have in order to identify the vulnerability in the network. Okay. So first thing that we are going to do, we are going to install a Nessus. Just download Nessus. In the below you will see this link, tenable.com. Download Nessus. Click on it. The first option will give you download install Nessus. Just download that. I agree. Perfect. Now double click on that software. Start installing it. Next. Once you click on finish, it will take you to the web browser. Can you start with the license registration? Open a new tab. Type Nessus registration. Nessus registration. Scroll down. Please make sure that you are going to click on the right one. It's tenable.com only. Obtain an activation code is written over there. Just click on that. Obtain yes. Now you will see three options: Nessus Expert, Nessus Professional, Nessus Essential. So Nessus Essential is for those who are trying to use this product. Okay, in this you get 16 IP address free of cost. After that you have to pay for it. Right now click on registration now. Okay, now here you need to type your first name, last name, and email ID. Your personal email ID will also be fine. Click on get started. Now check your email ID, you get an activation code. Now click on connect via SSL. Advance, continue to the local host. Now this is the one of the most important step. Here you will stuck and we can't repeat this step again. So please make sure first note it down and then do the installation. Okay. From here you just need to note it down. Note down this step please. On the welcome to page, welcome to Nessus page, click on continue. Second last. Skip this. We have already done this process. No? Here is activation code. Check your email. You got an activation code. Click on continue. Continue. Enter the username and admin. Continue. Submit. Now wait for. Do not touch your laptop. Now do one thing. Open your C drive. Program files. Check T. Type T. Enable is there. Enter. There's a CLI. After reaching this folder, go on the top address bar. Click on it. Type CMD. Now type Nessus CLI update present and then run this command as a administrator. In the search you have to do CMD and run as admin is there. Then through command you have to go inside cd double dot then cd tenable program files cd tenable cd Nessus then Nessus CLI update. Now wait. It'll take some time. Again, you have to go in the browser. Like you in the start, just type Nessus. That is a port number. That is a local host. You just need to once you paste this, you will be able to see the login page. Then you enter your username, password, admin. Do one thing, Control plus C, and then again start up arrow and then press enter. So now here you can see I have two machines. One is a Windows Server machine that is running on 192.168.205.135. Another machine is a Kali Linux machine that is running on a 131. So when I ping these devices, okay, by using a Kali Linux, when I ping the Windows machine, so here you can see by pinging the Windows machine, I am getting 128. So when your detail value is 128, with the help of that, you can identify that it's a Windows machine. Every Windows machine, when you are trying to ping the machine, and if it is a Windows machine, you will be getting 128, and if it is a Linux machine, you will be getting 64. So by using the ping option also, you can identify the target machine is running on which operating system, Linux or Windows. Understood? Okay. Now you can use a Wireshark also. Through Wireshark also you can capture the packet, and you can see the TTL value. It's a easier one. Okay. Or either you can use a command prompt. We have done the Wireshark already now. Okay. So how to do that? So basically when you go here, and we have one more option, that is when you go on the start Kali, there's an option Wireshark. Just type that. So Wireshark is basically is a software which is used to capture the traffic which is flowing within the network. So within the network, whatever data is flowing, so it will show you that. Okay. So when you are pinging some device, even in the output also you can see it, or from here in the Wireshark also. Wireshark is a protocol analyzer, and within the network we use protocol to communicate. We know that. Okay. Every communication happen with the protocol only. So in order to capture the protocol, we can use that. So here you can see ETS0 is there. The first one is Ethernet. Okay. So you can see some lines are there. So wherever you get the lines, or either click on any. So any means any adapter, it will capture the traffic. So basically from how you will capture the traffic. So by using a network adapter, you can capture the traffic. So just click on any, click on start. Here you can see once this blue icon become green. Now here you can see. Now when I send any ping request in Control plus C, after sending 3 packet, so I will be able to see over here ICMP. So ping uses an ICMP protocol. It's an important one. Ping uses an ICMP protocol, and from here you will get 64. So it means the system is a Linux. Okay, 64 and 28. If I ping the device from here, press enter. Now you will see that this is a 128. So 128 is basically Windows. Now here you can see 2 different TTL values are there. Okay, 64 and 120, because here you can see we are just sending a ping request 181 to 135. Okay, 64. and another one is 135 to 181. So when you see it, we have just pinged the 135 device. So 135 is a, wait a second. Okay, so here you can see first of all 205.181 is sending 135, so 64, and then in the below you can see 128, just because the communication is happening between Linux and Windows. That's why we are getting two different TTL value. Understood? But when we have done, ping by using our Kali Linux to that Kali Linux, then we are getting 64 because both are the Linux operating system. This is how you can check it. Understood? Got it. Moving towards the next one. Now in the below you can see the next step. The next is enumeration. Now enumeration is basically creates an active connection. Here you can see where it creates an active connection to system and perform direct queries to gain more information about the target. So basically here we need to create a direct connection. So basically when we say that we need to enumerate something, you have to be within the network. Here it says enumeration techniques are conducted in an internal network. So if you are connected within the organization network, then only you can perform this particular practical, because organization have different services that they have hosted within the network, and from there only you can get this information. So what information you are trying to get is a network resources, then shares, users and groups, routing tables, machine names, application and banner details, and SNMP. So these are the information that you are trying to gather by using the enumeration phase. Now here you can see we can use NBT stat -a and target IP address. It is just to get the NetBIOS name. What is the name of that machine? So what you can do, go here in a Kali Linux or Windows. NBT stat -a and then IP address of a meta-exploitable 2 machine 205.131. Now we'll try to identify. Here you can see meta-exploitable. Okay, and right now unique. So basically within this, if we wanted to see your system is connected in which domain, if AD server is configured within the network, if some other protocols are configured, you can easily see that. So we can get the user details of that particular user, that this user is a name of that user is meta-exploitable, and there is no domains are there. Okay, no domains are there. It means it is an individual machine in the network. This is how you are able to get the NetBIOS details. Now note down the steps, guys, how you are going to perform this. Okay, if you are still unplugin is there, no need to worry. Okay, click on the new scan. Now here you will see discovery and vulnerability. So we are going to scan the vulnerability. So click on basic network scan. Under the vulnerability we have network basic scan. Okay, now here you can see, first of all, name the scan in the basic. See, this entire setting is divided into total 5 parts: basic, discovery, assessment, report, and advanced. In basic we have few more tabs. Just type name as a network basic scan. In the below you have to type write the target name, like you can specify the IP address of the website name. Okay, just type demo.testfire.net. Here you can specify the IP address. If you have more than one IP address, you can specify by one by one. First IP address enter, then second IP, then third IP. Then after that go in a discovery part. Now here by default it will do the common port scan. It means 1000 port scan. If you want to scan on all ports, then you have to click on all ports. Okay, and yeah, click on first common port scan. Right now we are going with a common port scan only, because common port is a more more like we use it more, just because first we have a common port scan. If we are unable to find out anything, then we can go with the all port scan. But remember one thing, don't use this on a all port scan on a client operating system like Windows 10 11, because you will not be able to see anything. It is especially for server network devices and all. Assessment. Now we do this an assessment, we do this for the web application. Right now we are going to scan a web application only. Default, click on default. In the below you will see complex. Click on it. This option you have to select. Now remember one thing, this you have to select when you are scanning the web application. If you are scanning network devices, switches, router, printer, in that situation don't click on the complex, go with the default one. Right now we are going with a complex just because we are scanning the web application. Click on it. Now we have an advanced option. Leave report as it is. We have an advanced option. From advanced, this is a default. Click on that. Now there are two different conditions are there. One is a default, another one is a low bandwidth links. If you are connected in the organization network, okay, and the server is also present within the same network, then use the second option. Okay, if you are scanning some website, some IP address, public IP address, then you can scan a default one. Okay, understood? Low bandwidth when you are in the same network, default when when you are not in the same network. Right now, default. Custom is basically if you wanted to set the number of requests. If you want to make changes in a default configuration, then you can go with the custom one. Everywhere you will see the custom option. As per the need and requirement, you can make changes. Now click on save, and in front of the NA you will see a play button. Click on the launch. Not going to take longer time. Now click on the sample scan. Yes, you will be able to see the scan output over here. On the top, you will see the host, and vulnerabilities will be in the second tab. And history, like if you run this scan multiple times, that comes under the history. And the status is running. Are you able to see that? Once the status is completed, your scan will complete. Okay. Then you have an option to export the report. So leave the scan as it is. It will take some time to complete the scan, and once it complete, after that you will find an option to generate a report. So how you can do that? Yeah, there. Just pause this. Like there is a stop option. No, you guys don't need to do stop the scan. We are just I'm just telling you how to generate the report. That's why we are stopping this scan. Okay. Now click on the sample scan. Now on the top you will see a report option is there. Click on report and detail vulnerability by host. Second option. Press control and minus button together. Yeah, generate report. Now please check the download option. The PDF. Yeah, this one. Yeah, you will be able to see the report. Okay, this is your VA report, which includes the bugs and information about that bugs. So here you can see, first of all, you will see the title of the vulnerability, SSL and TLS version supported. Okay, then in the synopsis you will get the information about that vulnerability, the remote service encryption communication. So when you use a TLS and SSL, it is basically a certificate that we install on our HTTP. Now in the below you will see the description of it, that which version it is supported, basic information about that. Solution right now it's not available just because the severity is not that much big. Okay, and this is a plugin information. The output is right now it support TLS. Here you can see in the output the port support TLS 1.1, 1.0, 1.1, 1.2. So these are the version that our SSL is using. So this particular port number 443 support all these version. Okay, so it's a low level, medium level. Now here you can see TLS 1.0 protocol detection. So now first of all you have to see, for network testing, for doing a vulnerability assessment, you should know about the basics of network, how the network communicates, protocols are there. So networking fundamental, networking CCN, if you have done it, then it's a very good one because you are able to understand. If you have done about the server, then it will be good. Okay, so let's see, TLS 1.0 is there. So now first of all you have to search for what all TLS versions are there and which one is older. So TLS 1.0 is older one. The remote server encrypt traffic with an older version of a TLS. So it means the target server is using an older version of a TLS. So that's an issue. Now what's the issue? You can check the description for that. If you wanted to see more information, you can check for C also. Then what will be the solution? What the client will do? So here you can see enable support for TLS 1.2 or 1.3 and disable support of 1.0. So it is clearly telling that on the server you have to disable that TLS 1.0 and enable 1.2 and 1.3. Okay, risk factor you can see medium is there, so severity is medium, and in the below you can see the CVSS score also. Okay, based on that the severity is decided. Now in the below you will see the plugin output. So plugin output basically show you that how this software identify that we are using an older version. So here you can see TLS 1. Version 1 is enabled and server support at least one cipher. This is how you can read. Now there are multiple vulnerability. For each and every vulnerability you have to search it on the Google, because 1000 or 1 lakh vulnerabilities can be there in your network based on the version they have. So for each and every vulnerability, first of all you have to see what is that vulnerability, and then you have to see the solution of it. This is how you can do the vulnerability assessment. Okay, we were doing the scanning part. Okay, in the scanning part we get to know that there are multiple protocols that we can do the that we need to enumerate from the network, from outside from the network. Some protocol are hosted within the network, some protocol are hosted outside the network. Okay, so as you can see, enumeration plays a very important role when you are going to test any of the network IP addresses, IP ranges. So we have done with the NBT scan, okay, NetBIOS scan, to check the host name of the system. Then we use enum for Linux. Now enum for Linux is one of the best tool, I must say this, to check if your systems contain some vulnerabilities or not. Okay, you can use enum for Linux and then -v and then specify the IP address of a target machine. When you do the scanning of your network, two tools are one of the most, you just note it down. One is a Nicto, another one is a enum for Linux. It basically do the misconfiguration check of the target machine. Now in SMB enumeration is where basically you can also use a nmap scripts to enumerate information. So first of all, we will run this enum for Linux, and then we will go with the SMB. So open your VMware. In VMware, Kali Linux and Meta Exportable 2. Open these two machines. Once you open your machine, you have to enter the username password. Kali is your username password of a Kali Linux. And another one is a Meta Exportable 2. Just type msf admin as a username, msf admin as a password, and just do ifconfig to check the IP address. This we have already done in the previous classes multiple times. Now 192.168.232.129 is the IP address of your machine. Okay. Now what do you have to do? After opening a terminal, as the commands are mentioned over here, enum for Linux. So first of all, you have to check that this tool is present in your system or not. Enum for Linux. Okay, so as it become blue, it means that system is that this is available. Okay, now you have to specify -v and then IP address of the target machine. So 192.168.129. I think this is the IP address. Yes. Now you have to run the scan. As we have done the Nessus scan, so Nessus is basically a license tool, and enum for Linux is basically a enumeration of a Linux. Now, in order to once we get the output of the enum for Linux, so for that in order to understand, you should know about the Linux operating system, because if you do not know the Linux operating system, even you do not know what to do in it. Understood? So if you do not know that the Linux fundamentals, then for each and every vulnerability you have to search it on the internet. Okay, now press enter, guys. Now it is doing an audit on the Linux operating system to check for misconfiguration. So now here you can see the enum for Linux scan is completed. Now let's see the output first. When you run this enum for Linux, go with the starting. First of all, what it did from here, some dependent programs it found. SMB client, RPC, net, NMB, lookup. So these are the programs that is, these are dependent programs that we have found. After this, you can see target information. Actually, it can start from here. Your target IP address. Okay. Known username. So this username it founds. These are the known username that is it will try to guess. The first thing that it do is NBT stat. So basically it will also do the NBT stat. Additionally, you don't need to do anything. Sometime what we do, like in the previous class, we have done the NBT stat scan to get the NetBIOS name of the system. So once you run this, it will check each and everything. So whatever practicals that we are having after this slide, it will cover everything. Okay. So it's enumerating workgroup domain. So workgroup name is workgroup, and here you can see the username of that particular system. That is a metaexploitable. After this, when you go down, it identify the domain name as a workgroup. Also identify that Samba server is going on. Here you can see Samba server. Then after that, the version of the Samba is 4.9 on the target machine. Now see, it is trying to get the usernames. Now here you can see one it founds MSF admin is also a username. Understood? Backup. Sys. Now attempting to get the user list with a command. So it is trying to identify some usernames, games, nobody, blind, bind, proxy. So see here one username MSF admin is also there. So through that only you log in into the metaexploitable too. So it founds the username of that particular user as well. Now share enumeration. What type of folders it is getting shared? So sharing related information here you can see prints, temp, opt, IPCs. So these are the information that is shared. Admin. Now attempting to map shares. So it is trying to get the link of that folder through which we can get access to that particular system. So here you can see it's trying to get access to this particular path, but mapping is denied. For some, mapping is okay. Okay means you are able to access this directory on this IP address. Those are denied, so which that means you cannot access that. Now built-in found domains. So multiple domains. So metaexploitable is a domain that is present over there. Now here you can see password info for domain. Minimum password length 5 is basically password policy. Assuming that administrator exists. Domain groups. No printers were found. So in this way, it basically check what all services are there, what all informations are there present on the target Linux system, and it is specially built to enumerate a Linux system, not a Windows. So now we have the SMB enumeration. So in a computer system, when you go and search, you will see multiple protocols are there. So for multiple protocols, they have different servers approaches are there. So first of all, let's understand what is SMB. So SMB is a server message block, is a modernized idea of what become used to called common internet file system. So it's basically a modern internet file system. It works on an application layer network protocol designed to use as a file sharing protocol. So we use this SMB protocol so that we can share a file within the network. Different application can on the machine can study and write concurrently to the documents and request the server for offering interior a community. One of the existing functionality of the SMB it could be is that it could be run stop of its TCP IP protocol of or different community protocol with the assist SMB a consumer or any software or software program. This is legal can get entry to the documents or different assets on a far-flung server. So basically, this protocol help you to get connected within the network, get access to the files and folders within the network. Okay. So as we understood, SMB is used to share the files within the network. Okay. Now, let's suppose you wanted to share some files on your system. Okay, you want to share some file on your system, so then you can use SMB protocol. Now SMB is a protocol that is used within multiple softwares as well, because a protocol anybody can use it. So now here we have a Kali Linux command. If the target system have the SMB protocol on, then you can check what all files he or she have shared within the network. Okay, but before going this, first of all you have to check if that port is open or not. So SMB works on port number 445. So now go back in your Kali Linux and check, run the command nmap -p 445, then IP address of the target machine. Now here you can see 1445 is open. So it means that systems allow you to share some files. So now what we need to do is to run another command. What is that command? Scroll down. Once you're done with this, now you can go here and check for the enumeration. So SMB client is there that you can use. SMB client. Perfect, it is there. -L. Now here you can see what all files are shared. Anonymous login successful. So it means without putting the username password, you can log in into the machine. Now after this you can see what all share folders are there. Anonymous login successful. Work group and met exploitable. Now after this, we have some countermeasure also. For SSH also you can do some enumeration. You can get to know about the scripts that the SSH is using. So nmap is a very useful command for getting almost everything. I'm just running the command. Now we will use nmap. It's algos, it's not algo. It's a script name actually. Spelling mistakes. Perfect. So due to the spelling mistake, we are finding some issues. Make sure that your spelling mistake should not be there, otherwise it will not run. So now here you can see these are the SSH algorithm that we are using. SSH RSA, 3DES for encryption, SSH 256. These are algorithm actually that it is using. MD5 algorithm we are using, SHA-1. Okay, so in this way we can get the algorithm, but with getting an algorithm you cannot do multiple things. If the algorithm is outdated, then there is a vulnerability, but here we don't have any. SSH, a quick for secure shell. So let's suppose if I want to access your system, I can make use of this protocol SSH. It is a secure shell actually. It is a carrier that facilitates in remote dealing with the infrastructure in a steady manner. So basically, if you wanted to take a remote access of your network devices, So you can make use of this SSH protocol. Okay, whenever an administrator desires to get right of entry to a far-flung machines, SSH is actual choice. So by making use of this protocol, you can take a remote access of any network devices. So basically, this cryptographic algorithm that mitigates man within side the middle attack. So basically, man in the middle attack, we can prevent it by making use of this SSH protocol because it interrupts your traffic, which is flowing between you and the server. SNMP. So you have to understand what is SNMP. SNMP is simple network management protocol. So within the network, we have multiple devices. Okay. Now it's not possible for you to go on each and every system, to go here and do the configuration, check system is live or not, again going here. So we come up with one protocol, that is SNMP. Now what this SNMP will do, SNMP is some simple network management protocol. What's the use of this? That is more important. So in order to manage your network, your entire network, we use SNMP, a server, a protocol which is designed to manage your network. Now how it manage your network? It install an agent on every system. This agents connect your system to this machine. From here it can check your configuration, it can make some changes over there. Okay, so now it is telling that if you are not using SNMP, shut down the service. Or when you configure your SNMP, it contains a community string public. So basically, with public community strings, you have to change it, because if it is known to everyone, default information should not be there. So SNMP, we have understood little bit that how SNMP actually works. Okay, so this is how actually it works in the network. We have one system, and through the agent we tries to get the all the information. Now when you are configuring any protocol, so let's suppose if you are not using HTTP server, so it's better to remove that HTTP server from your network, because ultimately it opens a port, and once it open a port, basically it will be an entry point for any attacker. So just give an example. So let's suppose if this is your system. Now right now your system is completely tightly packed. Okay, now let's suppose if you open one service, this service you open, then another service that you open, so automatically it will open a gate in your system. So let's suppose if you are not using this protocol, so it's better to turn off this service, because till this service is open, anybody can enter into your system. Okay, so it is always recommended that if you are not using any of the protocol, so it's better to disable that. Okay, so that's why it says that SNMP agent removes SNMP agent or turn off the SNMP services if shutting off is not an option. So let's suppose if you cannot shut down the SNMP option, then what you can do, you can change some default community string. Now what is this default community string? So let's suppose I just give you an example. Just right now I'm just checking my IP address. Okay, so my IP address is 192.168.1.1.9. Now I will see my default gateway 192.168.1.1. Now when I go here and when I type this 1.1 on my browser, so I will be able to access my router page actually. Okay, so on this router page, if I am using a default username password, then it's a issue. Now you can see that how would we know that what is the default username and password of that system? So basically what I will do, I will just try to ping that machine. First of all, I will try to identify the the service provider of that machine. So maybe it's a TP-Link, it's a Cisco, it's any router. Okay, so for that default username password of that router, I will try to search it on the internet. If I try to access this particular page, maybe my router login page is there. So if I'm using a default username password, so what attacker will do? First of all, he will identify. Let's suppose TP-Link is my router. Okay, when I tries to hit your default gateway, you will be able to see the router name over there. Then router default password. Now here you can see admin. So from here he will try default username password. So it is always recommend when you put any of the devices in the production environment or maybe in the network, at that time you have to change the default settings. So here you can see the default settings are the public, the community name is public, so we have to remove that. Now upgrade to SNMP 3. It is always recommend to use the latest version of any services. So as you have the mobile phone, if in a mobile phone, if you are using if your software is outdated, so it is always recommended that you should update your mobile phone. Now you can you can see this, that who's going to hack my phone. Yes, nobody is going to hack your phone, but it is always recommend to use their latest version, just because the performances, features and security related new features are already added into it. So always use it. So here SNMP version 3, it first encrypts your password. So whatever password that you are entering, it will encrypt that. Then after that, the messages should also be encrypted when you use the SNMP version 3. Now you can use a group policy security option. Now what is this group policies? So in system we have the group policies. Now this group policies basically helps you. So here you can see this is a group policies. Now what is this group policy? So you can do multiple tasks by using this group policy. So let's suppose you are having multiple users. Okay, now you don't want that the users will open the control panel. Here you can see multiple, click on control panel. Now here you can see control panel personalization. Now prevent lock screen backdoor motion. Here you can see. So basically these are the policies which you can configure on the systems, so that they will get restricted in order to do those things. Okay, now system related are there. Now here you can see these all are the policies that is already pre-configured in your system. So if you enable it, then the user is not able to perform that function. First of all, you have to go here, you have to disable it, and then only they can perform it. So you can create a group policies to restrict the anonymous access. Now there are multiple things, you just go through it. It's a very good one. Basically when we do the active directory, when we create active directory, at that time we can create a GPA policy. Allow file download, you can restrict it also. Multiple things are there. Understood? These all are the policy templates are already there, so that you just need to use it so that the user cannot perform that specific task. That says that you have to implement a group policies option called additional restriction for an anonymous connection. So with anonymous connection, they do not need to provide any username password, directly they can connect it. And even we should also restrict some IPsec, because see, I'll just give an example. If two systems are there, one system, another system, and here we have the firewall. Okay, so let's suppose whatever traffic that you are sending, it is coming via this firewall, then this is firewall. So once your traffic reach at a firewall, it will analyze the traffic. Now if between user you have created one channel, wait a second, this is an encrypted channel. Now this encrypted channel is directly accessible between you and the system. Even the firewall cannot identify what is going on in between of it. So basically when you encrypt any information, your security devices cannot identify. So this channel, if you create, so if you pass any malware, from here, it will directly reach as a destination. So that's why we always say that some encryption policies should be restricted if it is creating a connection directly between two systems. Okay. Other than this, DNS. Now, what is DNS? First of all, let's understand what is DNS. So in the network, let's suppose you are here. One more system is there. Now this is my router. Okay. This is your web server. Now we have created Microsoft.com. So this is a domain name. Okay. So domain name is the name of that particular server. Now directly you cannot access this domain. The domain name is for us, not for the system. System understand IP addresses. 2.2.2.2. Now your domain name will convert into an IP address and then you are able to communicate. So every system have their own IP address. Router IP address. This is a switch. And this is a router. Okay. Now in switch we have ports. One, 2, and 3 port. Now these ports are connected with the computers 1, 2, and 3. So let's suppose now this system wants to communicate with Microsoft.com. So what you will do, at 101 you will open the browser and type this Microsoft.com. Now directly it cannot connect with the Microsoft.com. So we have a separate DNS server. This is called DNS server. By default we send the traffic to our router. It contains a pair of combination. This is a table. Where it contains a domain name and IP. So one is Microsoft.com. Okay. And the IP address is here, 2.2.2.2. Okay. Now let's suppose one more IP address is there. One is Intel.local. This is a local domain that is working on their internal IP address. 111. Now this is your DNS table. So now if the user wants to connect with Microsoft.com, it will send a request to switch, via switch. It reaches to this address, DNS server. If we have DNS server in the network, from here it will reach to this table. Then it will get the IP address. Okay, 2.2.2. So it will send the request over here. And from here it will reach here that the domain contains an IP address 2.2.2.2. So then it will send the traffic on the network, on the internet. Then through router it will go outside. Okay, just give a basic example of it. Okay, so now let's suppose if you are able to dump this DNS table, if you are able to see this DNS table, then you understand other than 100 and 101, one more server is there.
which is running on 192.168.1.111. How you identify this server? Because of this DNS table. So that's why we always say disable the DNS zone transfer. If it transfer the DNS table from one place to another to a untrusted host means me. If I am requesting for a DNS zone transfer, if I'm able to get all the DNS entries, I'm able to get the internal IP addresses also. Okay. Then make sure the private host and their IP address are not published into the DNS zone file of public DNS server. So here you can see this is a private IP address which is running on a local domain. So this should not be there if it is on a public DNS server. Now we have to use a premium DNS. Who is now? Who is will let you know? Now when you someone have registered this domain. Now search for this. As in India, we will there is a very less chance that we will get the information about the domain. But here you can see domainbyproxy.com registration private. Are you able to see this? So why you are not able to see the details of it? Because the registration is private. They have purchased this premium DNS registration service to hide their sensitive information. So what if we will get the information? We can get all these things: name of the person who registered this domain, organization name, street addresses, then even the phone number is also there, na? Email address is also there. Okay, so that thing we can get it. Domain holder contact request information. So even if you wanted to request to get the details of this domain owner, okay, who hold this domain, the owner of this of this particular domain, you can request over here. You can just specify Intellipaat.com. You can specify your email address and your domain.com, then whom to contact, technical registrant admin. So on behalf of you, GoDaddy will contact them by asking that somebody is looking for your information. Got it? This is how actually it works. Just because they are using the private this service, premium registration, so that's why you are not able to see the honor detail of this domain. SMTP, simple mail transfer protocol. So basically, while sending and receiving, we use this protocol SMTP. So SMTP is basically we use protocol during the email communication. We have POP3 also. So configure SNMP messages. 1 second. To ignore email messages to unknown recipients. So whatever email that you are getting, in which you are not able to identify who sent you this email, and don't open it. And whenever you are sending any email, so we should not include any sensitive information. Otherwise, user will get to know about your systems. I've just given you example also. When you are sending an email by using your iPhone or Android, so in the below you will see sent via is written over there. That's the issue. So that things that we should not keep. See, any small information, I'll just give you an example so that you understand how sensitive is it. Okay, so as you can see that when you are sending an information, yeah, info is also type of a record that we have in the DNS. This is basically your host information. H info is there, is a host information regarding the host, like operating system they are using. Okay, so these things you can get it. Okay, so now I will just give an example. Let's suppose you are sending me an email. So let's suppose I wanted to hack your mobile phone. Okay, and I get a chance to access your mobile phone also, but I will get only one chance. Now, how to make sure that which device you are using? So what I will do, I will send you an email. Okay, out of the office hours, maybe during the time you are traveling, or maybe during the time you are out of the city, maybe on Saturday and Sunday, if I will send you an email. Now during that time, you are not carrying your laptop, and I just give you a call that I just need an quick update on the recent email. Can you please reply me back on the same email? So what you will do, you will use your mobile phone to reply me on that email. So when you are sending replying me on that email, your signature of that mobile is written in the last of that email, by which I get to know that you are using an Android phone or an iPhone. So if you are using an iPhone, I will purchase an iPhone spyware, and once I get a chance, I will install it into your mobile phone. So for that, basically, we can use that small information via information. Yes, that is why it is added to, so that we can change signature as well. But sometime you have seen that in mobile phone, when you are using the mobile phone at that time, some people may do not set the signature settings. So it is important. Why? So that the recipient cannot identify that which device we are using. Understood? So that thing. Now LDAP is basically within the network we have the active directories on the server. When you go on a servers, you see active directories are there. I'll just go and see. So this is my Windows server actually. I don't want you to get in confused, but just trying to show you that something is there. This is called active directories. This active directory where I can manage all my you know users, those who are those who are connected within the organization network. So in order to manage the entire users, those are using Windows operating system, so I can use the active directories. So the active directory uses the LDAP protocol. So in that, so basically when you do the communication with any of the uh, systems which is present within the network, so at that time it will not follow the encryption. So we need to make use of a SSL. So right now when you see website, it's HTTP, it's not secure. And when you use HTTPS, it's secure. So basically in this app we have installed the SSL certificate. So that's why it is telling, when we send the traffic by making use of a LDAP, we should always use SSL technologies so that we can encrypt our traffic. And your username should be different from your email address, and you should always enable the account lockout features. Now disabling SMB. SMB is basically when you share the files within the network. We can, if you wanted to uninstall this, you do not want that you will share any of the files within the network. So you can go in network settings, just type control panel. Okay. When you go in a control panel, you can see the network and internet is there. Click on that. We have a network and sharing settings where we will see all the adapters. So right now I'm connected with the Wi-Fi. Okay. So when I click on my Wi-Fi, I will see my settings over there. Click on properties. In properties, you can see file and printer sharing. So when I click on it and uninstall this service, then my system is unable to share the folders within the network. Okay. So file and printer sharing cannot be done if I install this. Understood? That it is telling you. Disabling SMB. Now scanning is, now you know that scanning is why it is important. So that at least you get to know how many systems are live, how many ports are open. Now see, you have to develop a methodology. Now as you can see, previously we have nothing. We have few information. Test.com, ab.test.com, tc.test.com. The mobile number also you have. Some IP address also you have. Now this is from the footprinting step. Now once you come on to the next one, maybe out of 3 only one domain is reachable, accessible. Out of 2 only one IP address is live. And on this maybe few ports are open. Maybe the port is port number 80, that is HTTP. Port number 21 FTP. Port number 443 HTTPS. Now maybe out of this, in your next level, maybe you will get only one information, that your FTP is vulnerable. And with this, you tries to exploit it. This is a process that we are following right now. So this process comes under footprinting. This process comes under scanning. This process comes under server hacking. These are chapters actually. Understood? So how you are getting this? In footprinting, you got this much information. In scanning, you filter those information. Out of that, you get a domain or an IP address. Which domain you can do the domain web application testing. With the IP address, you can do the IP testing. So from here, you got an IP, and on IP, you by using an Nmap, you get to know about the open ports. Then you use scanners or scripts or scanner scripts or tools to exploit this metaexploit framework to exploit this. Understood? This is what we are trying to achieve. We have one chapter, say server hacking. There we will be utilizing all this information. Understood? This is the process that we follow actually. If you go in work in the organization will tell you that I have 30 IP addresses in my network. Now identify the bugs. Now what you will be doing? You will be doing the first of all, you will be doing the scanning part to check how many systems are reachable. Out of 30, maybe 20 are reachable. Then you will request to your client that please tell your agents to be online when I'm doing the scan. So first you complete a scan on 20 system. Then you run the vulnerability scan over there, identify the issues, tries to check how many ports are open, services are enabled, services are outdated or not. Then you exploit it. Understood? This is the process basically. So by end of the CEH, you will be able to accomplish the exploit also. Understood?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Now we will be talking about some of the evasion techniques. Now what is this evasion techniques? It's basically analyzing the I will just use the pen to show you. Okay, so let's suppose here is your server. Okay, now and here is your computer system. Now let's suppose directly if you are sending any traffic, it is directly reaching on the server, and you will be able to get the response from here only. Okay, okay, so this is how actually it works. It sends a request and you directly get the response. But in between of the client and the server, we used to this is the client and the server. Now, in order to make sure that the client cannot enter any malicious input, we need to implement some sort of a solution between the client's request and the server. So just before the server, we implement one hour firewall. Okay. Now, how this firewall work? It basically relies on the IP addresses, ports, IP, port, protocol. Now, when you see the traffic, this traffic is divided into two parts originally. One is header, another one is body. Header is just like when you are going to send a gift to your friend. So what do? You purchase one watch. On that, you wrap it. Just by wrapping that particular box and sending it to your friend, it will not reach that. What you will do? You will put a name tag over there. Okay, to and from. To, from. Now this to and from represents like your friend's name and address, and from is your name and address. So two basically defines that where where you wanted to send this parcel, and from represents that even the receiver also get to know that from where this packet is coming. Also, it if the packet delivery is not done over there, then at your from address, it will reach the parcel organization will send you the parcel, return your parcel again. Okay, this is why we need it, but it is on the sticker which is on your gift. But your friend is like you are sending a gift to your friend, so your ultimate goal is to that particular gift will reach. Now this particular sticker will only help you to deliver the traffic, okay, from your place to his place. This particular sticker will identify that on which place we need to send this traffic. Now same in the packet also, we have the header which defines your IP addresses. Source IP address, destination IP address, source port number, destination port number. SIP means source IP address. Destination IP address, source IP address is your IP address. Okay, who is sending the packet? Destination IP address is where you wanted to send this traffic. Maybe on facebook.com, so facebook.com will be your destination IP address. Then you have the protocols. S port, that is your source port. D port, which is your destination port. So if you are sending it on Facebook, it is 443. If you are sending by your source port can be any random port. Okay. In this way, these are the information which is currently being transmitted in the packet part. Now, what this fragmentation will do? The firewall, this is a firewall. Now, firewall will see this packet. Once you are sending this packet, it goes through the firewall. The firewall will check this traffic, and based on the source IP address, destination IP address, the firewall contains its own policies. Based on the policy, it filter the traffic. Now what attacker do? Attacker shatter this particular traffic, this header, into multiple parts. Okay, when this is called fragmentation of your header. So when you are sending the traffic, by doing the fragmentation, the firewall will not be able to understand the entire traffic because it is in a split format. So it simply allow the traffic within the network. Once it reaches on a server will reassemble it and the attack happens over here. Your attack payloads are always here in the body. Whatever script you are sending, whatever command you are sending, it is not in the header part. It is in a body part. So the body part it will not analyze, because with that it will not do anything. But now these days advanced firewalls are there which analyze the body part as well. So previously we were using, when we were doing the filtering, based on the source destination IP addresses. So this type of fragmentation actually work over. Understood. Now here, in order to do the fragmentation, what you need to do now as a first of all, you need to know how to do the fragmentation to check for an open port on the systems. Now with this, you also need to know if you are working as a security analyst in the organization. 1 second, please. Then if somebody is trying to put a fragmentation attack on your system, how you will identify that? That is also important. Okay, so in both the ways we are working on this lab, the Kali Linux lab and Metaexploitable, these two we have to open. Here you can see my IP is 192.168.232.129. Now please just note down the command that we are using in order to send a fragmentation. Now both the things you have to learn, attacking also, and also if you are at the receiver part, then how you will identify this fragmentation traffic. You have to open a terminal. You can just note down the command also. Few things that you need to check. The first thing, you have to open a terminal. This term in on this terminal, you have to write the command to attack on the Metaexploitable 2. Okay, at the same time you have to run the Wireshark also. Now as we already know, Wireshark is a protocol analyzer, so whatever traffic that is flowing within your system, it will capture that. So if somebody is attacking by making use of the fragmentation, it will identify that. Now your your question is to how we can identify, okay, that the fragmentation is happening. So I will generate the traffic, and then I will let you know that this is the packet that you will be getting when you are working as security analyst by analyzing your network. So now in the starting of the software, you have to select the adapter, because the Wireshark will work on running the network, capturing the network traffic. Now to generate a network traffic, we have multiple adapters: Ethernet, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Okay, so the first one is a Ethernet ETS0. Right now we are connected with the Ethernet. You can see this. This is why we are selecting Ethernet. Ethernet network is their wired connection, because in the VMware we have the Ethernet connection. Doesn't matter what connection you have in your base machine, then also we get the Ethernet only. So now here you can see some traffic is also there, so you can see that this represents that the traffic is going on. And if you are confused that which adapter I need to select on any. Okay, that will also fine. Now click on this blue icon, start. Now here you can see, just I will just type the command is already there. Okay, now what is the command? Here you can see nmap hyphen small s capital S. Now this small s is a it is basically a sync request. Okay, sync flag, it will send sync. And here we are using a timing template to make it faster. Hyphen a is basically, it will check for the open ports, services, OS information, everything. Hyphen F, this is small hyphen F is the command of the fragmentation only. Hyphen V to see the output of this particular scan. During the scan, it will give you the output. That is hyphen V. I will just repeat this again. Nmap hyphen S, small s represent the scanning part, and in scanning we are doing the sync scan.
After this, we are using a timing template, that is T4. It's the fastest scan. Then we are using -A. It's it cover multiple scan like port scan, service scan, OS enumeration, everything. Then -F is a fragmentation. For fragmentation, we use -F. Alone, if you wanted to use -F, then also you can do it. -V for the output. While running the scan, it will give you the output. And this is the target IP address. So I will write down this nmap, sorry, -S, capital S, capital T4 timing template. Then after this, we have to use -V, -F, -V. Okay, -A also we can specify. Now there is no sequence that in what sequence we have to enter these commands. Okay, in the starting the tool name, in the end target name. Now in between of it, options can be of any sequence. 129. Now let's suppose when I start enter. Now see, it is giving you an error. Requesting a scan which requires root privilege. So root privilege means you need a higher authority. So in the starting of this command, type sudo and then press enter. Just copy this. Let's suppose sometime maybe you forget that I don't know what is this V, what is this A. You can use the help command. I will just let you know that as well, so that you will not get confused. Now here you can see it start doing the port scan. In the background, here you can see fragment IP protocol. So this fragment IP protocol says that somebody is trying to do a fragmentation within your network. Understood? This is how you identify maybe attacker is in your network. He is doing the fragmentation. So you will be getting this type of a log. And what attacker will get? Attacker will get the open ports. Here you can see open ports and services. This is the output that the attacker will be getting. It says the information about the port. Here you can see on port number 8180 TCP open, HTTP is running, Apache Tomcat. Then on 6667 TCP open, IRC. So different ports with the services. Also provide detailed information about that. On HTTP 25 SSL is running, version 2. The ciphers that SSL is using. SSH is running on port number 22. Open, status is open. Okay, so this is how actually the attacker will get your open ports, and on your system you will be getting this fragment IP protocol traffic. Now your question is, I know these commands, so I type this command. Maybe there are some extra commands are also there. So what you can do, you can make use of a help nmap -h. Now here you will see everything. -a OS, enable OS in detection, version detection, script scanning, trace route. Okay. Then after this, some sample commands are also there, which you can also run. When you go up, here you can see V means increase verbosity level, greater effort. Can you go on the top? Then you will see -F. This comes under firewall IDS evasion and spoofing technique. So fragment packets. Understood? If you wanted to spoof any IP address, you can make use of a -S. In this way, you can read, you can see what all commands are there. Now -O, enable OS detection. Above when we go, -P, we were using a port. These are the scans. So just now we have done this small s capital S. This is TCP sync scan. Another one T. So connect scan. Another one SA. This is an acknowledgement scan. So multiple scans are there. Understood? This is how we can read this nmap. Now here you can see I have just written the name of the flag. Sync, acknowledgement, reset, finish, urgent, and push.
Okay, now we will study these flags, like how the systems communicate. It's between two systems when one wants to communicate with another. So the first flag that it will send is a sync one. A sync, basically sync flag represents that system wants to initiate a communication, SY. Okay, now let's suppose this system A wants to communicate with system B. Okay, sync flag it sends. Now after receiving here, now it's up to the system B that system B is interested or not. If system B also want to communicate with system A, it will first send an acknowledgement. This, yes, I have received your packet. So acknowledgement means the system understand that my packet is received. Okay, plus this system B also want to communicate, so it also send a sync flag. In the computer system, only one-way communication is not happening, two-way communication is there. So both system need to send a sync, otherwise it will not set up a connection. Okay, now let's suppose your final objective is to just check if the port is open or not. Now you wanted to reset the connection, you don't want to send any packet. So what you will do, you will send a packet reset, RST. So reset flags, once the system receive a reset flag, it will reset the connection. Understood? These three flags. Sync is basically used to initiate a communication between the systems. Acknowledgement, because in the protocol we have TCP and UDP. TCP is a reliable one. Right now we are dealing with the TCP IP. So in TCP IP, basically we get acknowledgement of each and every packet whatever we are sending. That's why it is a little bit slow, because we have to wait for the acknowledgement, then only you can initiate the second packet, otherwise you cannot send it. Understood? These three packets you have understood properly: sync, acknowledgement, and reset. Now let's suppose there is a situation when two systems want to communicate with each other. Now what they will do, they will instead of sending reset, they will start sending up packets. Okay, so sending this, they will start sending a data also. Now let's suppose multiple communication happen between both of them. Now if this system wants to end the communication, now this system wants to end the communication because now data transfer is complete. So now it will send a finish flag, FIN. That is a finish flag. So the system A, when the system A will send this flag to system B, finish flag, then system B will understand that system A wants to end the communication. It will also send an acknowledgement with finish flag. Then only the communication end. Now what is this communication end? It means system A will close the ports and system B will also close the port if that port is assigned to them, this communication. So in this way, system will end open the port, system will close the port automatically when the finish flags are set. One more flag is there, urgent. So urgent flag is basically the system works in a queue on first come first serve basis. So if any flags, any traffic which system want the other system to process it immediately, in that situation it will send an urgent flag. Now it is not depending on us that we can send. Yes, we can also send, but in the communication system automatically send this urgent flag. Urgent flag when the systems wants other system to process some data immediately, then it will send an urgent flag. Another flag is a push. So if there is a data within the network, push flag. Let's suppose there is a buffer data. Maybe your network is having the capacity to hold a 1 GB traffic. Now suddenly 1.5 GB data is there within the network. So now the traffic will not move. In that situation, our system will automatically send a push flag to push the traffic. It will go in a sequence, but it will process it immediately. Understood? Push is basically when there is a buffer data. Buffer data means extra data, extra traffic within the network. During that time, the system will send a push flag so that the system will get a pressure and it will
initiate that traffic immediately. And urgent is basically it will not follow the queue and it will process the data first. Okay, let's suppose there is a 10 requests are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if there is an urgent flag, it will process the data immediately instead of following the queue. But this is the communication the system will do internally. We don't deal into this, but we need to understand how these flags are there and how they communicate. Now I will just go here in the Kali. I will just continue this. Now what I will do, I will use hping3 to generate the custom packet -s, s for sync flag. If there is an acknowledgement flag, -a, push flag, capital P. So everything in the is in a capital. You can use the first letter of any flag. Okay. Then -p, small p is for port number, capital P is for the push flag, 80. Then specify the IP address. Now check the communication here in the Wireshark. Press enter. Now it is telling send, type sudo because we are crafting the packet. Type Kali as a password. 1, 2, 3, stop. Now stop this. Now here you can see 192.168, 192.168, sending a traffic to 129. Okay, my system using the port 18475 on port number 80, which we have specified, sending a sync flag. In the response 129, send me a data that is a sync plus acknowledgement. And just because it's just checking if the system is live or not, I sent a reset flag. Now moving towards the next one. Now UDP scans are there. Same goes with the UDP scan also. We right now we have done with the TCP where you are getting an acknowledgement for each and every packet. Okay, so you can also use UDP scans to check if the port is open or not. But most of the cases we use TCP scan only. UDP scan rarely we use because UDP is a connectionless protocol where both systems can like here when you use a UDP connection at that time we do not want the system will uh, live. Both system will get live. One system will send the traffic and another system whenever it will get live, it will receive the flag. So before understanding this, I request you to please search a little bit on different type of protocol, TCP and UDP. Read more about that so that you understand why we use UDP. Okay. Now advantage and disadvantage of a UDP scan. The advantage is basically UDP test is much less casual with reference to an open port due to the fact there is a no word of a TCP handshake. So basically in the what is the advantage of it? For the first thing that in TCP we used to do a three-way handshake that we cannot do in a UDP. It's directly sending a communication. However, if ICMP is responding to an to every unavailable ports, the entire variety of frames can exceed from that from an TCP test. Microsoft primary based totally OS do not no longer normally enforce any ICMP fee limiting. Hence, it is this test operates very correctly on Windows primarily based totally device. So basically, here in the advantage of this UDP is the first thing that it is not a connection oriented. Okay, so you send your traffic, doesn't matter system is live or not. You do not send the acknowledgement also. We use we primarily use UDP scans only in those conditions when we are sending a malware because malware software get installed in your system. After it get installed in your system, just to check if the system is getting communicated, like if that port is open or not in the UDP. For that purpose, we use UDP, but rarely you will do it in your auditing life. Rarely, it's very rare chances. So now here you can see to get the OS discovery, you can use the Nmap script engine also. Okay, so what is this Nmap scripting? So I will just show you the command Nmap --script, then SMB -OS discovery 192.168
232.129. Now it will check for the OS level information. Here you can see OS, computer name, but expectable, domain, local domain, but expectable.local domain is there. It basically check for the OS related information. What OS you are using, what is your computer name, NetBIOS name, these things you can get it. Okay, now moving towards the next one. Now here you can see this we have already done. Network discovery tool, we can also use a SolarWind, but it's a licensed one. You can make use of a one tool. I will just tell you. In place of this tool, scan network scanning, what you can do, you can download one tool. Now, what is enumeration? So, enumeration is a defined as a process which establishes an active connection to the target host to discover potential attack vector in the system, and the same can be used for further exploitation of the system. Now we see what is the enumeration. So within the network, when you create an active connection with the devices, then you are able to get the information. Now this we have already covered in the scanning part, as we have seen that host enumeration we have already done, Linux audit we have already done. So it is a part of that like this chapter only, but then also we have a separate chapter for the enumeration, so we will see what all details are there. Now here we tries to discover the potential attack vectors in the system, and the same can be used for further exploitation of the system. This the same thing that you can use it for the further exploitation. Enumeration is often considered as a critical phase in penetration testing, as the outcome of enumeration can be used directly for exploiting the system. Now whatever output that you are getting it over here, we will try to get we will try to with this we will try to get the do the exploitation of information. So what information you will be getting from the enumeration? Username and group name, this we have already received. Host name we have already captured by using a NetBIOS. Network share and services, that we have already received by making use of a Nmap and SMB shares. Then IP table from the router, we can try to get it if we get access to the router. Then service settings and audit configuration. So we did the enum for Linux. That is basically we were checking for the audit configurations. Application and banner related information. So what all application you are running, like HTTP services, and banner means OS or service related information. This we have already got it. SNMP and DNS details. So we have already discussed this. SNMP check was there. We have already did this practical. DNS enumeration, DNS enum. We have already did this in our chapter number 2, where we were trying to get the DNS related information, domains, subdomains, name servers. Then also we will see what all things are there. The first thing is the NetBIOS standout for the network basic input output system. It allows computers to communicate over the LAN and allow them to share files and printer. NetBIOS names are used to identify the network devices over TCP IP devices. Okay, this we already identified, and by making use of an NBT scan, NBT stat tool, then Nmap tool, then Nmap script engine, all we have done it. Now after this we have a NTP and NFS enumeration. Administrators regularly forget about the network time protocol. Server was thinking about security. So NTP is basically network time protocol. It is a protocol which synchronizes the clock within the network. So that, let's suppose if your clock is behind the main clock, then also your whatever logs that your system is generating, it will it will get logged with the correct timestamp, because timestamp is really very much important when you do the post forensic. However, if queued properly, it could offer precious community facts to an attacker. Therefore, it might be important to recognize what facts an attacker can acquire approximately a community via NTP enumeration. So we have the NTP server enumeration also. With the NTP, you can try to get some system which is connected within the network.
or either you can do the nmap scan. Both do the same thing. Okay, with ntp also you can get to know about the ip addresses systems are connected, or when you run the scan within the network you can also get the same thing. Now we have the nfs also, network file system. So you can see what all files are shares, is used to control a flung flare, far flung report access. NFS enumeration facilitate attackers to collect facts, including list of customer linked to the NFS share, alongside with their IP address and exported directory. So you can check what all directory that they have shared within the network. These segments describe NTP enumeration, the fact extracted through NTP enumeration. Numerous NTP enumeration commands, NTP enumeration tools, NFS enumeration strategies and tools. So in this we use multiple type of NFS and NTP. But as we have done in the last chapter, how to check if the systems have shared the directories or not. So we have checked that by using a SMB protocol. So that file system shares or not, that you can also see. We can use a perfect scanner. With the help of the that we can use within the network to identify the system is having that file, like any system within the network sharing any file or not. After this, DNS caches is snooping. Now it is only done when you have the DNS server. So basically where we inject some false entry into the DNS server. So practically right now it's not possible because we do not have any DNS server where we can inject some entries. Okay. So DNS caches snooping is basically where we, inject some fake entries so that when the user will type facebook.com, it will divert on another website. So that you can only do when you have the DNS server. Otherwise, it is not possible. DNS sec walking is basically DNS security extension. Okay, this we need to use on this is basically where also we get to know about the, like, this is a DNS security that we use. Okay, so based on this, if the organization is using this DNS security, so we can just try to enumerate these details as well. From there also we get the same detail as we have done in the above practical. MX records, A records, triple A, 4 times A records, C names. Okay, MX represents the mail server, A represents the IP address of the host server. So these records we can easily retrieve. So in order to hide this, we use this protocol. DNS sec zone. So we use this DNS security. Now IPsec enumeration is basically uh, IPsec like it's not enumeration actually, but we use in order to secure our network communication. We use internet IP security. So basically within the network when we do the communication, so during that time, our traffic are transmitted in a plain text. In order to make it secure, we use IPsec. So in IP version 4, IPsec is an optional part, but as you can see in IP version 6, it's a, it's a, it's a mandatory that you need to use it. So there is no enumeration into that we can do. Now telnet enumeration is basically checking for the telnet. Like telnet is basically communication protocol. Just give an example. Let's suppose you have the router and switches in the network. Now if you wanted to configure these devices, manageable switches are there, no? Manageable. So that is having the console where you can just log in and we can configure it. In order to configure this device, you have to connect on their port, console port, then only you can do this. They have one console port. When you are connected with the console port, then only you can configure that device. Otherwise, you cannot do that. Now, let's suppose you are connected here in the system. This is your system. And when you are connected with this console port, this is a console port, then only you can configure this switch and router. Now you are connected here on a normal port and you wanted to
make some configuration, do some configuration into the switches and a router. Then we use telnet protocol. Telnet protocol to communicate remotely via this devices. Okay. Telnet is a remote communication protocol which helps you to connect with the remote devices and access those features which is present inside of it. Okay. Now in telnet enumeration, we need to see what all services they are offering. So how you can do that? Go in Kali, telnet 192.168. Press enter. You can see this default message. With the default message, you get to know about the username password. Okay. This is called telnet enumeration. Just by typing the telnet and IP address of the target machine, if the port is open, telnet port is open, you are able to see such message. Now this is the banner information that the device is having. So through the banner information, we get to know about the username and a password. So just enter the username and password, and yes, you are able to access. So you are able to access that device. So this is called telnet enumeration. We have a FTP port enumeration. Same, you have to do the for FTP also. Same, go there. Like FTP is a file transfer protocol. This is basically used to access this file. Let's suppose you have multiple users in the network. So instead of sharing one by one file to each and every system, you can create your own FTP server where you can host a file and user can log into that system to access the files. For this also, you have to do the same thing. Just type the FTP command. Sorry. FTP, then 192.168.232.129. Check. Now it is telling the name. Now name, you can just try. Guess the name, any admin. Specify the password. We don't know any password. Just type enter. Now let's see. Okay, login failed. Now press login with username and password. So here we are not getting anything, but we got the version of it. VSFTPD 2.3.4 that we are getting. So just type FTP1 on your target IP address and do this and check the version that you are using. TFTP. So TFTP is a tribal file transfer protocol. So basically when you use a FTP, so FTP sends username password in a plain text. So that's why we use TFTP service. So it's not an enumeration, but it is telling you that if you are using a FTP services, then you have to use a TFTP protocol so that you can secure the communication that is happening between the client and the server. As we have a HTTPS, and HTTP is the plain text communication protocol. Same in FTP, we have the TFTP. Now BGP enumeration is there. BGP is basically a broader gateway protocol. Now BGP, we use it on the routers. So in the router, you have to try to check if the BGP protocols are there or not. This you can only do when you are in the Cisco network. Okay. If you are not in the Cisco routers, Cisco switch routers especially, then you cannot do it because this BGP protocols are present in the router only. Okay. So with BGP protocol, you can just check if the port is open or not, and if the port is open, then you can try and map on this particular port number to get some default services. That's it. You cannot get any system related information because it's a routing protocol which we generally use. So in router, basically we use this protocol. So no details basically actually we can find out, but we can check if the port is open or not. That's it, not more than that. Now we have a IP version 6 enumeration. So there is no practical for IP version 6, but yes, for security purpose, we use IP version 6. If your IP version 4 network is there, then you can try upgrading your network to IP version 6, because in IP version 6, it's very difficult for anyone to remember the
details of that system, because IP addresses are random and it's very big. Okay, so that's the thing. Even you can also do the sync flood by making use of IP version 6. But I will just give you an example of flooding, so that at least you get an idea. Although you will be using this in your DDoS DOS attack DOS chapter -H. So double hyphen flood is there. Here you can see double hyphen flood. It means sending a packet as much as we can. So hping 3 hyphen sync packet we are sending on port number 80 double hyphen flood. Also specify the sudo, otherwise it will not flood the system. Now what is it is doing? It is sending huge amount of a traffic within the network so that your services goes down. It is an example of a those attack only. Also start Wireshark to see the response. Now let me turn on that. Now when I press enter, you will see, now see multiple traffics. So 3,18,000 packets within a second. I should stop it, otherwise it will hang my system. So within a second, if you see, it crashed my system actually. Wireshark is crashed. You can also try it on your system. Okay, vulnerability analysis. Now, when you say vulnerability analysis, what does that mean actually? So when you do a security testing, so let's suppose you have your one server over here. Okay, now here you have your system. Okay, now let's suppose you wanted to attack on the system. So this particular system can have multiple open ports. This is one port, this is another port. Okay, in this way multiple ports are open on the system. So now as an ethical hacker, you wanted to identify that this particular port must contain some port number. Okay, maybe on port number 80 it is running, and this port is running on port number 21. Now on that particular port number, some kind of a services are also there. Let's suppose HTTP is there. HTTP. Now these services might be outdated. So that we have to see if this service is outdated. If this service is outdated, so we need to find out and exploit on it. Exploit. When we say that your system is scanning the system, so we use an automated scanner. Remember this thing? We use automated scanner. Now, why we use automated? Because it contains multiple definitions. It contains multiple definitions are there, which for a human it is very difficult for someone to remember about the issues of each and every protocol. So what it will do, it will check that particular issues in against of that protocol. Second, then third, then fourth, then fifth, in against of that particular protocol. This is how actually it works. Okay, so now we will be using some automated software to do the scanning and identifying issues. Now here one more important thing is that, let's suppose if your server is there which is running on, so let's suppose if a server is there which is running on port number anything. Okay, then it is very difficult for you. When I scroll down, so first of all, we will understand what is this vulnerability assessment concept. There is a commonly essential reason for inclined structure in a network, program software or hardware configuration, and negative programming practices. So our primary objective is to identify, first one is a hardware misconfiguration, software or network issues. Okay, then negative programming. It means if the programming is having the internal bugs that we need to identify. Attacker make the most those vulnerabilities to carry out numerous kind of assault on organization resources. By making use of those vulnerability, we tries to identify the organization. We tries to abuse the organization resources.
These segments offer an outline of vulnerability evaluation, vulnerability scoring structure, vulnerability database, and vulnerability evaluation existence lifecycle. So basically in this, what we generally do when you are going for a vulnerability assessment, at that time what we do, we use a automated scanner. This is a scanner which runs in against of that payload target. Okay, it will run in against of the target. This is your target. This is your target. Now this is a scanner and this is a target. Now here, let's suppose you are using a service version of 2.0. Okay, and the latest version of the same service, latest version of the same service 2.1, your software, this software says it's an outdated. Okay, it says that it's an outdated. It says that it's an outdated because you are using an automated scanner to identify the issues in the system. Now here the difference between the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing lies over here only. That in VA and PT there is a difference. In VA we run the scan. Here we do manual testing. Here we point out that it can be an issue. Here we exploit. So using 2.0 version on the server is a vulnerability for VA. But if you are not able to exploit in PT, it's not a vulnerability. Understood? Okay. Now, when you go down, here you can see response, recovery, mitigation, and preparedness. This is how actually we work to identify such issues. So first of all, some events will happen in your systems, in your network. On that event, maybe some kind of a brute force attack is happening. Based on that system, you will respond. Okay, we respond on that particular event, and respond means we just see what all issues are there and what all kind of vulnerabilities are there. Then we tries to recover that. Okay, in recovery, we generally updates and waiting of vulnerability indicator considering of vulnerability maps of reallocation or reinforcement of building. Okay, so we use try to do the recovery of it. Let's suppose if some malware hit into your system. So how it hit into your system? So basically your antivirus was outdated. So the first thing that you have to remove that malware from the system. Okay, you have to recover it from the affected state to original state. Then you go with the mitigation part. How you will do the mitigation? You update that particular antivirus. Okay, and then after that you do the preparedness. Preparedness is basically now you know the file format of that malware. Now you will update that in your systems as a vulnerability indicator. So whenever you will see your network will see such file format in the network, it will raise an alarm. This is how actually it works. So first of all, the event will happen. On the event, you will give the response. Okay, that or you have to react on that event. Then after that, you will try to recover from the affected state to original state. Then you try to mitigate that issues, and you have to prepare your organization so that next time this type of issues will not come in your organization. Now here you can see vulnerability research. So vulnerability studies is the procedure of studying protocols, services, and configuration. So when you see what type of vulnerabilities are there, especially in the network part, so you see that for that protocols, study of protocol is more important because until and unless you do not understand the protocol, you do not understand the services that it is offering, you do not understand the configuration, you will not be able to identify the issues. Now, layout flaws in order to reveal and running machine and its programs to exploit attackers or misuse. So basically, until and unless you will not be able to identify the layout flaw, you will not be able to understand how the vulnerabilities got exploited in the system. Okay, that is more important. Just give you an example so that you understand more clearly. So let's suppose on the target machine you are running an FTP server. Okay, this is FTP that runs on port number 21. Full form of this file transfer protocol. Okay, so now how you can connect with this system? So basically you have the system over here. Okay, now in the command prompt you have to enter FTP then IP address of this machine. Okay, then after that it will ask you username, Once you enter the username, it will ask you for the password. Just give an example. It's not won't be like that. Directly it will ask you for the password. It will not ask for the username. So it will ask you for the password. You enter the password. After that, you are able to log in. So this is how actually FTP works. You enter the password and it actually log in. So what attacker will do? Attacker will try to do a brute force over here. Okay. So how he will do? He will put the random username and a password. Whose username and a password in the, we have one software Hydra. Okay, in Hydra we generally put the username list, password list, and it will try each and every combination over here, username and password list. And once the password in username is matched, it will give you the access of that particular system. So once you understand how FTP work, we can identify this brute force attack. Understood? How you identify brute force attack? Because you know that when you enter the FTP pass IP address, it will ask you for the username and a password. And once you enter the correct username password, it will give you the access. Understood? So it is really important to study. Like if you do the vulnerability research, so first of all, you need to study about how this protocol is working. What is the need of this protocol? Because until unless you do not know that, you cannot exploit that program, you cannot attack on that system, you cannot misuse that system. Now, resources of the vulnerability research. Now here you can see resources of vulnerability research. So how from where you can research about the vulnerabilities. So we have some website, Microsoft Vulnerability Research, Dark Reading, Security Tracker, Trend Micros, then Security Magazine, Pen Test Magazine. So these are the websites from where you can search about the vulnerabilities which is present on the internet. Now, what is vulnerability assessment? So a vulnerability evaluation is an intensity exam of the capacity of the machine or application, which include modern day safety techniques and control to face up the exploitation. So basically, what is vulnerability? A kind of a weakness, you can say. Okay, a kind of a weakness, you can say, which is used, a kind of a weakness, you can say, which allows users to do some exploitation into the system. If the system do not contain the vulnerability, you cannot get into the system. It's just like you have your home. So basically you have your home. This is your home. You have your home, and on this basically you have the gate. So until unless this gate will not open, you cannot get inside the home. Okay, so that's why it's really important. Now this gate is the vulnerability. This is the vulnerability. Okay, through which you can get into the system. Understood? This is how actually it works. So this gate is more important because without this you cannot enter into the system. So now it is scan network for acknowledged safety weakness. So basically we have the software which contains their safety weaknesses, like which contains their own checklist, and it will try to identify if your system follow all those procedure or not. Let's suppose if I talks about your system. So is your system is updated or not? Okay, system is currently updated or not. If the system is not updated, then there is an issue. If a system contains a password or not, yes, it is there. So it is a strong password or not? Yes, it is there. So firstly, that we will check example. I'm just taking an example. Windows update or not? Then antivirus updated or not? Do you have a password or not? Do you have a strong password? Do you change password every month? Then do you use default password? Is your server contain default files? In this way, your vulnerability assessment software will scan the system, okay, and identify the default issues in your system. Understood? Now, here you can see this is a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing flow. How you will do this? So, first of all, you will go with the goal and objective. Okay, in goal and objective, the first thing that you will do is your scoping part. That what will be your scope? First of all, you will identify. Now, your scope can be an IP address, website, subdomain. Understood? The scope can be your IP address. This can be the website. It can be subdomain. It can be the source code. It can be the API. It can be your mobile app. It can be anything. Okay, so once you confirm your scope, that may be my Scope is an IP address. So you get your IP address 20.10.12.1. So let's suppose client gives your IP address. So you are confirmed with the scope. We should not move away from your scope, because if the client gives you this IP address, maybe some other IP address working on the next one. This 3. So you should not include this IP address in the report. Doesn't matter if this IP address is vulnerable or not. We should always stick with our scope. That's why the software that we use contains a feature of a scope, so that it will not go beyond the scope. Okay. Once you confirm your scope, then you will start doing a information gathering. Now, information gathering is basically collecting information. In information gathering, what you will do, let's suppose it's an IP address. So IP address hosted machine. It can be as a laptop, it can be desktop, it can be server, it can be router, it can be switch, it can be firewall, it can be anything. So first of all, you have to identify that this IP address belongs to which system. Okay. Then it will be good if you can identify the OS of that particular system, because if you know the OS, let's suppose that system can be a Windows 10 only. So based on Windows, you can put an attack. If that system is a Linux, so based on Linux, you can put an attack. Understood? So OS information gathering is more important. Then you conduct a vulnerability assessment. In vulnerability assessment, what you will do in vulnerability assessment, you will run Nessus tool to identify the issues. Now what it will do, it will check for an open port, services, protocol, version, updates available on that version, or exploit available on that version. Then misconfiguration means using default username, password, okay, like this. So this comes under vulnerability assessment. Understood? Vulnerability assessment. Then after this, information analysis and planning. Now what you will do, let's suppose once you run the scan, you identify information analysis and planning. Now in this, what you will do, let's suppose you identified total 30 vulnerability. That this you have divided into 5 critical, 7 high, 3 medium, 10 low, okay, 5 informational. Now this you have identified. Now what you will do, you will plan information analysis. We have analysis, total 30 vulnerabilities are there. Out of this is the severity of that particular vulnerability. Then you will do a planning. How you will do the planning? Resolve critical first, then resolve high, then resolve or take exception on medium, then try to patch, otherwise leave low and information. This is the planning basically that we generally do in the industry. So critical one should be resolved by anyhow. High should be resolved by anyhow. On medium, the client can try to resolve that issue. If it does not get resolved, they can take an exception. They will be ready to take the risk of this medium vulnerability. And for medium and low, they will try to patch it. If they can't, then there is no issue. Okay. Now, after this, clean up. Okay. So now here you can see, now you will try to do the privilege escalations also. Okay. Now see, this is the goal and objective. Now attack and penetration testing. So privilege escalation we try to do. Let's suppose if you got access into the system, you tries to escalate the privileges, try to access any other account. So let's suppose if I get somehow, if I'm able to, okay, let's suppose if I exploit some vulnerability, I'm able to access the Devojit account. Now from the Devojit account, I'm trying to access Sarfraz account as well. This is called as a privilege escalation. It means bypassing the rights. Then we will do the result analysis, create a report, and in the last we will do the cleanup, means removing all the software which we have installed into that system. This is how actually BAPT works. Now we have a vulnerability scoring system in database. Due to the developing severity of cyber attack, vulnerabilities studies has grown to be crucial because it enables to mitigate the danger of attack. Vulnerability studies present cognizance of superior strategies to discover flaws. So vulnerability scoring system So we use various vulnerability scoring systems through which we can identify the rating of our vulnerability. How we see that this vulnerabilities comes under critical and high vulnerability. So we have a CVSS scoring system. Through that we can identify. Here you can see common vulnerability scoring system. Now, in order to identify the risk on that particular vulnerability, we can make use of the formula. Now, formula is more important in to calculate the risk, but when you go with the penetration testing part, so this CVSS score is generated by the software itself. Okay, manually we do not generate these CVSS score. Okay, but when you do the penetration testing by looking at the impact of that vulnerability, we tries to do the scoring part. When you identify any vulnerability, so you see that this vulnerability, let's suppose if I, okay, let's give you an example. Let's suppose uh, you have a website, okay, and in this I found a vulnerability. Now, what is the dependency of this vulnerability? Does it require interaction of any other user? It means until unless the user will not come on the website and perform certain task, it will not run. It will not run. Okay. So it means user interaction is required. User interaction is required. So it means we are dependent. Every time the user will visiting your website will not maybe interact with that particular feature. So it is dependent one. Now some vulnerability do not require any user interaction and directly give an impact to the user. So that comes under critical level vulnerability. So we need to see that this vulnerability attacker can exploit without the help of any other user interaction, without the help of specific task to be performed. Then we say that it's a critical level vulnerability. So based on the impact, based on the risk that application is having on that particular vulnerability, we define that severity. Let's suppose you are having an e-commerce website and having a payment gateway. Okay. So now on payment gateway, price tampering is there. Now in this we do not we do not need any user interaction. Okay. User attacker will add product to their cart, add to cart, change price, place order. So it comes under critical level vulnerability. Why? Because there is no user interactions required. Attacker can avail all the products at a lower price. Understood? So in this way, we see that this vulnerability, like what will be the impact that happen when this vulnerability is present on the website. So now we have the CVSS score. Now we have a national vulnerability database, that is an NVD. So NVD is a US authorities repository of standard primary. Now I will just show you so that at least you understand. Now this is a calculator. Basically we use this latest one is 3.1 based on this is a basic score, temporal, environment and overall impact. So from here you can just try to select scope is changed or not, the impact matrix low, integrity. So CIA is more important when you tries to calculate any of the score of that particular severity. So integrity, let's suppose confidentiality, if this vulnerability exists, so does it impact any the confidential like does it make any impact for the confidentiality point of view? So the impact is very low. Integrity, so maybe unauthorized changes are there, so you can put that as a high. Then what will be the availability of a data? So data will be available, so yes. So now based on this you can generate the CVS score. Even the temporal score matrix, unapproved that exploit exists. Okay, temporal fixes are available, report confidence, so unknown. So in this way multiple factors you have to give. Based on that it will identify. Now in industry we don't have that much time to search for each, like create for each and every this score of this. So what we do, we generally use the standard table. Okay, the vulnerability which is already present, we use that only. Okay, we use that only, and through that only this is the formula. Here you can see. So basically this will be taught in the when you learn about the compliance during that time only, like when you go for a 27001 lead auditor training, so in that they will teach you this thing, how this formula is working, because for each and every impact they have to calculate the value, they have to write it down in the Excel sheet. This is a new version actually. Now video calculators are there. So now here you can see. Now this will give you the accurate idea. Just copy this, paste it over here. This is a version 4 calculator. So from here also you can see, as soon as you tick mark like attack factor, local, physical, so yes, locally it is required. So automatically reduces, because every time it is not possible that the user will connect in my network. Understood? Now what will the complexity of that attack? If I say high, so automatically see the CBSS score reduces. Now if I say attack requirement, yes, do you require anything this attack require any additional planning? Present. So privilege, do you require any privilege? Yes. If you need a high privilege, so the every time accessing system with a higher privilege, it's almost impossible. Now here you can see user interaction. Are you able to see that? So passive or active. So if I need an active user interaction, it means user will perform this task, then only my issue will my vulnerability will get exploited. So here you can see it comes under low, because if it is a user dependency like phishing, if I tell you that I've sent you an email, now maybe you will click on it, maybe you will fill the form. So it doesn't, the phishing never comes under a critical level vulnerability. It comes under low level vulnerability, because we already train our staff not to identify these type of phishing email. Systems are already there. So once you click on this, automatically it will generate it. Okay. So if user interaction is none required, here you can see automatically reduces. So this will be the CVSS score, and this will be the severity, high, medium, low. Now we have the NVD. NVD is basically, this is where we were checking everything. Here we can identify, here you can see vulnerabilities, search and statistics, weakness, vendor, or here you can see vulnerability metrics. These are the metrics that we have used right now. Different calculators are there. That is, metrics means basically how you evaluate your vulnerability, how you can say that it comes under a medium level vulnerability. So we have that metrics. Okay. Now you can also start from here. So these are the vulnerability NVD research. Now it shows something like this. Base score is like this. It gives an idea that how we actually evaluate the vulnerabilities. This FTP NVD. Wait a second, I will just type FTP vulnerabilities. Now here you can see CVs are also there. Common vulnerability exposure with the number. Here you can see in 2024 this vulnerability was reported, and the number of this vulnerability is 10117. Understood? Under this you will get all information. So CV is common vulnerability exposure, which tells you about the detailed information about that vulnerability. So any zero-day exploits were identified on the internet. So basically the organization give them a CV ID. Okay. So when you run the scanner, so once it identify the issues, it will tell you the CV ID of that vulnerability. So the developers, the security engineers can go and check about that issue on that particular CV ID. Improper resource shutdown or release. This is a weakness enumeration. So now here you can see the vulnerability has found in a Gabriel FTP server. It has rated problematic. This issue affects some unknown processing. The manipulation of the argument username leads to a denial of service. It means you can shut down that particular service as well. The attacker may be initiated remotely. The attack may be initiated remotely. The exploit can have has been disclosed to the public and may be used. It is recommended apply the patches to fix this issue. Understood? So in this way you can learn about that vulnerability from here. So it means if you are using a FTP server 1.2, so in this they found this issue, so it is recommended to patch this particular version. Got it? Now here you can see this is the old version of National Vulnerability Database, and this is the new version of it. Now we have the CWE, that is a common weakness enumeration. It's basically is a class machine for software program vulnerabilities and weakness. It is backed with an ad of using the National CyberSecurity FFRDC, that is owned with the ad of using the Mythic Corporation. with help from US CERT and the National Cyber Security Division of the US. So CWE also, sometimes we can see CWE, it's a common weakness enumeration. It is based on the platform actually, like what platform you are using. So now here you can see. Knowing the weakness that results in the vulnerability means software developer, hardware designer, and security architecture can eliminate before deployment when it is much easier and cheaper to do so. So basically, CWEID we generally have it to know about the platforms. So let's suppose if you are using a Windows system. So on Windows system, what type of issues are there? So it contains CVE top 25 is also there. CWE top 25. So these are the vulnerabilities. Improper neutralization of a special element used in the SQL commands, cross-site request forgery, improper limitation of path name. It comes under web application attacks actually. Missing authorization. If your application do not have the proper authorization or authorization is not present, comes under this. Unrestricted of upload of a file with dangerous type. Let's suppose your website contains a file upload feature. In place of an image, you are able to upload the .php file. So it is dangerous. Understood? Improper input validation. So let's suppose wherever mobile numbers are there. So in place of mobile number, you can inject anything, your alphabet also. Now here we use vulnerability assessment solution and tools. So what tools and solution we are using? So vulnerability assessment solutions are important tools for information security management as they identify all potential security weakness before an attacker can exploit them. There are different approaches and solutions available to perform a vulnerability assessment. Selecting an appropriate assessment approach plays a major role in mitigating the threats that an organization faces. So what type of tools that we are using, what type of solution that we are using, based on that only it actually works. So if your organization is using some vulnerability assessment software or solution, then it will help you to identify the issues which are present within the organization network. Okay, let's suppose your application is there, your server is there. So in that situation, it is very useful. Now, the characteristics of a good vulnerability assessment solution. What will be the characteristics of it? So see, a good vulnerability assessment software. The first thing that you can have, you can check for it. The first thing that you will check is database of the vulnerability. That is more important. If the software contains very less database, then it will be issue. Getting updates. How frequently we are getting updates? This, to understand this is very much important. Export option. It is very much important to have the good export options because every time when you run the scan, it will give you a raw data. Now, in order to make that data in a presentable format, you should have a good export option. Perform custom scan. So does it allow you to perform a custom scan or not? Okay. Control scan speed. It is also very much important. Sometime when your software don't allow you to control the scan of the speed, then it will like your firewall will easily identify that type of scanners. That after that, is it available for web IP? For both it is available or it is available for IP only? Like now these days, most of the softwares work on both the things, web and IP. Like Burpsuit is for web application only. But when you use Nessus is available for IP, available for web applications, available for cloud. License is also very much important because sometimes if you purchase one license, you cannot install that software in any other system. Okay, so let's suppose if that system is not working, if you try to install it by removing the license, you cannot do it in some system. So license should also be a big issue for any of the software. So these are some of the points that you can consider. It's my custom point to identify this issue. Now, working of vulnerability scanning solution. So what is the working of the vulnerability scanning software? It basically run the scan, generates lots of traffic within the network, and tries to identify the issues which is present into the system, identifying, analyzing the risk which are associated with that particular vulnerability. Okay, so this is how the working of the vulnerability scanning solution. Now here you can see This is the important one. Vulnerability is there. Okay. So with vulnerability identification. First, you do the vulnerability identification by making use of the automated software. After that, it will do the analysis. Okay, it will do the analysis of that particular vulnerability. The what will be the impact of that vulnerability, these issues. Then it will check for the risk assessment. It will do the risk assessment to check what risk it contains if we will not patch this vulnerability. Okay, what will be the risk of this vulnerability on our system, then we try to remediate it. Okay, let's suppose if the version updates are required, so we will upgrade that. Then after that, again it will go back to the vulnerability identification. Once again you run the scanner, you analyze the systems, then you identify the risk, then you again patch it. Then this cycle keeps on moving again and again. Now the frequency of the cycle depends on the compliance requirement. Sometimes it's in quarterly you have to run the scan, or in half yearly you have to run the scan, or yearly you have to run the scan, just like that. Now the tools, see, choosing a tool is more important. So what you can do, like this basically I use, like when I used to identify some, like I used to choose some tools. So what I will do, I will pick up one target. So let's suppose, so what I will do, I have one server over here. Okay, I will pick up one server, a vulnerable server. It should be a vulnerable, because when you directly go and identify issues on the live server, it will not give you the proper output. So it is a vulnerable server. Okay, and opposite, you have multiple softwares. These are multiple softwares. Okay, that your organization wanted to purchase. So maybe 3 or 4 options you have. So what you will do, every softwares come with a community edition almost. Okay, some may not come, but most of them will come. So if they are coming with a community edition, you run that particular tool on that particular vulnerable soft system and check each one of them, identify how many issues. Okay, let's suppose this system identified 5 issues, the other software identified 7 issues, the other system identified 8 issues, and another software identified 15 issues. So what will be the best one for you? This is the best one for you. Understood? Running different softwares at same target, because this system may contain 20 vulnerabilities. Okay, now out of 20, how many vulnerable, because this is a vulnerable machine, you already know this system contains this much vulnerability. Now you need to check out of this, how many of your system, your software can identify the vulnerability. So out of 20, how many, like what type of how many vulnerability they can identify. So if it identify 5, so it means it's not good one. 7, not good one. 8, not good one. If it is 15, then it's a good one other than the above 3. Understood? This is how you can do this. Let's suppose I have installed one server in my network. Okay, that is running on version, the server is running on version 2.0. Okay, it's a web application server. Okay, now I'm having the scanner over here. Okay, now the application support 2.0. Suddenly the new update arises with 3.0. Now when you are using a vulnerability assessment software, it says that system is outdated, brother, we need to update it. It identify the issue. Okay, now after coming here, if it patches this issue with 3.0 version, maybe your application stop working on 3.0 version. It do not support 3.0 version, and it's a production environment. It will stop your application. That's why even in the organization also, when you need to install any update, now we directly do not update. We first download that update in our system. We have the testing environment. There we test that particular update and then we do that. Understood? Now the vulnerability assessment report. So now vulnerability assessment report complete contain information about each and everything. How many tests we have conducted, what will be the duration of that particular test, and then like after covering all these things, it will give you the report in a detailed vulnerabilities. Just I will just tell you your vulnerability assessment report. may contain following things: name of the organization, name of the auditor, it asks you, then date of test, duration of test, number of vulnerabilities checked, number of identified vulnerability. After that, executive summary, technical report with POC. This, your report must contain these things. This is very important. Okay, because if your report do not contain these things, then it will be an issue. Name of the organization must be there in the report. Name of the auditor who run this scan must be there. Date, on which date you have run the scan, what will be the duration of the test, number of vulnerability checked by the software. How you see that my report covers every vulnerability, because you have seen that, understood, because your number of the vulnerabilities we have checked, that defines that. Okay, then number of vulnerability identified. Out of this, like out of 200 vulnerabilities, we have identified 30 vulnerability in your system. Then executive summary. This is more important from the management part. If if some of your vulnerabilities need any additional hardwares to be purchased, like firewall, load balancers, so this report should be presented in front of the in front of your top management. Not top management cannot do anything with the technical report. They need a executive summary, like in charts, in bars, where it says that high vulnerability, critical vulnerability, basic impact, that's it, not more than that. Now in technical report is for those people, those who are going to patch fix that issue, which contains a POC also, understood. So these are the basic criteria that we should have if we are going for a vulnerability assessment report. Now analyzing vulnerability scanning report, now we will do it practically, so that at least you understand how you analyze the vulnerability scanning report. It's a very really important to understand. Now see, running the vulnerability scanning is not a big deal. Like when you see, install the software, enter the IP address and run the scan. Doing the penetration testing is a very headache task. So at that time you will see that it contains a lot of pain to identify one issue in the network, understood. But while presenting this report in penetration testing, it will be much easier because you have done everything by your hand only. Okay, so if the client will ask you anything about that vulnerability, you are able to explain. But when you have the vulnerability assessment report discussion, it will be a very big task. For a network, sometimes it can be around 10,000 vulnerabilities are there. Now what client will do, client will ask you to open the report and start from the first vulnerability, explain 10,000 vulnerability one by one. Okay, now that 10,000 vulnerability can be grouped because some same vulnerability can exist on multiple systems, but then also around 40 to 50 vulnerabilities which the software identified, you have not identified that, so you have to explain that, and that will be the pain point of the vulnerability assessment report. Even the client will ask you that if you have mentioned some vulnerability into our report, at least you should know what is this vulnerability and how to patch this. So that's why explaining vulnerability assessment report, it's a very big task for any penetration tester, understood. We are now performing the practical, guys. Open your VMware and start Kali Linux and Metaexploitable to both. Now as we have discussed already, that we have used an SS to run the vulnerability scan on the target machine. Now here we are using an open source tool, that is Nikto. Now Nikto is basically a tool which can check system for the security misconfiguration. Okay, so let's suppose on if you install any software or any server which is not configured properly, then that particular things can be checked by making use of a Nikto. Now, see, latest type of vulnerabilities which contain some CVE related vulnerabilities cannot be identified by making use of the Nikto because it cannot update the definition. No? It contains a predefined checklist that it checks in against of the target machine. Okay, so in order to check if your system is properly hardened or not, hardened means implementing all security related configuration into the system. If it is not properly hardened, you can make use of a Nikto. Now, in order to use a Nikto, just type Nikto in that terminal. Nikto, Nikto, space -H. it will show you all the default commands. Okay, now making use of this tuning option, you can see that tuning, scroll down a little bit. It contains multiple options, 1, 2, scroll down, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are the tuning option. If you want your Nikto should check these issues. Let's suppose if you want that Nikto will check the injection related issues, you can specify -tuning space 4. If you want that information disclosure and tuning both injection and information disclosure both should be checked 3, 4. In this way you can check. Okay, here you can see format, so it will also give you the format, but sometimes its format is not properly working, so you have to check that. Okay, so in order to save a file, you can see -o. Here you can see, can you please highlight that, save file -o. Okay, save file -o is there in front of it, so you can use to save the files. Now here you can also use of a evasion techniques, you can see. Now these are the evasion techniques which is basically used to bypass the security related devices. Okay, so if you have some firewall, if you have a firewall or any security devices, you can also use evasion technique. It's a very good tool actually. Now what you can do, you can specify nicto in the command, open the command and type nicto space -host IP address of a metaexploitable 2 space yes, just check 64.131 -o space -o report.html space hyphen format f capital space htm, that means html. Okay, this is the command. Now just press enter and run the scan. Please use your own system metaexploitable to IP address. Don't use this IP address whatever we are using in the practical demonstration. Here you can see with this command we are able to run it. Minimize this window. On the top, from the top, you can see minimize option is there, where there is a cross option. Open it, double click on it. This is your Necto report. Description, URI, method, links tested, and some references of it. Now here you can see we are on a desktop. Just highlight this desktop, Kali at Kali in desktop there. Not there, not there. Here in the terminal where you have written the command. Above that you can see desktop is there. So we are on a desktop right now. So if you are not on a desktop, you will not find that into a desktop. You have to go on a root file. So better type cd space capital D, then small sktop desktop, and come on a desktop and then run this command, so that you will get the report on the desktop only. Type the full command and change that hyphen the report name from report to report ftp report, and in the end just specify -p. In place of report, just type ftp report.html space -p 21 space 21. Enter. Now see, for 21 it's not clicking. Try 22 also. It's an open source now, that's why you will face the issue. Now do one thing, whatever output that you have received. So just check the output of that and try to understand what is there inside the output. Check the description and try to understand that. Okay.
Okay, so now guys, I will just take you to some of the points which is listed over here. Now when you go on the top, how you will analyze the results. Now see, initially it will give you the output of a Nicto scan. Now here you can see the target IP address is written over there. Now it contains the IP address of the system. Okay, now the target host name. So host name is also the same right now. Target on a port number 80 as we have seen this. So now start time. Initially, first of all, it identify. Now wherever you will see a plus sign, that will be a new line. Okay, so plus sign means 1 point, plus sign means second point, now plus sign means third point. Now this point is continued, just why it's there is no plus point in the fourth line. Then fifth line have the plus sign, so it means each and every plus sign contains one type of a vulnerability. Now here we need to understand what type of a different vulnerabilities are there and what will be the impact of it. Initially it identifies the server that is running on the target machine. So server is Apache 2.2.8. So basically if we are able to get the version also, so we can find out the vulnerability on the version. So version disclosure is there, okay, that you are able to get the version of the target server. Okay, now here you can see And the second vulnerability, retrieved. What it retrieved? X powered by header. So one header was there in the request or response. In the response especially, it identified one header that says that target machine is using PHP 5.2.4. So again, it's a version disclosure of the technology that they are using. Now what attacker can do, see, if you get the appropriate version of the service or technology that is running on the target machine, what you can do? So basically attacker can search for that particular exploit, active exploit, which is present on that version. If currently that version is updated, so he will wait for the time when this version is outdated and you forget to update that version. Okay, so that's why version disclosure is also comes under medium level vulnerability, where your technology versions are disclosed. Now this will not directly give an impact on the application, but in the future definitely it will cause an attack. Now the third one is a anti-click jacking. Now right now we have not completed our web application hacking chapter. In that we will discuss about the headers. Security headers are there. So one more, X-frame app option headers is absent. So now in the request and response, we have multiple headers. Around 8 to 9 different types of headers are there, which provide security to the website. So now, right now we have done the server scanning. It's not an application scanning. Then why we got this header related issue, website related issue? So basically these headers are set on the server part. Okay. So that's why we received these header related issues. Now these headers also prevent your website of from being attacked by the attacker. If attacker is trying to insert some malicious script, if header is properly set, it will not allow to run. If hacker is trying to display your website, like access your website in his own website, then your header will defend from it. If the attacker is trying to access your website on HTTP protocol, then this particular header will help you in that. Okay, so that we will discuss in the web application part. But right now here you can see security headers are not set. The fourth vulnerability is like that only. If you wanted to get more information, you can read about this particular article, then you can see. Now here you can see the Apache. Again, one more thing that we have received, that Apache 2.2.8 appears to be outdated. In the above version, it says that we have found the version. It's not outdated. They have not confirmed it. But here it says that you are using an Apache 2.2.8 appears to be outdated. So using outdated version can raise serious security issues. Now what is that issue? You have to research on it. 2.2.8, go on the internet and search for active exploits are available or not. Based on this knowledge, it says that 2.2.34 is a EOL for the 2x branch. So basically its current version is 2.4.54 as per the NICTO. Now maybe just because the tools are not getting updated on a daily basis, so maybe there may be a newest version available on the internet. Now here it says for /index, it founds an uncommon header, that is a TCN, found with a context list. Now if it founds an uncommon header, now this cannot be a vulnerability until unless you cannot verify that this what value we are transferring into the TCN. Okay, so for that you have to perform a web application test so that you can see what requests are sent, what requests are received. Same goes with here also. Attacker can, which allows an attackers to easily do a brute force. So if you are able to try brute force, why? Because this option is enabled. Now here some more methods are there. HTTP trace method is enabled. So before understanding HTTP trace method, you have to understand how many HTTP requests are there. By default we have get, post. These are the basic requests that we generally send. So get, basically if you wanted to retrieve some information from the web server, we use get request. If you wanted to submit some information like form, login details, in that condition we have to use post method. It is telling trace method is active. So now you have to search on the internet what is this trace method. Now in the first 6 months or 1 year you may find challenges, because in network there are n number of vulnerability, even you cannot count on the fingertips. Okay, there are n number of vulnerability, but when you do a testing, then you understood that there are some common vulnerability which keeps on coming. So once you study one vulnerability, it will get resolved in all the audits that you are going to do in the future. Understood? So initially you will take 6 months because maybe your organization is using Palo Alto and previously you have not done any testing on a Palo Alto. Now new vulnerabilities will be there. Understood? Now here you can see /php info.php output from the php info function was found. So it means this page is accessible, and on this page we have found this php info function which reveals information about the php. Now another one is a doc /doc/. So when you see slash in the end, it means directory found. It says directory indexing is found. That what does it mean? So when you type this particular URL in the browser, you are able to see the directory, internal directory. In the below also it says directory is browsable. It means you are able to access it. So if you type this is browsable directory where you are able to see all the directories which are present on the server. This is called browsable directory. In the same way, now it comes with a HTTP request that contain a specific query string. Now you have to see what query strings are there. Is that actually vulnerable or not? But for that, you have to learn first SQL injection to identify if any queries are there or not. Then it says that PHP myadmin changelog.php. So PHP myadmin is for managing SQL database. Now from this you can understand this page manage the SQL database. Now SQL we already know MySQL is a database. So for every website, database is important and should be protected or limited to authorized. Now see, if you have the locker in your home, now it is accessible to everyone. Maybe they cannot open the lock, but if that locker is accessible to everyone, it can be a big threat for the home. That's why in the same way here you can see, when you see PHP myadmin is like we use PHP myadmin to manage our SQL databases. Now if it is publicly available, it is accessible. How you can check that? Just copy this and just check it. Now here you can see changelog.php. Here you can see this is a PHP myadmin page. So it means if this page is available, anybody can do a brute force on this page, try to break the password. Maybe you have used a default password, then also again it's an issue. Understood? Now it says that server may leak inodes via e-tags. Now this is a kind of a low level vulnerability, so you have to identify if this inode gives you any information or not. Now managing this we have already covered. Runs php myinfo. So php myinfo, phpinfo.php, you can check that it says that php is installed and test script which runs php info function was found. So it means default pages are not removed. So when you install anything, let's suppose when you bring a new item at your home, at that time that particular item comes with lots of wrapper and all. So if you will not remove that particular wrappers and stickers from that device, anybody can identify that what is the price tag of that particular device. Understood? So that's why default files should be removed from the server. This is called issue of hardening. You have installed the server but you have not configured it properly. In the same way, you can see other vulnerabilities are also there. So for the very first time, you have to put efforts to identify such issues. Now it says that this particular page contains an credential. Now you have to see if the credential is there or not. Now here you can see login, MSF admin, credentials. Understood? So in this way, this particular software gives you the vulnerability, and by looking at this, you can learn it. At initial level, you will have a very little idea about the vulnerability. So maybe you will not explore 4-5, not more than 4-5 vulnerabilities, but slowly you have to learn, because even you do not know that when you scan a server, how many bugs you will be getting. Even there are some bugs after the training. If you will see some bugs are identified, so you have to learn about that as well. That's why it's a never ending process. You have to learn new things on a daily basis, because every time you do a vulnerability assessment, after that you have to identify that, you have to check if that vulnerability, the impact of that vulnerability, what is that vulnerability. Client may ask you, can you please explain me this vulnerability, why it is there in my system. Okay, so now you have to tell that this is a vulnerability which expose your default username and password. So when we go and open this particular link, you can see that your passwords are there. It should not be there. Now you have to tell them, you have to remove this from this file. Now how they will do it, it's up to them. Okay, So you have to give your basic recommendation. Got it? If you are not familiar with the coding part. Now coming back to the new chapter, system hacking. Now in system hacking, first of all, we need to understand till now whatever we have done. System hacking is a process of trying to compromise a target system with the help of the information we have collected from the attacker phase, like footprinting and scanning. So now here you can see footprinting. So like whatever information that we have collected from footprinting, enumeration, and scanning and vulnerability, now we have to club all those information, because now whatever information that we have selected from here, now it's the time to attack on it, because these are the pre-attack phases, and from this we have captured multiple information. Now see, initially we have started with the footprinting part, so where we collected information from the publicly accessible source. Then we have tried to get information directly by scanning the IP addresses. Then we have connected within the network in the intranet, tries to access some information. Then we have run the vulnerability scanner to check how many vulnerabilities are there by making use of an SS NICTO. Now in the system hacking, your task is to first of all crack the password. Now for this we use different techniques like brute force, many any other method also we can use. Then we use exploitation, vulnerability exploitation. Now let's suppose if this particular vulnerability is a serious vulnerability, now cracking the password and gaining access into the system, this comes under gaining access. Now you have to use any way to gain the access into the system. Once you access the system, then your task is to do the privilege escalation. Check if that whatever account that you have access, are you able to access any other account or not? Okay. Then once you get access to any other account, then you tries to install some softwares like keyloggers, so that the what we can say that like our access will remain constant. So let's suppose if I change your password and I access your account, next time definitely you will reset your password. Now after that I will not be able to access your account. So if I install some file into it by executing some application, and I hide that file in your system, so it's not possible for you to identify that somebody have installed some malicious file in my system or not. Now after this, clearing locks. Now once you access into the system, then what you will do, you will try to clear the locks. This is what we generally do in the system hacking. Now system hacking goals. Now here you can see a system hacking. When you do the gaining access, at that time we need to bypass the access control to gain the access. Now bypass access control or break the passwords. Now in this, what techniques we are using? Cracking password, vulnerability exploitation. So let's suppose you found some vulnerability, now you will try to exploit, or maybe you can also use a social engineering. Okay, now using social engineering so that you can get the password from that system. Now once you gain access by doing the social engineering, cracking the password, then you will do a privilege escalation so that you can acquire rights to another user or an admin. So once I compromise your account, my task is to compromise your another account, maybe your friend's account, maybe your admin account. Now this can only be done when the system is having the known vulnerability. If the system do not have the inbuilt vulnerability, you cannot access it. Then after that, once you access the account, you try to execute some application. We try to create and maintain the remote access of the system. So how you will do the remote access of the system? You will install Trojan, spyware, backdoor, or keylogger. Okay, so that it will record the information whatever which is happening within the system, and it will send it to you. Now hiding files. Now once you install the application, definitely that application is visible on the screen. Now you tries to hide that particular file. So hide attacker malicious activity. So whatever you have done or to steal data. So let's suppose if you downloaded some file, so definitely you have browsed some of the website, so it will be available in the history part. If you downloaded some files, so that file is available in the download folder also. So in this way you tries to delete all those things. So either you can use a rootkit or a stenography to hide your files. Then covering tracks. How you cover the tracks? So basically hide the evidence of compromises. So it is basically when you tries to remove the traces. Let's suppose your browsing history is there, try to remove it. Okay, so in this way you just try to hide your evidences by clearing the logs of your system. This is how the actually system hacking goal is. Now here, coming on to the next one, it explains each and every phases, whatever we have done. Now password cracking. Now password cracking is the process of recovering password. Now here you can see, important point, recover password. Now what is this recover password? It means the username password which are stored in the database, you will try to recover it. Now how you will try to recover it? From the data transmitted by the computer system or from the data stored in it. So basically we in the password cracking, we tries to recover the password which is already stored in the database. Now how you will do that? Attacker uses password cracking techniques to gain unauthorized access to vulnerable system. So here we are trying to do we are trying to do the password cracking so that we tries to gain the unauthorized access. Now here we need to make sure that the password that we are trying to crack, in our password list the passwords must be there, otherwise you cannot crack it, because it is trying each and every combination. Now that password combination list is provided by you only. Okay, now most of the password cracking techniques are successful. Why? Because of weak and easy guessable password. So if you have put your password weak or easy guessable, then you can easily crack it. If you put your password a little bit hard, then it is not possible for you to crack that particular password. Now in password we have different type of attacks. Non-electronic attack. Non-electronic or non-technical attacks do not require any technical knowledge about the hacking or system exploitation. Phishing is the example of a non-electronic attack where you convince user to put the password. Another one is an active online attack. So in active online attack, it is one of the easiest way to gain unauthorized administrator level access. So active online attack where you do the brute force on live website. Okay. Now passive offline attack, sorry, online attack, where you tries to sniff the traffic and get the password from them, or after getting the password, you will not make any changes. Let's suppose if I get your username and password, I get into your system, but I will not make any changes. I will not install anything. I will just spy. I will just see what you are doing in your system. That comes under passive online attacks. Another one is offline attack, where you use rainbow table attack. Rainbow table means getting the hash from the system. After that, trying to crack that particular password hashes by comparing the hashes. Now once I get the hash from your system, now your system is not necessary to be live. That's why we say it's an offline attack, because here both the systems should not be live. If I get password hash from your system, after that I can use it anytime. That's why we say this as an offline attack. Now what is the vulnerability? We will perform the practical on this, don't worry about it. First of all, let me complete the module, then we will perform the practical, so that you get more clarity on this particular topics. Now vulnerability exploitation, it's just like vulnerability exploitation involves the execution of multiple complex interrelated steps to gain access to the remote system. So let's suppose if you identify that port is vulnerable, then what you will do? You will try to attack on it, try to identify some of the exploit from the internet, try to run it. Okay, now what you will do in it? Identify the vulnerability first. The first thing that you will do, you have to identify some vulnerability must be there. After that, determine the risk associated with the vulnerability. What type of a risk are there which is associated with that vulnerability? So let's suppose if that vulnerability contains a high level of risk. Okay, if the risk is high, then what you can do? You can try attacking on the system. Now determining the capability of the vulnerability. What is the capability of that vulnerability? What it can do with the system? If this vulnerability exists in your system, what it will do? Now develop the exploit. Either you develop, now see, exploit development is a separate stream. So if you are into the exploit development, you have to be in there in that particular field only, because it won't be like that once or today you develop the exploit and tomorrow you are attacking. For one IP address we get very less time. So in industry we generally do not develop the exploit, rather than we use the available exploit. Now select the method for delivering local or remote. So basically if you found that vulnerability is there, now how you will try to exploit that vulnerability remotely? Now you have to see that how you will either you transfer some file into that system, or remotely how you connect with that system, that you have to see. Then generate and deliver the payload. Now you will generate a payload just like a malware, creating a malware, sending it to that system, then gaining access to that particular machine. So this is what all steps are there where we do the exploitation of the vulnerability. Now some are zero-day attack. So zero-day attack are those attacks basically. For that you have to understand about the protocols. If you are a researcher, then only you can identify the zero-day attack. In industry, our work is not to identify zero-day vulnerability, because if you tries to identify zero-day vulnerability, you have to work on the same platform. You cannot switch to another platform. If I am working on a Cisco, so I will be working on Cisco only. I cannot change, because if I'm doing the research, so I cannot have multiple topics at the same time. Understood? So zero-day exploits are those vulnerability which is not yet discovered. Even the vendors are not aware about it. Okay. So let's suppose you develop one platform. Now maybe one technology you developed. Okay. After development of that technology, now you are running the technology. Even you do not know that somebody is able to take a remote access of your machine. You don't know about that. Okay. And he's able to take access of that machine. Now if he inform you, or you get to know that somebody have taken access of my machine, that comes under zero-day vulnerability. Even the developer or vendor itself do not know somebody hacked our system. This technique is used by the hacker to attack systems that have a previously unknown vulnerabilities. Zero-day attack is when a zero-day exploit is used to harm or steal data from a system that has been exposed to the vulnerability. Now, for that, you have to see if that zero-day exploit is used to harm or steal information from your system or not, if that vulnerability exists in the system. Now, what is this NG-ROC? NG-ROC we basically use, here you can see NG-ROC. Now, let's suppose you host one application on your system. You host your application on your system. Now you want that this application should be available on the internet so that everyone can use it. Then you have to download NG-ROC. Now NG-ROC will make your server public. It will give you a URL. So with that URL on the internet, users can access your application. Now it is not that much stable. Every time when you tries to access, it will give you the error only. Okay. So there are multiple challenges with the NG-ROC free version. You have to purchase it so that you can get a stable version of it. Now MSF console is there. We will be using MSF console to develop Metaexploit framework to develop some exploit, and share that exploit to the other machine, so that system we will be able to compromise the target machine. But make sure that when you generate any of the exploit by making use of a meta exploit, never imagine that your antivirus will not be able to identify that. Yes, your antivirus will be able to identify, because it's a 15-year-old method, okay, that we are using to develop a exploit. Now if you wanted to create unidentified exploit, you have to code it manually. For that you have to learn the language, and then you have to code it. Then only you can create any malware which cannot be identified by the antivirus. Now what all exploits are available here? You can see exploit database are there. Exploit-DB, it's a very good website to search for the active exploit based on the OS, based on the device application. We will be also identifying some of the exploits over here. Here you can see the search bar is there. You can put your version over there. You can put your file name over there. Based on that file, based on that version, you are able to identify the issues. Now security focus is also there, which is also used to identify the CVs. So from here you can identify the CVs as well. But most of the time we use exploit-DB. That is the best one actually. Vulnerability database is also there, VULDB. It is also used. From here you can check for the vendor severity and check. Let's suppose if you are using a Cisco new device, now you wanted to check that in Cisco new device any vulnerabilities are present or not. You can select your vendor. You can select for critical level severity. You can check in last 30 days if this particular product contains any vulnerabilities or not. So from here you can also check that. Mitre is also there. From Mitre also you can check for the CV. You can request for a CV details over your email address. Now coming towards the next one, now what we will be doing, we will be trying to do some of the practical so that we understand system hacking in a more detailed way, because right now we have gone through with the theoretical part. Now understanding system hacking with the practical way is more important. Now see, first of all we will start with the password cracking methods. Now we have different types of a password cracking method. Initially we will start with the brute force, okay, then we will go with the rainbow table attack, so that at least you understand two different types of a password cracking method. Okay, so open your Kali Linux. Now we will be using a Hydra tool to do the brute force. Now this is for the network part. For application, we can use a burp suit. In web application, we will be discussing about the burp suit to do the same attack but in a different way. Okay, so now we will be using a Hydra. Now few things that we need to understand to attack any website. Okay, your task is not to down the website, because when you do the brute force, at that time you generate multiple queries. Am I right? So basically, once one user is sending multiple queries to check which password is correct. So let's suppose this is the database of the website, and here you are with the software. You have entered your username, and for password you have attached a list. Okay, now user is can be Veer, and for password we have a list of a password. Pass admin 123 Linux hacker root. So what it will do in the database, it will send one combination of a Veer as a username and try each and every combination of a password. Check if it is correct or not. 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 Check it if it is correct or not. So in this way, you can see if you attach a list of a 10,000 password, so you will be sending a 10,000 queries on the server, which makes that server down as well. Understood? So for testing purpose, we cannot put a brute force for with a huge quantity. Okay, so what we will do, we will be creating our own password list, and in that we will be putting our password also after 10 to 15 password, to make sure that out of that wrong one, is your software able to identify the correct password or not. So let's suppose pass is not there, admin is not there, 123 is not there, maybe hacker is not there, root is not there, maybe your correct password can be the Linux. So you will be able to identify that the output Veer is the user and Linux is the password. Understood? In this way you can do that. Got it? So basically what we will be doing, we will be creating our own password list. In that we will be setting the password, and if you want to do it like with a random password, you can use rocky.txt, but for that your system should be capable like i7 with 64 GB 128 GB RAM, because you will be generating a lot of traffic. Even your system also get heated a lot, because when you are sending a multiple request, your system also consume your resources. After that your system can also restart or shut down your system. Got it? Now first of all, create a small list. From the top, just nearby to the Firefox, you will see a notepad, a text editor. Just type any random passwords till 20 and type MSF admin as a correct password. Then type some 10 random password after that. Okay, it's not fixed that you need to type only 20. You can type 30 also, 40 also, as per your need. I'm saving this list on desktop as a pass.txt and save it. Now here we have the pass.txt. Now what we need to do, we have to specify the IP address, a single target IP address. In the below you will see the commands are creating. Now right now I'm just typing that 192.168.232.129. let me check the IP address. 129. Perfect. Now you have to specify the port number 21. Specify FTP. Here you can see. So we specify the port number and protocol also. Now here in the output option, you have to click on show attempts, so that at least you are able to see the attempts of it. So in the single target, put your meta exploitable 2 IP address. In port, use 21. In protocol, use FTP. Then show attempts. After that, you have to go in a password and remove this username as with the MSF admin. Now in password, you have to select password list. Use in the username MSF admin. In the password list, click here so that it will take you to the password list. So right now we have created this pass.txt. Click on it. Now this will be your command. You can see this command. Your command will be Hydra 21 -V. Check your username of your system and replace it with the Kali. Right now I have created a pass.txt and changed the file name also. whatever you have created, and then IP address of your target machine. I'm writing my IP address. This will be your command. Now run the command. Now here, we don't need to do any tuning part. Directly go in the specific start. We don't need to do anything in the tuning and specific. Click on start and now it will run. Now here you can see it is checking, is trying all username, the username with different passwords. And here you can see it found the valid one. MSF admin, MSF admin. This is what we call password cracking techniques. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Okay, now we are going to perform the passive online attacks. Now, what is this passive online attack? First of all, we need to understand that, as this we have already discussed, that within the network, if the client is also live, you are also live, you are sitting inside their network, then you can attack and get the information. So let me open my lab and okay. This practical, you can perform it in your main machine also, or if you want to perform it in your virtual machine, you can do that as well. So I'm just opening the Firefox. Downloading Wireshark. This is basically passive online attacks. Installer file. Now install this Wireshark. Just click next, next, next. Default installation is required. Install this NP cap also. It's already open. Now click on the Wi-Fi. You can see capture. Just below the capture, you can see Wireshark is there. You can see some ECG lines are there. Traffic is going on. Now once you click on it, now yes. Now do one thing in the browser. Okay, in the browser, open the browser and type demo.testfire.net. Testfire.net. There is no dot in test and fire. Okay, testfire.net. Now in the starting, you can see, just click your cursor over there just after the net, play cursor over there and go in the starting. Make this website HTTP. Make this website as an http:// and then demo.sp.net. Remove now remove HTTPS which is written over there. Press enter, please. Now it become insecure website. Okay, so now check your Wireshark. First of all, open your Wireshark. Now there is an option like once you double click on that Wi-Fi, you will be able to see all the packets that is flowing within the network. These are the packet. Now type HTTP, apply a display filter. Press enter. Now it will filter all the HTTP request. Now go back in the website again. Click on sign in. Go on the website again. Click on sign in. Now in the username type admin and in the password type admin. Now go back in the Wireshark again. Yeah, all are in the small. Admin, all are in the small. Now once you type this, now go back here in the Wireshark. Maximize this screen. Now scroll down, you can see a post like in the info tab. The last column is your info column. You can see number, time, source, destination, protocol, length, and last one is the info. Now here you can see get is written over there in front of every request. Are you able to see that? Get. Now you have to scroll up and down to see where the post is written. Post is a method which is basically used to do like which we generally use to like we use this method to submit any form. Now scroll up and down. On the right hand side you can see scroll bar is there, and see where the post is written in place of that. If you find any post method, double click on it. Double click on that request where you find that. Now in the below you can see HTML form URL encoded. Double click on it. You can see your username password is written over there. In this way, basically you can do a passive password attack where from the network traffic you can get the password. Now another one is an offline attack. Now in order to understand the offline attack, we need to get some hashes from the system. Okay, so how can we do that? First of all, download the XAMPP server in your system. Download this software in your system. The first one, download 64-bit. Wait a second, let me check if we can have some hashes. Passwords are not there. Now do one thing, let me create a database in my system. This is a kind of a software which creates a web server, database server in your system. Okay, so the passwords that are stored in our database, okay, it is in form of the hashes. So what we will be doing, we will be getting those hashes, and then after that we will turn off the server. It means we turn off the machine. Okay, and after that we put that hashes and try to crack it by using a rainbow table method through some online platforms. Understood? So that we can understand it's an offline attack where you do not require that once you get the hash from the system, that system can go offline also. Then also it's not compulsory. You can crack that password as well. Okay, so in offline attack is basically where both the systems should not be live. Okay, any one system is live, that is also fine. If I wanted to get password hashes from your system, I get the hashes. After that, if you turn off your system, I don't have any issue. But when you do the active online attack, if you turn off the system, I cannot do a brute force on it. I will just install one application to do one thing. Download. Let me download this and let me use it. Later on you can install this. Now guys, here you can see I've just installed one application, okay, to show. Let's suppose if your application is having their own database, and you have seen that most of the time when the data got when the data got exposed on the internet, okay, you have seen that multiple passwords, username, and with the password hashes are on the internet. So at that time, basically what happened, hacker will try to crack that hashes. So let's suppose if somebody hacked your system or maybe database by making use of a SQL injection attack, that we will study in the web application attack. Okay, so from by doing the SQL injection attack, he get your hashes from your system. Okay, now after that, he is having that hash. So where the hash is, so let's suppose my dbwa is one table. In that we have the user, like we have the database dbwa. Under that we have one user table. Now here you can see I have the username and I have the password. Now this is the password is not in the plain text, it is in the form of the hashes. Okay, so now what I will do, I will just copy this hash. I'm just sharing it with everyone. Okay, now from where hacker will get this hash? By doing the SQL injection in your website. If your application is vulnerable with SQL injection, that we will study in a web application attack. Okay, so if the application is vulnerable with SQL injection attack, then he will be able to get this hashes. Now after getting the hashes, he cannot log in into the application. So the primary purpose of this attack is to crack this hash. Now once you get the hash, you can use your machine to crack this particular password hash, or either you can use some online platforms which contains database of popular password, not every password but popular password. Now open crackstation. Crackstation.net is a online password hash cracking website. In the background of it, it contains a list of the password, plain text password with their hashes. Now paste your password. Now here you can paste your hash. Now here you can see once you put the hash, it identify that this hash is a MD5, using the MD5 algorithm to generate this hash, and it contains the plain text password also of that hash. So it match with that and it identify it's a password. Okay. So this is how you can do a rainbow table attack, where the software contains the hash list as well as their plain text password. Whatever hash you will supply, it will match with their hash list, and once it matches the hashes successfully, it gets the plain text password. After opening Kali Linux, open your terminal and Firefox both. Just type camfish GitHub. Camfish, CAMPHISH. The first thing that you will see. Click on that. In the below, you will see the command. Install Kali Linux Termax command. Copy that. Copy can be done from here. Open your terminal. First type CD desktop, where D is capital. Mark this thing. Type CD space, where D is capital, desktop. And paste the entire code over here. Press enter. Now here you can see this is a camfish, a tool which is used to access the camera of a target machine. Okay. So now what it will do, it will create one application server, web server in your system. Okay. Now after creating that application server on your system, it will host that website by using a ngrok or maybe Cloudflare, which basically convert your local system into a public server. Okay, it will generate a link through which any user can get access to your server, and from here the application opens. Okay, now default one is a 1. Just type 1 and enter. Once you start this, it will create ngrok, first option. Then after that it will tell you that which template do you want. So web festival wishing, live YouTube TV, online meeting. Just type 1 as a default. It will ask you the festival name. Just say Happy Diwali. You can type anything as per your need and requirement. Press enter. Now in the background, it will start downloading the NGRock. Now here it will ask you the authentication token, guys. Now what you can do, open a browser, open a new tab, type NGRock. First click on the first link. Sign up is there. Click on it, create your account over there. Okay, now after that, scroll down. Now in the below, you can see your this token. Just in the below, or token is there. Yeah, this copy this one and open a terminal and paste it over there. Perfect. Now this is how you can generate your NGRock authentication token. Without that, it will not work. Okay, we are using this particular software. That's why this NGRock facing a issue. Here you can see. Now do one thing, just type like when you go in the Camfish, just type /NGRock and type HTTP, the protocol that we need to host, and port number 80. Just type and press enter and see what you are able to see. You're also getting the same issue. Violating our acceptable use policy. No issues. Go with the second option. No problem. Now we need to go with the Cloudflare 02. 01. Now please choose, do not use this NGRock right now. Okay, it's facing some issue. Then use Cloudflare tunnel. 01. Diwali. Let's download Cloudflare. NGRock will always face some issue. Don't worry about it. Now here you can see. I'm just copy this. Now you got the link. This link. Okay. Now when you click on that, it will ask you to allow the permission. Click on allow permission. Type the name and click on allow permission. Many people got hacked. Like who were just trying to perform the practical got hacked over here. Now those who have clicked on it, they got hacked. This is how attacker actually do it. They host this malicious application into their system. We have hosted one application that is a Camfish. By the name itself, you can see cam. Cam means camera, and fish means just sending you a phishing link. Okay, and after that, once you click on it, now like here you can see all your location details. Now phishing cannot be can be done just by clicking on the link also. You don't need to enter your username, password, then only it works. It won't be like that. It's a previous method. Now just see, almost 232 pics I clicked within a seconds only. Got it? This is how it works. Now here we need to understand, like for doing anything, like in order to exploit any of the machine, we have one framework in Kali Linux, that is a metaexploitable. When you open your metaexploitable, in order to enter into this framework, basically you have to type MSF console in your terminal. Now first of all, we will understand, like first open that this framework so that we can understand why we use this framework, what is the actual utilization of it, what it contains. We will see that. Type MSF console in a terminal. Okay, now when you open this, so basically it will tell you that the first opening window will tell you about the metaexploitable. It is a just random banner. You can get it every time new. Okay, in the below you can see metaexploitable right now. In my laptop, I'm having the version of 6.4.18 div. Okay, maybe you are having the greater than this, because right now I'm using a 2024 exploitable. Now it contains 2437 exploits. So exploits are the piece of a code which will help you to get access into the system. Maybe it tries to exploit the vulnerability. Okay, the piece of code which can help you to take advantage of that weakness which is present on a target machine. So it contains 2437 exploits are there. Now 1255 auxiliaries are there. Auxiliary are the scanner. Basically, before exploiting any of the target, you have to first see that what all default information it is giving you. So basically, port scanning, enumerating some services, all these can be done at a auxiliary module. So in auxiliary, we usually do not go to hack the system, rather than we just try to get some information about that. Then after that, once you exploit that particular weakness, after that you have the post module. Now post module, once that exploit on that like your exploit on that machine is like you run that exploit on that machine, after that you need to use the post module. Now post module will let you know that what all things that you can do once you have access to that system, once you exploit that vulnerability. Okay, that comes under post module. Depend on the type of a post module you are using, based on that options will be available. Now in this we have around 1468 payloads are there, different ways to get access to the system. It basically, once you like once that vulnerability is exploited, now what do you need to do, like to get a reverse connection. Sometimes the payload means kind of a script or a command also, and here some payload means how you get connected with that system. Okay, once that weakness is exploited, then after that how you get connected with that system. So that we have around 1468 ways. Then we have the encoders are there, which encodes your data. So let's suppose if you are trying to generate some exploit, now after generating that exploit, you are sending that exploit, definitely it will get caught. So we have 47 mod encoders are there, through which you can encode that data. Okay, means converting the data into another format. Okay, that is encoder. As we have that hash was there, md5 hashes. The form is changed the form, so like that only. Your plain text password was not there, but it's changed the form. Same thing in the encoder. We generally use encoder to to bypass the security devices like antivirus, try to bypass it. Okay, that we generally use it, like to encode the entire data so that it cannot be identified with that digital signature of that file. Noops module will discuss this later. And 9 evasion methods are there. Evasion methods like trying to bypass the security, how you can try to bypass the security. So that method is also there. Total 9 methods are there. Okay, so this is all about meta exploit. Now in order to use any of the exploit, simple thing is there, like we'll not get detail into the meta exploit. Now first of all, let's suppose if you want to search anything, just type search space. Let's suppose if you want to search for an Android, type Android. Now here you can see around 107 auxiliary modules. Then exploits are available regarding Android. You can see Samsung Galaxy, Knox. So in this way you can see multiple crack password mobile. In this way you can see. Now I was telling about the post module, so here you can see post. This is auxiliaries, the scanner, exploit. So these categories. Okay, so in this way you can see multiple options are there. Now if you want to use it, then we can use these modules. We can try to exploit that target machine. Okay, understood. This is the basic information about metaexploit, how this metaexploit looks like, and what all it contains. Now in the web server hacking, we will be doing the more practical. Now we will learn about the malware and threats. Now malware and threats are our next chapter, where we will see what is that malware. And see, malware is basically a specialized field. If you wanted to become a malware analyst, you can learn about a different type of malwares, how they work. So before getting into this stream of a malware analyst, you need to understand different type of a malware, how they work, how they perform, what will be their impact, how they affect your system. then only you can analyze those files to understand what information you can get it in from that. Okay, now here you can see what is malware. So first of all, we will understand what is the malware. So malware is a harmful software. It defines that it will do something which can harm your system, that damage or disable your computer system. So the purpose of installing a malware into your system is to damage the system or disable the system. Also provide a malware writer limited or complete control of the system. So it will also provide you the access of the system where you install this malware for malevolent purpose such as a theft or fraud. So what is the purpose of installing the malware? So if I wanted to install a malware from in your system, what is my purpose? I just try to steal some information. I just try to get some wants to do some fraud from your system. That is my main motive of malware. Now we can understand types of a malware. So what is the type of a malware? You can see we have different type. Wait a second. Okay. So the first one is a malware advertisement. So malware advertising means advertising your malware on by making use of ads. So let's suppose recently you have heard about the Yes Bank malwares are running right now. So basically they are advertising their ads. Even for every banks there will be a duplicate copies are there. Okay. So what they generally do, they advertise they host their malware on some website, on some storage, and they advertise that malware on the Google, on the social media. So when you see that particular file, let's suppose crack crack softwares. Okay, when you click on it, now you see that you got this paid version of that particular software free of cost. You click on the first link, like when let's suppose you are trying to download some licensed software, maybe MS Office. You type MS Office on the Google. On the first link you can see ad, download MS Office free of cost. You click on it, it takes you to the dummy website from where you download that file, and that file contains a malware. That is malware advertisement. Okay, now we have another one, that is a cryptojacking. Okay, it is also kind of a malware. Okay, so basically the malware are of different type, as we have seen that not only malware advertising, but understanding how this malware actually working. If you understand how it is actually working, then you are able to identify. So here you can see in cryptojacking, the attackers tries to run some JavaScript in your browser. It will take you like I will do a good SEO on my fake website. On that website we have some JavaScript that extract cookies from your browser. So once you will visit on that website, it will extract the cookies from your browser. Understood? It will do some, it will infect your system to run automatic script to get some cryptocurrency. Okay, it will use your CPU and GPU to mine the cryptocurrency. Okay, so in this way your system get utilized by using that malware. Now attacker is running your machine processing power to mine the crypto, even you do not know about that. So that comes under cryptojacking. Another one is a spyware, as we already know, spyware. So spying, installing a software into the system which not get the access of your system, but which will get the data from your machine. It will record your data, okay, and share it with me. I cannot access your system, but I can get all the information which is present on your system. Adwares. So adware basically display the ads on my machine. So let's suppose suddenly one ad comes up in my system saying your system found some virus. Click here to fix it. Once I click on it, it takes me to the fake website where the scammer asks me to pay the money in order to fix this issue. Understood? Adwares. Another one is ransomware. Ransomware is basically a malware which encrypts your data. So once it encrypts the data, it will ask you to pay the money in order to get that particular decryption key. That kind of a malware is kind of a ransomware. By the name itself, you can see ransom and ware. So ransom and ware. So malware ends with a where. So it's combine these two things, like encrypting your data and demanding money in order to get the decryption key. That is a ransomware. Okay. Now we have a Trojan. Now Trojan is a interesting malware, because in Trojan you get access to the system. Okay. Let's suppose if I send you a Trojan, when you click on it, I will get access to your system. Now I can do whatever I want. I own your system. It's a good one. Okay. Then worm. Worm is basically, as you have seen, the earthworm. So the name come from earthworm only because you have seen Quechua in Hindi, and earthworm is there. So it lies inside the land, and under the soil it replicates itself and become multiple huge copy of each one of them. So basically worm is kind of a software which makes a multiple copy of itself only. It will not attach with any program. It will not affect your system, like directly deleting your files, corrupting your files, asking for the money. No, it will not do anything like that. But what it will do, it will make a copy of itself and try to fill your space, try to spread within the network, jam your network traffic. Then after that, we have a rootkit. Rootkit, by the name itself, you can root. It goes inside the system. It reaches on the BIOS, hidden somewhere in the system, to hide the process. Basically, whatever malware that you are running in your system, in order to hide the process of that malware, we use rootkits. Okay. Now rootkits are very malicious. You can remove the Trojan by formatting your system. You can remove worm also. You can remove adware also. You can remove spyware also. But with rootkit, we have a challenge. Directly insert the data into the BIOS. Now in the BIOS, if it is there, you can remove your OS. You cannot remove your BIOS. Nah. That malware will remain in your system until unless you will not change the system. So such kind of a malicious data, malwares are there. Backdoor, creating an unauthorized gate, maybe creating another account in your system. Once you click on that malware, it creates a new account in your system. So by entering that username password, I can access your system as well. In this way, we have different type of a malware. Each malware have their own expertise on merits and demerits. In a spyware, you can get access to the system. Like you can get data from the system, but you cannot get access. If I want to access your system, I cannot do that. In Trojan, you can do that. Understood? Now what is the ways of to get the malware into your system? We have different ways. You can see instant messaging application. Okay, messaging applications are there. Then portable hard drives, like pen drives, are there. Browser and email software bugs are there. Rogue decoy application, like fake applications, are there. Antivirus, by the name of antivirus, virus is coming in your system. Insecure patch management is there. If you are not patching your OS, if you are not patching your system, it can harm your system as well. Untrusted site, free websites from where you can download the crack software, but it can harm your system. Download file from the internet. If you're downloading any file from the internet, you will definitely get hacked. Email attachment, sometime when we accept the emails from unknown users, it can harm your system. Network propagations, through network also, if the files are shared within the network, it will affect your system. File sharing, if you are sharing the files via the drive, anywhere. Installation by other malware, your other malware can also install the malware in your system. Bluetooth wireless network, if you have the wireless network, then there is a possibility, if the sharing is done, let's suppose a Bluetooth is on, my Bluetooth is also on, we are connected, accept my request, I transfer the malware in your system. Now Trojan and its type is very huge. Remote access Trojan, backdoor Trojan, botnet Trojan, rootkit Trojan, e-banking Trojan, point of sale Trojan, defacement Trojan. And based on the type, remote access Trojan give you the remote access. It will not do anything, but it will give you the remote access of the system. It's just like a TeamViewer. Okay. Backdoor, create a backdoor into your system by opening an unauthorized port. Botnet, through that particular bot, you can send a commands on a target machine as well. Rootkit, it hides the process into the system. E-banking Trojan basically get activated when the user is trying to type some bank related information. It is illegal to use this, but use this. Defacement, point of sale is also there. Defacement Trojan, it will deface your system. Now, all these you can get it at one system as well, one Trojan as well. IoT Trojan, it will affect the IoT systems. Mobile Trojan give you the access of the system of the mobile, like spyware only. So multiple types of a malware are there. So it is a program which looks and behave like a good file in terms of a file name extension. So the file name can be your VLC media, VLC setup .exe. Extension is .exe. Looks like a bilkul genuine file. But when the victim click on that file, execute it, steal the information from the system. Maybe get credited to the attacker. Now, Trojan replicate itself, spread, and get activated when some certain action is defined, maybe on a specific date, when the user click on it. Maybe when the user tries to access some website, it will get activated. In this way, Trojan and its type work. The practical part, we will see how to create a Trojan actually. So we have a rat, that is a remote access Trojan. Provide attacker with a full control over the victim system. So if you wanted to get a complete remote access of the system, you can use rat. We will be using Dark Comet. It's a very good rat. Then we have another software, NJ-Rat. It's a powerful data stealer capabilities. It locks your keystrokes, access your cameras, steal credentials from a browser, upload data, download data from your system, performing process and file manipulations, viewing the victim system. So if you are doing something, I can see that also. Now see, understanding this and creating this are two different things. You can understand how the Trojan work, but if you wanted to use it in a real-time scenario, you require a setup actually. Setup means you need a public IP address registered, not that one that we get it dynamic. You need a static public IP address. You need to run your machine 24/7 because you never know that when that user will click on it. Okay, then maybe you got access to the system, you install it, and then you get access to the machine. So for that also you have to plan some social engineering techniques. Maybe you try different evasion techniques. Maybe that will work, that will not work sometime. So in this way, different type of tricks are there. Maybe what you can do, you can create one crack website where you attach your malware with some software, and when the website sees that you have to disable your antivirus, then only it works. Then we generally do it because the website is saying to install the crack, we have to disable our antivirus, and almost every website see this: disable your antivirus to install this crack software. So user generally do it. So out of 100, 15 people or 30 people will do, then also it solves our problem. Okay, now we have a Trojan and a type. So backdoor Trojan, botnet Trojan, rootkits are there. Okay, rootkits. So root is basically Unix terms, that is equivalent to the administrator in Windows, and a kits donate programs that allow someone to obtain a root level access. So it will give you an admin level access into the system once you run this. Botnet is basically in order to, let's suppose if I affect your system, after that I can send a command to put a DOS attack on some websites. So your system will send a data on the target machine. I will use your bandwidth to send the data. Okay. IoT, we have IoT bots also, Trojan also. So we have some Trojan that works on port number 23 and 2323. Through this, we can find the devices that are still using the factory default username and password. So it will identify that. So Marai is IoT Trojan. It infects your system. It will identify, it will scan the range. Like once you get that the IP address, it will check the range of that same IP address. Identify on port number 23 and 2323 how many systems are working. If any Trojans are, if any IoT devices are there which is running on telnet port, it will check the default username password. It contains a list of a default username passwords. If the IoT owner does not doesn't change the username default username password, it will get access into the system. DDoS Trojan is just like using a botnet actually. Using botnets Trojan to send the data into your system, and then after that from your system it uses the bandwidth to hack the system, to send the traffic. Here you can see Trojan analysis. Trojan analysis can be done. We have different type of phases: infection, maintaining persistent, system compromise, network propagation. So these are the phases of the Trojan that we generally use. So let's suppose if I generate a Trojan, I will infect your system. I will try to get connected with your system. I will compromise your system. Then I will try to spread from your system to another system. And this way the Trojan actually works. Now, what is a sandbox? Sandbox is basically in the MacBook, whenever you tries to run any application, install any application, first it install into the sandbox with the restriction of the permission, with limited capabilities. Okay. After that, once you agree that now the application is safe, installed completely, then you can allow that application to run with the full privilege. So sandbox is basically when you have the complete system control, then you bypass the sandbox. So basically in a mobile phone also you can see some of the application you cannot uninstall it. When you are purchasing a new phones, it comes with some default application. You can disable that application, but you cannot uninstall that application. Why? Because you don't have that much permission. So once you root your mobile phone or you do the jailbreak in your iPhone, you are able to bypass, you are able to change the settings. So you get access to the, you bypass the sandbox actually. AnyRun is one of the best platform which will do the malware hunting. So basically once you create a malware and once you, let's suppose you got a file. Now what you will do, like I gave you the link, you click on it, you got hacked. Now if I will give you the file, 10 times you will think before running that malware, that particular file. Okay. So instead of running it on your system, you can run it in any run platform. These platforms will automatically run that file and show you that which kind of links will get activated once you click on that particular file. It's a very good one. We will use this. It is an automated malware analysis platform which you can upload and execute any malicious file without any hassle. So you don't need to install it on your system. Right now you clicked it in your mobile. Now you don't need to run that malware in your machine. You can use this in you can like upload that file into this AnyRun platform. It's a sandbox application analysis. It will run that malware into the separate zone and will let you know that what type of files are there, what type of executions are there. Now Magic Byte is also there. Identify the file format or signature. One typically only need to look for the first few bytes of the file in the question, but a few bytes of the file which is used to recognize a file, it is not visible if you open the file. So basically here you can see like there are different type of malwares are there. Okay, so when you open that file, your antivirus will try to scan that particular file, try to recognize if that file belongs to any of the malicious file or not. If it belongs to any malicious file, it blocks that particular file. So we tries to do some manipulation to the file, try to make changes into that file so that this particular file cannot be identified. So we will be using some softwares to first create a virus and Trojan, and then try to encrypt that Trojan. Okay. So we will be using that platform Virus Total, where after creating a Trojan, we upload the Trojan into that platform. Okay. After uploading that Trojan into that platform, we will see that how many antivirus can identify that Trojan. Then after that, we tries to encrypt that Trojan by using a cryptor. Cryptor is a tool which will help you to, which will help you to encrypt your file. And after encrypting, we'll just upload that file into the Virus Total to check. Also in the ransomware, I request you to install one Windows system. Don't use your main machine. If you want to use a ransomware, so good one. So we will be using some of the live ransomware. You have heard about WannaCry. So WannaCry means, do you want to cry? It's a malware. It's a kind of a ransom. It's a ransomware actually. So I have that copy. Loki is also there. Okay, so it also contains it is also a ransomware. So I have all those ransomware with me. So for that, what you can do, you can have your own Windows machine. Ransomware propagation, nearly all ransomware using spam emails. So through spam emails only it will enter into your system. Tries to do a brute force on the RDP to get their weak passwords. Okay, it also uses the encryptions. It uses RSA2048 asymmetric encryption techniques to encrypt all your local files. So then here you can see the ransomware. Ransomware is basically a ransom note appear on your screen. Like once you click on that ransomware, it will leave a note on your screen. And from the VMware, it will enter into your main machine as well. It will encrypt your main machine as well. Okay. Then it will ask you the money. You transfer money to me, I will give you a decryption key. Okay. So like it will show the note on your screen that you need to transfer a Bitcoin on this particular account. If you transfer the amount, then only they will give you the decryption key. So we'll see how it actually works. Now, what is the countermeasure basically? So the malware is commonly used by attackers to compromise target system. Preventing malware from entering a system is far easier than trying to eliminate it from the infected machine. So we will see, in order to avoid this malwares from your system, the first thing that you need to make sure that you should not click on any unknown attachments. This is the first way to get malware into your system. Then to block all your unnecessary ports to the host that you are using, and you have to use a firewall. You should also avoid accepting programs that is transferred via instant messaging like Telegram. Most of us are active on a Telegram. Try and download some cracks over there, files over there. Even you do not know who is sending that file. Monitor the internal network traffic. So if you are a network admin or network security analyst, so you have to use some monitoring tool to check in the network which ports are being utilized. So basically these malwares never use the default ports 80 and 443, because most of the time the servers occupy these ports. So one service, let's suppose if one program is using that service, other program cannot use the same port. Okay, so that's why they use some custom port. So what you can do, just after, once your office hour is off, after the office hours, you can check your organization traffic, on which port you are getting more traffic. So when the Trojans are there, when the hacker is trying to get the data from your machine, they will get more traffic. It will generate more traffic. Okay. Then avoid downloading and executing application from untrusted source. Install patches and updates. Simple thing. Now, in order to remove the backdoor, the same thing is like that only. use antivirus, update antivirus, monitoring tools, run registry monitoring tool, install any unwanted programs from your machine, remove malicious registries from your systems. Okay. Now open the folder. Now what do you need to do? The first practical that we need to do is all-in-one keylogger. Click on it. Now this is a keylogger, okay, and it's an all-in-one keylogger means it will do all your tasks. More info, yeah, run anyway. So basically, what it will do, it will start recording your keystocks, screen, audio, everything. So what do you have to do? As soon as you get a chance to access the victim machine, install this malware. You install this keylogger into their machine. Once you install this, then after that, just open this, run anyway. I accept the next. Delete the install file. Untick that. Click on next. Install. Now what do you have to do? Like this is a keylogger. Okay, so it will be in your system only. Okay, and see. Wait a second. It will automatically open. Yeah. Just type your password 128. You can choose any other password as well. It's the easiest one. That's why I told you. Yes, keylogger need to be installed in your VMware machine. Now don't install anything on your base machine. Otherwise, your single click can corrupt your device. Yeah, save. Okay, click on understood. Now, once you install this on the victim machine, let's suppose I install this on the Deep machine. Now, if Deep do not know the password, then if he know that the some software is there in my system, then also he cannot do anything. Even you cannot install that. Okay. Now what you can do, you can go in a control panel and try to delete the software from your machine. Okay. Click on yes. Click on OK. Okay. Now click on the arrow icon. So it is still there now. No issues. Just click on yes. Okay. You cannot install this. Even when you close this program also now, then also you cannot install it. You need a password to install this. So let's suppose if I access your account, laptop, and if I install this in your system, and might be possible if you are able to identify that some software is there in my system, then also you cannot install it. I will not give you the password. Okay, now cancel this. Now in the below you can see the timer is there now. Just below the timer only you can see arrow button is there. It will ask you for the password. Enter your password. Click on OK. Now here you can see this is your all-in-one keylogger coming with a 7 days trial. Now there you can just go and click on this. In the under setting you can see a password is there. Now here you can see the special combination Control Shift Alt and P. When you press these icons, then only you will be able to see the pop-up window to enter the password. If you hide this program into the system. So if that particular attacker like victim know this combination, then only he can identify that something is there. Otherwise he will not be able to do that. Okay. Now click on the open log viewer. Open log viewer. Now close this. Now you can see whatever you have done. You can see it over here. As per the date and time also you can just select it. Now go there. The first one is under the calendar. You can see view log by dates. In the below of it you can see textural logs. Click on that. These are your textural logs. So since you have installed, after that whatever you have done, it is here. It is recording everything. That is why it is called all-in-one keylogger. Now on the left hand side you can see go to visual logs. Here you can see all your screenshots, whatever you have done one by one. On the right hand side you will see a scroll bar is there. Your keylogger folder is empty. Just check your re-extracted again. It will happen. Okay, this is how your keylogger all-in-one keylogger looks like. It's just kind of a spyware also. It is a kind of a spyware. It is a kind of a keylogger also. Got it, guys? This is how you can use a keylogger. Now we are going with the next practical, guys. We are going with the Trojan part. Now minimize this, open the folder. Now close this. You can install this. It's easy. On the left hand side, you can see install option is there. It will ask you the password, enter the password, and then install it. Dark Comet is there. Now, guys, we are just demonstrating one of the most wanted Trojan actually. On Dark Comet, we have one Hollywood movie. The creator who created this Trojan is right now under the inside the jail only. Okay, and now we are outside and we are using it. And it is one of the most, like on the internet, you will not be able to find out this particular Trojan. Okay, so it is most vulnerable, or most famous Trojan actually, just because of its flawless. Once you click on it, you have heard about that, na? Isko laga dala to live jinga lala. It's just like that only. Once you click on it, after that, whenever that person will sit inside your network, it will again get connected automatically. That user don't need to click it again and again. So now click on the client. Yes, more info. See, we are running a virus. Okay, so don't expect anything good. Okay, more info. Click on more info again. Now it's running, guys. Okay, now this is how you need to open it. Do one thing: open your antivirus. Allow on the device. Click on OK, OK, OK. Manage settings. Exclusion. Add exclusion folder. So this will basically exclude the scanning of that particular folder. Now do one thing: first re-extract that again, and then add this. Now let's see if it is detecting or not. Allow. Wait for a few seconds. Okay. Now on the top you can see edit server is there. Click on that edit server. Server module is there, the first option. Click on server module. Now this will be your server module. Okay. So it will generate like this client.exe is a Trojan creator actually. With the help of that, you can create a Trojan. When we were discussing about the malware, so we have heard about command and control center. This is your command and control center, guys. This Excel sheet interface. Okay. Now from here, from this edit server, we can create your own Trojans. We fill all the details over here, and then we share it with your friends. Once they click on it, they will get access, or you will get access to their machine. And the first thing that you have to set is the process mutex. Click on generate. It's just kind of a ID of this Trojan. Generate. Once you generate it, it will get a new process mutex.
Yep.
Then after that, on the left hand side, you can see network settings are there, the second option. In network settings, you have to write down your IP address. Check your local IP address. Open your command prompt and type your IP address. 10.1.0.4. Yeah, this is your IP address. Minimize this. You can also see it on the top. Local IP 10.1.0.4. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. From there also you can check it. Now, once you add this IP address, you have to check that if this port is listening or not, because this Trojan will work on 1604 port number. Click on test network. This is how it looks like. Okay. Now few things that you have to do. First thing. Now see, right now we are doing it at a demo purpose. Okay. So that's why we are adding the install message. Now click on the install message on the left hand side. The fourth option is there. Click on it. You can try to open it on your firewall, because right now you are on a cloud server. Na? That's why. Display of error message. Click on that icon. Select any icon. Error. So right now we are just putting this message as it is. If you wanted to modify, you can modify that. Okay. Click on test message box. Hello world. So you will be able to see this particular error message once your malware is executed. When you will do it on the target machine, do not enable this. Yes, you can edit the message as well. As per your need and requirement, you can change the message so that it look genuine if you are displaying the error message. Okay. And better not to add the error message when you are doing it online, like live. But right now we are adding this so that we can see if it is running or not. Okay. Now in the below choose icon is there. Icon, custom icon. Scroll down. Then you will see a add binder is there. Right now we are not adding any. Click on the add file binder. Now right now we are not adding any of the file, but if you wanted to add some file into it, so let's suppose if you wanted to merge this malware with a video, so you can click on add file. Okay, first of all there is an option open folder. In the below in front of the file name you will see a blank option. Just after this one icon is there. No? Click on it. Now from here you can select any of the folder. Let's suppose select from this, take any small file, download. Click on open. Right now we have not chosen the icon of a Chrome browser. If you will choose that icon as a Chrome browser, it will show an icon of a Chrome only. Now build module. Click on build server. type name as a Chrome setup. Chrome, just type Chrome setup. Yeah, just close this, minimize this box. Now minimize this also. Now you will see one icon is there on the desktop. Where it is? Yes, Chrome is there. Click on this Chrome. Now here it says okay. Click on OK. Now open that dark comment from the taskbar. The below you will see the taskbar is there. Open that. Now here there is a listen option is there now. So when you click on listen option, it will start accepting the connection request. Click on listen. Listen. Minimize this. Again go and click on that file and check if that file is there or not. It deleted it. Now you have to create a file into the same folder where whatever folder that you have selected for the exclusion one. No? In the software itself only you have to create a file. Again do the same process. Now here you can see we got the access of that system. Now right click on it. Right now we have run this in our own system. So whatever we will do, it will happen on your machine only. Click on open quick windows, right click. Now here you can see you can do all your tasks like remote desktop. Click on remote desktop. Now click on start. So you are able to click on start. So once you click on start, you are able to access the machine of the target, or like you are able to share the screen of your target machine. Click on start capture. Now here you can see you are able to see your machine only. Click on stop capture. This is your machine only. You will do it on another machine, then you will be able to see his machine as well. Now there are multiple commands are there. You can try one by one each one of them to see how many of them are working or not, like that. Okay. You can also click on the file manager to you can transfer the file between the system as well. Okay. Okay. Now we are doing the next practical. Now extract ransomware sample files. Okay. Now you will be able to see multiple malwares are this. These are the very famous ransomware that we have. If you have heard about the news of various ransomware, so you have definitely gone through with some of them. Okay. So now in the second last we have a WannaCry. Are you able to see that? Click on that. Now WannaCry ransomware, please extract this. Yeah. Now right now don't click on it. Okay. You just have to extract it. Also, please write down the correct password over there by just see it and then type the correct password, please. Now go back, go in a software folder. Yeah, this is the password. Okay. Now please open this GPS virus maker. Extract this GPS virus maker. Yeah. Now open that, the first one. Not as an administrator. Yes. Yeah. Now guys, here you can see this is a virus construction kit. Okay. So virus construction kit means like through this you can generate the virus. Okay. Now there are multiple options. You can just go through with all the options. You can tick mark those options that you need to enable it in your malware. But remember this thing, this is an old virus construction kit. Latest is not available. So some of them option may not work properly. In the last you can see auto option is there. No? Auto startup. Automatically it will start. Another option is one important option is also there. Yeah, just go through with all those options. And in the just next to the exit you can see arrow icon is there. Are you able to see that? Click on that arrow icon. It will turn this virus into a bot. Here you can see worm is there. Na? Enable convert to worm. Name this malware as a worm. In every 1 second it will make a copy of it. Okay. Now go back. Create. Now you can select 2 or 3 options. Basic option like disable notepad, desktop icons, hide clock is also there somewhere. Hidden time, yes. Now create it. Now you can see a sender option is there. Now just right click on it and run as admin. Now open that ransomware sample file. Now click on the WannaCry. Here you can see. Go back. The message is there. It's encrypt everything. Here you can see. Click any one of the file. Here you can see it encrypts everything. Got it? Now you cannot use any file on your machine. Now you can just remove this. Got it? Here you can see asking for the payment. Now if you want to decrypt a decryption key, you can get for the payment. It will give you some time limit. Within that, if you will not pay, it will lock your screen. Now remove this virtual machine right away. Otherwise, it will spread in your main machine as well. Shut down this, everyone, and remove that entire folder from the VMware. Got it, guys? This is how you can do it.
This chapter is very much important from the network security point of view. If you want to go in the network security part, then this chapter is very much important. Sniffing. Now, as you can see, network sniffing by the name itself, you can easily identify. Network sniffing means capturing traffic from the network. That comes under sniffing part. So let's suppose the process of net monitoring and capturing all data packet passing through a given network. So let's suppose whatever traffic that is flowing within your network, in the sniffing techniques, you are able to monitor that traffic and capture the traffic. Software application and a hardware device. So by making use of a software application or hardware, you can capture the traffic. So let's suppose we all are connected within the same network. Okay. Now I'm able to, let's suppose all are connected in the same network. Okay. Are there over here. As you can see, here system 1, system 2. Okay. Now connected in between of it, these two are making the communication, doing the communication. I'm able to read that traffic. So let's suppose if this particular user have sent this traffic, I am also able to get this traffic. This is called as a sniffing, capturing network traffic. Now how we can do it, we will learn into this chapter. Okay. It allows an attackers to observe and access the entire network traffic from a given point. So for this, basically here you can see it is telling from a given point. So for to do the sniffing, you don't need to connect on the server part, but anywhere within the network, if you are connected, you are able to access the network traffic. Now, packet sniffing allows an attackers to gather sensitive information. Now, what is the sensitive information? By making use of the sniffing, what type of information that you can capture? The first one is a telnet password, then email traffic, then syslog traffic, then router configurations, web traffic, DNS traffic, FTP passwords, even chat sessions also. Now here you can see there are different protocols that works on these type of services. So after these information, you can capture the password, email communication, HTTP traffic, chat session, even the FTP password as well. Now, one thing that you have to see into this particular line, that whatever traffic which is mentioned over here, all are using the plain text communication. It means they do not follow encrypted communication. Let's suppose web traffic for HTTP we can capture, for HTTPS we cannot capture. Telnet is there, SSH is not there. So in order to understand this, first of all you need to understand plain text communication protocol and those protocol which transfer data into a encryption. Okay, once you search that on the internet, you can understand that your FTP is using a plain text communication protocol. Okay, and Telnet is also using a plain text communication protocol. In email also we have some plain text communication protocol. Sorry, sniffing terms a NIC. Now what is this NIC? Network interface card. You have seen in your laptop, in your desktop, you can connect your Ethernet cable, a LAN cable into your laptop. So that port is a NIC, network interface card. First of all, we have to turn this NIC into a promiscuous mode. Promiscuous mode, first of all, we need to see. Let's suppose we all are in the same network. Now, if anybody has sent some data designated to another system, here, this user is sending data. One wants to communicate with 3, and I'm here at 2. So let's say if it reaches here, it will accept it. If it reaches here also, then I accept it, because my will not. We only accept packet to those packets which is designated to my address. So when you see the communication of a 1 2 3 1, so it is sending a traffic to 3, not 2. So if it is a broadcast request, it reaches to 2 also, but it will not accept it, will deny the traffic. That I am not 3, so I will not accept it. When you turn on this NIC into a promiscuous mode, it will start accepting the traffic. Now, once this into this mode, it will start accepting the traffic. Okay, that's why we need to turn on the turn our NIC into a promiscuous mode, so that it will start listening to all data transmitted. So whatever data that is not designated to our system, also our system will start listening that traffic as well. Sniffer work. A computer connected to the local area network has two addresses. One is your MAC address, another one is your internet protocol address. In our system also, right now I'm connected with the network. Okay, so if you will see, I will just check two information. Wireless Wi-Fi adapter. This is my Wi-Fi IP address. If I IP config /all, so here you can see in my Wi-Fi LAN adapter, you can see my physical address. This is my MAC address. Okay, and this is my IP version 4 address. So in our system, we have two different addresses. For this, you can use the command config /all. In our system, we have two different addresses, IP address and a MAC address. Now, MAC address uniquely identify each nodes in the network. So whatever systems which are connected within the network, it will identify. Okay, so every system have two addresses. One is the IP address, and another one is your MAC address. This is my IP address and a MAC address. Here you can see that. Now this is a switch. Now how switch and forward its own table memory table stores the information about the MAC address, basic information. So, but we will not discuss about it right now. Last one, okay. One, we have FF. On port number 2, we have. On port number 3, we have. So in this way, our CAM table stores information about the port and the MAC address. Now this is stored on the NIC itself. So MAC address is stored on the NIC, network interface card. The Ethernet protocol uses the MAC address to transfer data to and from a system while building a data frames. So when you send up frames from your system to another system within the network, so it transfer via the MAC address, because here you can see the table. In the table, we don't have any IP address port. Okay, so it is a MAC address information. So that's why during the communication within the network, our systems uses a MAC address for the communication, so that switch can understand. The layer of the OSI model uses an Ethernet headers with an MAC address of a destination machine instead of an IP address. So as you can see, when I need to send a data, now here there is no router. Not using any router. If you wanted to send a traffic on the internet, we can make use of a router. Port is there. This is the port of a router. Okay, so let's suppose within the network, if you wanted to communicate, so you don't need an IP address. Our system, like within the network, our systems, like when you are sending a traffic, okay, at that time you use an IP address, but within the network you can see there is a the communication happens by using a MAC address, because switch stores the information like in the table port with a MAC address. So that's why our system contains these information. MAC port with source MAC with destination MAC address, you cannot send up initiate a packet. That's why our system contains minimum these information: destination, IP, where your packet, the IP address of that machine, MAC. It is very much important because switch only understand MAC address, not IP address. Port. So when you send traffic to any web server, the by default port number is 443 or 80. Understood? So in this way, this is the basic information which your system must contain in order to initiate any traffic from the system to another system. So within the network, if you wanted to communicate our system uses a MAC address because a switch understands that on which port number which MAC address is there. Okay. Layer is responsible for mapping an IP addresses to the MAC address are required by the data link protocol. It initially looked for the MAC address of the destination machine in the table, usually called the ARP. Now our system also contain one table. I'll just show you. Here you can see the summarize the entire chapter actually. Okay. So in a network, when you do the sniffing, first of all, you need to understand what all devices are present in the network and what is their basic responsibility. Okay, I will just take you to the walkthrough of this particular image, and automatically you will also start developing your techniques to hack these devices. Initially, start with the router. Okay, in router, basically you can see in router the router basic responsibility is to provide an IP address within the network by making use of a DHCP protocol. That is a dynamic host configuration protocol. So when you connect within the network by connecting your LAN cable within your laptop or maybe entering the Wi-Fi password. So once you enter your password or connect your cable, automatically your request is sent to the router with your MAC address because in our system, we only have a MAC address when you are not connected in any of the network. Okay. In offline mode, you only have a MAC address. So user sent as an identity their MAC address to the router by saying that I have this MAC address. Can you please provide me an IP address? So router will check in their blacklist. You can see like we have a blacklist now. When somebody is trying to access your internet, you put that device into the block list. So that block list contains device MAC address and status, allowed or blocked. So let's suppose you have one DD MAC address. I've written a short form DD. It's a complete, you understand this MAC address. This is the entire MAC address. Okay, but I'm writing it in a short form DD. So DD status blocked. So let's suppose this is a blocked list. So let's suppose if you are connected within the network, have this DD MAC address, and when you try to connect with your router, so by saying that hey, I am having this DD MAC address, can you please give me an IP address? So router will check into their blacklist and identify that DD is blocked. So it will deny to give the IP address. That's why when you block any device, they are unable to connect within the network. Why? Just because in the router we have a blacklist, and in blacklist we have added that MAC address. Now here what happened? So the DHCP is dynamic host configuration protocol. Dynamic host configuration protocol. It means a protocol which is designed to provide the IP configuration which are randomly coming and connecting within the Wi-Fi network or within the network. So that's why it's dynamic, because the user are not fixed now. Maybe today 100 people are connected, tomorrow 200 people will be there. Understood? So that's why here you can see it's dynamic host configuration protocol. It provides an IP configuration to the host. That's why the name is dynamic host configuration protocol. So it stores the information about the IP address which is reserved for which MAC address. So in the router, you can see how many users are connected, their IP address and their MAC address. Okay, this is the DHCP table. Okay, 1.1 RR, 1.2 AA, 1.3 BB, 1.4 CC. This is the dynamic host configuration protocol which provides an IP address. It is present in the router. Okay, and when you send a request, it reaches on a router. Router will see if this MAC address is allowed or not. If it is allowed, it will provide an IP address and it will reserve it into the table. This is how DHCP works. Now, in router, we can assume that DNS table is also there. And DNS table are multiple areas. In our system, also host file is there. DNS server is also separately present within the network. But assume in router, we have a DNS table, which also define. Now, DNS table is domain name server or domain name service, which provides the resolution of a domain name to an IP address, because the systems communicate by making use of an IP address, not with the domain name. So we have created a protocol which translate domain name into an IP address. So it also contain an table. So DNS table is where domain name is there and with their associated IP address is present. Then again domain name is there, associated IP address is present. So when the user is request for facebook.com, it reaches on a router C facebook.com, their IP address is 2.2.2.2. So it sends a request to the server 2.2.2.2. Understood? This is a DNS table. Now here you can see, other than this, we have one more table that is in the route, in the switch. Previously, when we were using a hubs, so there was no table. That's why hub broadcast each and every traffic. Okay, because now switch contains one table. Based on this, it takes a decision. Okay, it's just like when you are going, like whenever you give any exam to any exam center. So outside of the college, you have one list on which room number, which roll number is there. By looking at that, chart, you directly go and sit into that particular room number. So it's just like that only. So switch contain its own table. That is a CAM table. The full name is Content Addressable Memory Table. Just check the spelling. Okay. It's content addressable memory table. It means whatever data, whatever frames that is sent by any of the system, it will help them to address it from one port to another port. And this table have the memory to stores the MAC address which are associated with that port number. So let's suppose on port number 1 you connected a cable of a router, automatically it will copy the MAC address of a router, that is RR. When you connect the LAN cable on port number 2, within a few seconds it automatically learn the MAC address of a PC 1 because it is connected on port number 2, AA. Same with 3 and 4, it copy the MAC address of that. Now if A wants to send communicate with C or 3, so it will send that I wanted to communicate. I am having the MAC address of AA, wants to communicate with CC. So it will send a traffic. It reaches over here. Now when it reaches over here, the switch will look into their CAM table to see that CC is present on which port number. It identifies that CC is present on port number 4. Okay. It divert the traffic on port number 4 and port number 4 will start receiving that traffic. Here you can see. Understood? This is how switch takes a decision based on the CAM table. Okay. Now, these tables are usually present in the router and the switches. Now we have our system also, contain one table, that is the ARP table, Address Resolution Protocol. I'll just write down full form. Now what this address resolution protocol, what does it mean? By the name itself you can understand, address resolve. So it is resolving the address. So the protocol which is designed to resolve the address. Now which type of address? So let's suppose, I will just take a basic example. You guys are having your contact list. Okay. In that you have saved the number. Now number is mapped with the name. So if you wanted to make any call to anyone, what you will do? You will search for their name, not their number. You search for their name. The name of that person will appear on your phone book. You click on that name and it automatically give a call. So basically name is not utilized to make a call. Basically name is pointed with a mobile number. So when you click on that name, automatically the number will, you send a call request on that number, and through that number only you are able to connect. Understood? So in the phone book we have the table. In the phone book we have this table where you are able to, your name is there and your mobile number is there. So name and mobile number. So we create this so that because we cannot remember the multiple numbers. So and instead of remembering the number name is much easier. So that's why we have created this list. It's a phone book. In mobile, we have a phone book. So let's suppose you have saved my number, Veer 123. So whenever you search for my name in your phone book, you will search for Veer, and you press some call button. Automatically on that name, one mobile number is pointed. So it will send a call on that number, not on the name. Same in our system also we have the ARP, which helps you to send a request, because when you do the ping, when you send a ping request, you ping, or maybe, so here you can see we ping on the IP address, not on the MAC address, but in the background, if it is connected within the network, it translates into the MAC address and then it sends. Now where this address resolution table is there. So when you type ARP-A, ARP-A, you will be able to see this. This is the ARP table. Now check your ARP table where you got your IP address. Here you can see 192.168.1.39. So here IP address is there, and this is the MAC address of that machine. I'm going to talk about DSCP table. So as you have a DSCP table, so you know how DSCP work. We as a user, we provide one MAC address. Based on that MAC address, it will check if that MAC address is in the block list or not. If it is not in a block list or blacklist, it will give you an IP address. We understood that for every fresh IP address, it will assign one IP address. For every fresh MAC address, it will assign one IP address. And what will be the range of any DSCP table? Initially, your IP address start from 1 till 255. So if you provide 255 fake MAC address, so your DSCP will provide IP address on those fake MAC address. Like its requirement is to get a fresh MAC address. That's it. First of all, you have to see what's the DSCP requirement. The first requirement is it should be a fresh. It should not be used already. Okay. It should be not present within the table. Okay. Another one, that MAC address should not be there in the block list. If these two conditions are met, then it will give you an IP address. So what attacker will do? Attacker will send one by one 255 fake MAC address, which is not there in the list also, which is not there in the blacklist also. So what DSCP will do? DSCP will start assigning the IP address on those fake MAC addresses and store them into the DSCP table. After some time, like when the 255 MAC address is reached on the DSCP table at once, it will consume all the IP address. Another user, a genuine user, cannot connect because your table is full now. Your table capacity, like in the class C, we have the capacity of 255 only. So the attacker will send 255 fake MAC address and fill that table. Am I right? Right now we have this DNS table. So we have specified the IP address and a domain name. Now if attacker, now see, this is the static entry or dynamic entries. Perfect. So it is a dynamic kind of entry. So let's suppose now we understood in a DNS table, whenever within the network we get any DNS new records with new domain name with an new IP address. So this DNS table will automatically update or not. Now this entries are came from the user side only, because when the user requests for that domain name, it will check if that domain is connected with that IP address or not. If it is a new record, it will automatically update. So if the attacker will see that fb.com is now available with 3.3. fb.com is available on 192.168.1.4. So will your DNS table will update this also? It should not update, but it will update because same type of records will also come from new server side also, no? If it come from server, how your DNS table will identify it is coming from a server side or it is coming from a user side? But if the target machine is using a Cloudflare, so automatically every time every request will have a new IP address. There is no fixed IP address. So in that situation, so definitely based on the request, it will update that records also. Okay, so if the user will send a new updated record, psb.com with a new IP address, definitely your DNS table will also update this.
Yes.
So within the network, if the PC1 wants to communicate with that fb.com, so it will send a request to the DNS table. So now DNS table have the modified entries 192.168.1.4 running on fb.com. So your DNS table will send your request to the this 192.168.1.4. So if the hacker will create a dummy website, a phishing website hosted on this IP address, so PC1 will be able to see that fake page. So and when the PC1 will enter their actual username password on this fake page, the PC2 will be able to get that username password. This is called as a DNS poisoning attack, where attacker poison the DNS entries by by manipulating the IP address of that domain and adding that into the server. So it will poison the DNS server so that all the user will get diverted to the new IP address. So basically what attacker will do, attacker will try to update the DNS tables. Now this you can do it in the user part also. In our system, we have a host file, HOSTS. So when you try to search this into our system, so in host file, you can, if you make changes, automatically it will get changed within the system. So let's suppose if we install a malware, we have we have gone through with the dark comet now. In dark comet, we have the entries to, like we have the entries where we have the entries where you add the domain name and the modified IP address. So once the user click on it, it automatically updates their DNS like host information, DNS entries into the system. Or either you can make use of a, you can poison the fake DNS entries as well. Mostly what happen, how we generally do it, we like on your DNS server, we generally send a malware. Once the user click on that particular malware, it poisons their DNS entries. Now when the user are sending their request, it gets the modified entry. Got it? This is called DNS poisoning attack. Okay, now I will just open Cisco Packet Tracer. It's a simulation for the Cisco devices. In the below, we have the switches. I will just select one switch, few computers to make one small network. Okay, so now as you can see, we have one switch, 3 computers. I will just connect it via the cable one by one. So as you can see, this is port number F0/1, F0/2, F0/3. So these 3 ports are engaged on these systems. This is PC0, PC1, and PC2. Okay. Now on this switch, when you open this, the switch looks like something this. Okay. It contains multiple ports. Right now we are using Catalyst 2960 series. Now when you click on a CLI, that is a command line interface. So here you can see this is a CLI mode. Okay. Now wait a second, we can see. When a preference to increase the font size. Sorry. CLI should be 14. Apply. Now we'll go here. See. Now you can see a switch. Okay. Now I will just go inside. Like for this, to learn this command, you have to do the CCNA course. Okay, that's another course actually. I know CCNA, that's why I'm just doing all those commands. But I will show you where the port security lies actually. Okay, so let's suppose here you can see all the commands. Okay, when you go in F0/1, that is the port number. Here you can see all those commands which are available inside that particular port number. Now you can see multiple commands are there. One second. Here you can see privileged port channels. So now after that, switch port. Yeah. So coming inside the port, you have to go inside the port to implement the port security. As you can see right now, are you able to see this green icon? So this particular shows the status of this link. So green means it's connected and ready to use. Orange means it is about to connect, and red means it's completely down. Okay, you got the three colors. We are on port number F0/1, as we can see, and in this we need to implement some port security. Okay, either you can use one more command. Let's suppose if on the monitor mode you are getting that on port number F0/1, you are getting a lot of traffic, somebody is sending multiple MAC addresses. So what you can do, you can use shutdown. There you can see it become red, so automatically you shut down that ports. So you don't need to go physically present over there in the office to shut down that port, or maybe disconnect the cable because the hacker is connected on that within the net, by sitting at anywhere within the network. Maybe you are on different building, just when you see in the monitoring or maybe in your firewall, get to know that on this switch port number F0/1 is sending multiple fake traffic. So just by go on that particular port number, shut down that port. If you wanted to make this port again on, just type no shut and press. We are just canceling the shutdown command. So here you can see it's automatically up. Got it? How you shut down, how remotely you shut down. Like you don't need to go over there, unplug the cable. Just through the command also you can shut down that port and then turn it back on. Now here it the Cisco gives you another best feature, that is I will just show you switch port. This is one of the best feature. That's why we use Cisco in as compared to any other you know switch service provider. The first one is Cisco port security. Like it's not that this devices only have the port security. Other devices are also having the port security, but we use it. Okay, so switch port. Then here you can see what you have to do. Port security. Okay, or trunk. Multiple are there. So I'm just going for a switch port security. It is inside this actually. So then after that, here you can see what will be the now here we need to specify secure MAC address. So let's suppose if you wanted to statically assign the MAC address on that particular port number. Okay, so what you will do, MAC address. Now it says that you can just type the MAC address of that particular device over here. Once you type the MAC address of that device over here, it will automatically add that MAC address on that port. Then after that, if somebody wants to connect with that particular port, they will not be able to do it. Understood? Where we get the option to to stick your like to statically define your MAC address in the switch port. Now let's understand about ARP. ARP is very important one. So ARP is basically address resolution protocol. it is present into our systems. Okay, so what attacker will do, based on this, your system will take a decision to send the traffic. Now what attacker will do, let's suppose attacker is on port number is here you can see it's an attacker, okay, BB. So what it will do, and like I will just erase this. PC1 wants to communicate with PC4. Okay, so what it will do the ARP poisoning and type this BB. And here also, if PC3 wants to communicate with PC1 on AA, erase this, type BB. So by poisoning their ARP table, hacker will be able to get the traffic and divert the request from their system to the particular system. This is called MITM attack. Now, whatever PC1 will send the traffic, it will reach on the PC2, and through PC2 it will go through the PC3. It's look like that only. That's why it says that the hacker sit in the middle of it and capture all the communication which is flowing between the PC1 and PC3. Now, how this is possible? Basically by doing the ARP poisoning with the help of a software. So when you see, after doing the MITM attack, when you see the ARP table, you can see same MAC address is added in multiple IP address. So by looking at that, you can see that MITM attack is happening. Okay, now how we perform these attacks, we will see. Now see, this is how a sniffer works. Basically, attacker is connected within the same network. Okay, attacker PC running NIC card in promiscuous mode. It means it will start capturing the traffic which is flowing in the network. Doesn't matter if this packet belongs to your system or not, but it will capture all those. Attacker force switch to behave as a hub. So when you do the MAC flooding and your switch table got filled, it converts into a hub, and from that attacker is able to listen all the traffic. Now we have different types of a traffic sniffing. One is a passive, another one is an active. So passive sniffing and active sniffing, there is a difference. Passive sniffing when there is a hub within your network. In hub we don't have any cam table, so every traffic get broadcast. So hacker is able to capture that traffic easily. Okay, that is the working of a hub. And from hub, if you are capturing a traffic, it comes under passive sniffing. In active sniffing, where we use the switches to divert the traffic on the specified port number, at that time we say that it's like by doing the poisoning, we say it's an active sniffing. So MAC flooding is there, DNS poisonings are there, ARP poison is there, DHCP attacks are there. Switch port stealing and spoofing, we will see it because we have not discussed till yet. Now, how attacker hacks the network using a sniffer? So what attacker will do? First of all, he will connect within the switch port. Okay. Then after that, he will just run the discovery to identify how many systems are connected within the network. So he is able to identify how many systems are there. Now he will identify what will be my target. As in the diagram, as we have seen, we have identified that PC1 and PC3 is my target. But first of all, they need to understand that how many IP addresses are connected within my network. So once they identify the target, then it will do the MITM, means ARP poisoning, and then he is able to capture all the traffic. This is how actually it works. Now the attacker is able to see all the traffic, whatever which is going towards the attack, and attacker can use that username, password details later on to their website to access their account. So let's suppose if that's of this PC1 and PC3 are communicating and PC2 are connected in between of it, and it is getting all the traffic. So you will also get the username, passwords. Okay, he will use that username, password again on the target website to access their account as well. Now the protocol which are vulnerable. So as you can see, sniffing, in order to defend from sniffing, we need to understand what all protocol which are vulnerable to this sniffing. So we will not use those protocols. So HTTP is vulnerable because HTTP sends a traffic in a plain text. Even telnet is also there, which also sends the traffic via the plain text only. rlogin is there, imap is there, snmp and ntp. These are the protocol which sends the data in a plain text. That's why they are vulnerable to sniffing. Now sniffing does not only target these protocol, any protocol which sends data in a plain text, not in an encrypted form. So we are able to capture traffic. It's just like if you are able to capture the traffic, how you are able to read that traffic if it is encrypted. That's why those protocol which do not follow encryption can be suspected with a sniffing attack. Now here you can see protocol vulnerable to sniffing. POP is also there. FTP, file transfer protocol. In organization we use FTP. So we should not use FTP because the hacker is in the network, and if you are trying to log into the FTP server, he is able to get that username password easily. SMTP, simple mail transfer protocol. Now we have a hardware protocol analyzer like Wireshark we have already discussed. So Wireshark is also a protocol analyzer, but in hardware also we have the protocol analyzer. Now hardware protocol analyzer is a device that intercept traffic passing over the network. So what we generally do in order to do a post forensic, like after once the attack is done, if you wanted to see that how they are, how the attack has happened in your network, so you can use port like protocol analyzer logs. So organizations sometimes uses hardware protocol analyzer, a dedicated machine to capture the traffic. So here you can see some of the protocol analyzers are there. The purpose of this, see here you can see the capture signals without altering the traffic segment. So if you have placed a hardware protocol analyzer within the network, so it will not make any changes in the network traffic. Okay, the purpose of using this protocol analyzer is to monitor network traffic. Okay, and also identify some suspicious network traffic generated by the hacking software. So once you start reading the protocol analyzer logs, you can start understanding that which type of attack is generating which type of a log. Okay, so that is important one. Now we have a hardware protocol analyzers. Different type of examples are there for protocol analyzer that we can use in our organization to capture, to store the data within the network. Now here you can see span port. So these protocol analyzer are connected in your span port. So in a span, basically switch port analyzer is a Cisco switch feature. So in the Cisco, you can see the span ports, not in every device. Okay. It is also known as a port mirroring. As you can see, port mirroring. Port mirroring means it mirrors all the traffic which is flowing to the network. So let's suppose on your switch, 10 systems are sending a request. So it will first copy that traffic on the span port, and then it sends the data outside the network. So any traffic which is coming inside and going outside the network, it will keep a track of each and every traffic. So that's why to connect your protocol analyzer, we have a dedicated port, that is a span port, which keeps a track of each and every packets, a copy of each and every traffic, not actual packet, but the copy of that packet. Now wiretapping is just like that only. As we do sniffing in the network, wiretapping is done on the telephone. So like the organization will take, like police, like police will take a permission from the court to do the wiretapping. They send this letter to the ISP and ask them to wiretap that particular connections. So if you are communicating with anyone, they will be able to listen it only when they get the permission from the court, and it is done only with the ISP, not with anyone, until unless you will not install any spyware into it. Now we have different types of a sniffing method. One is a MAC flooding. DNS spoofing is also there, where you change the where you spoof the MAC address, IP address of that domain name, and DSCP attack that we have already discussed. Okay, so these are the different ways of sniffing that we have discussed.
Now that you have learned about ARP attacks, sniffing, keyloggers, and Trojan, it's time to see how to showcase this knowledge. That brings us to the next question, that is, how do you demonstrate this knowledge in the real world scenarios or interviews? In the next part, we'll move forward with the common interview questions scenario-based problems, and the tips to confidently showcase your cybersecurity skills to the potential employers.
What is a cybersecurity attack, and explain the different types of cybersecurity attack. So a cybersecurity attack is when a hacker or a group of hackers try to steal your information, try to steal, modify, or they try to delete your sensitive information without your knowledge or without your consent. That is called as a cybersecurity attack. Or in technical terms, a cybersecurity attack refers to any malicious attempt by hackers to access, steal, alter, or damage information systems, networks, or even your data. Now, there are different types of cybersecurity attacks as well. So the very common type of cybersecurity attack is a malware. Malwares can steal sensitive data, spy on user activities, and they can even disrupt your normal operations. Now, there can be different types of malwares. You will be familiar with viruses. Then there is worms. The worms in this case are viruses. I believe everybody will be familiar with. Viruses are like very, very common. You download any file online and the viruses, they just tag along and you are not aware that the virus is contained in the file. You download the file and then sometime later you realize that the virus has started corrupting your system. They have started attacking your files inside your system, and that is a virus attack. A worm attack, on the other hand, is more like a worm doesn't need a host, unlike viruses, because when the virus is replicating itself, it needs a host to get installed into your system. But worms don't need that. They don't need a host, so they can replicate themselves without a host, which makes them a lot more worse than viruses. And I believe, if I'm right, there was an attack in 2004 or 8 where the worms were spreading in form of emails. Emails is very common, right? We get like maybe over 10 or 20 emails per day. Now imagine worms affecting the emails and spreading into different computers. The attack was so bad that it disrupted the whole global internet connectivity back in 2004, if I remember correctly. That is how powerful worms can be. Then we have spyware. Now, spyware is when you're targeting a specific organization or a person. Spyware, as the name suggests, it is to spy on that particular user. The attackers, they spy on the user to get their passwords, their credentials, their credit card numbers, their bank account numbers, and they can just find out all of this by spying on you or the particular user. That is called as a spyware. Next is the ransomware. I myself have been the victim of a ransomware attack. Ransomware is when the attacker installs some kind of software into your system and they corrupt your files, whatever files are there on your system. Every single file is corrupted. Then you're not able to access any of your files. And when you try to access it, you get a message. Your file has been corrupted, and to recover this particular file, you need to go to this website. And then you go to the website and you realize that you have to pay certain ransom or certain money to get your files back. So that is money extortion. That is ransomware attack. Moving on, we have phishing. Phishing is also, again, very common. I've heard about a lot of people who got caught in this phishing attack. It's very simple. Just think about it. Like, you are just browsing your internet and suddenly you get an email from your bank that your password has been compromised and you need to reset your password. So you click on that particular email or you click on that particular link that got via your SMS or maybe Gmail, and then you're directed to a website, and then you enter your bank details, and then a few minutes later, everything is gone, everything is done. And that's when you realize that it was a phishing attack. So phishing attack involves sending fraudulent communications, usually emails, or it can be SMS as well, that appear to come from a trusted source. When you're opening that particular link, you think that, oh, it's from the bank, so it must be safe. I'm trying to protect my password because it has been compromised. But then you realize that it was just a way to get your password, to snatch your password. That is phishing. Moving on, you have MITM attack. Now, this is man-in-the-middle attack. This is also, again, very common. The attacker secretly intercepts and alters communication between two parties without their knowledge. This you must have also seen whenever you connect to a public Wi-Fi. You go maybe on a railway station or maybe in a cafe, you connect to their Wi-Fi and you get a notification on your phone that you have been connected to public Wi-Fi. So your data is visible to everybody connected to that Wi-Fi. So you have to be very careful, because when maybe you're accessing your bank account or maybe anything private that you don't want to share with the rest of the world, hackers can come in the middle of you and that public Wi-Fi, and whatever data you're sending using the private Wi-Fi, they can cut through the line and they can steal this information of yours. So that is MITM attack. Moving on, we have DDoS attack. DDoS attack is again one of the really dangerous attack. This is a very common example I can think of is even in your own laptops or even in your own systems, your computers, if you open multiple tabs, multiple apps, multiple softwares at the same time, your application, your system, it just hangs. It's just like, I don't know what to do. There's a lot of things going on, so it just freezes, hangs. The same thing can happen to servers as well. So in DDoS attacks, the hackers or the attackers, they send a lot of information to the server. And now the server, it tries to manage all of this data and ends up getting unstable because of the overwhelming amount of traffic it is getting. So that is a DDoS attack. And there is one famous DDoS attack which affected a DNS server. I think it was in 2016 when a popular DNS server, and it was popular because a lot of popular websites like your X, Twitter, Netflix, Amazon, all of these used to depend on this particular DNS server, and some attackers attacked it flooded the DNS server with so much traffic that all of these sites were closed temporarily as long as the site took to recover. So that is why DDoS attack is another powerful cybersecurity attack. Moving on, we have SQL injection. Now, SQL injection is exploiting the vulnerabilities in a database layer by inserting malicious SQL code. Now, this is, say, if you have a database which contains all of your personal, all of your clients' passwords and everything, an attacker can try to access this particular database by inputting SQL codes, by inputting insert, delete, view, modify codes, update code in SQL. They can steal all of this data without your knowledge. Moving on, we have the last, and I believe personally this is really, really dangerous. You know, even in medical terms, there is no official cure for cancer per se because it's a virus and there is no particular cure for cancer. So it just makes it even more dangerous, even more terrible, right? So it just makes it even more scary. So this is something similar, zero-day exploit attack. This is when you test when you're launching a software, you do a couple of penetration testing just to make sure that everything is safe and secure, and then you release it to the market, and then people are using it, and some days later a particular hacker realizes that there is a certain vulnerability in the software that you launched, and they take advantage of that particular vulnerability and they attack your system. Now, you or your team had no idea that this particular threat, this particular vulnerability was in your product. So how would you react to a threat for which you didn't even know that the threat existed in the first place? Then how can you provide aid to the users if you yourself didn't know that the threat existed? That is what makes zero-day exploit a lot more worse, because you don't know that the vulnerability exists, and once the vulnerability is discovered by some third party, by a hacker or something, everything will be shut down, and all you can do is hope that your team comes up with a solution to recover back from the attack quickly. Moving on, what are the differences between symmetric and asymmetric encryption? Now let me help you understand this with the help of an analogy. Say there are two people, Stacy and Peter. Now Stacy is trying to send a confidential message to Peter. Now this is an analogy. So she puts this confidential message into a box and locks it with a key. And then she sends both the key and the box to Peter. And now Peter, because he got the key also, he uses the key to access the confidential message. This is called as symmetric encryption, where there is only a single key, a single public key for both encryption. That is when Stacy was sending the message, encryption, and decryption, where encryption is when she's locking the box. But after putting the message, she's locking it. That's encryption. And decryption is when Peter is unlocking the box with the same key. The problem here is that there's only a one key, and that key is public, so anybody can access that key and anybody can exploit your data, which makes symmetric encryption quite dangerous. Then we have asymmetric encryption, where the same file, Stacy is sending the same file in a box. She puts it, locks it with the key, encrypts the data. But this time, instead of sending the whole box and the key, she sends only the box. And Peter, he has his own key. He has his own private key, which he uses to decrypt or unlock the box, and he gets the message. Now this is called as asymmetric encryption, where there are two keys. There's a pair of keys, a public key and a private key. Public key is used for encryption, that is locking the box, and only the receiver who has the private key will be able to unlock the box. So that way your box will be safe, and even if it goes out in the public without the unlocking key, nobody will be able to access the data. Moving on, what is a firewall and how does it protect a network? Consider another analogy. At this point, you should just know that I really love explaining with the help of analogies. So here's another one. Say there's an employee and he's connected to the internet in their particular office. Now, obviously, with this internet, again, he has to send confidential company data. The data has to travel with the help of this internet, right? A firewall, you can basically call it as a shield which protects the company's servers from any malicious attack. That is, if a hacker tries to access the company's server, then this firewall can block it, because the firewall can detect the malicious activity and it can just simply straightforward block it. Or in technical terms, firewalls are an essential component of network security that provides protection against unauthorized access, cyber threats, and data breaches by monitoring and controlling the network traffic. Moving on, explain the concept of brute force attack and how it can be prevented. Now, brute force attack in normal English terms is when, you're angry at a person and you're like blinded by rage, you're like completely angry, you just go around, throw punches. So that is called as a brute force attack, where you're not really thinking, you're just doing whatever is coming to your mind, you're just angry. So in terms of cybersecurity, a brute force attack is when a hacker tries to access your system. The hacker doesn't really know the exact password, but he's just trying out every possible combination he can to attack your particular system. So it is possible that the hacker might stalk you and they might know you, maybe your favorite color is blue, or maybe you set your default password as your birthday. Then in that case, the hacker can use that knowledge to access your systems. That is called as a brute force attack, where hackers try to gain unauthorized access to a system by trying all possible combinations of a password or encryption keys until they find the correct one. And now, how can it be prevented? Simple. Use strong password policies. Don't put your birthday or your name as your password. Use some symbols or numbers or special characters, so that even if somebody is trying to access your system, it is not 100% foolproof. Obviously, they can still try out like a lot of combinations to work around your password, but still it is better than putting your birthday or your name as the password. Next, you have account lockout mechanism. Now, this is when you give a person maybe 3 number of tries or 2 number of tries, and after that the system just completely shuts down. That is the account lockout mechanism. After 3 or 4 or however number of trials, the system just completely closes off. Next, you have rate limiting. Rate limiting is when a particular IP, now this can be beneficial though, because say from my phone, I'm trying to access your system. So I'm just trying out all the random combinations I can. So your system can detect that from my IP, there are a lot of requests coming. So that way it can just block my IP completely. That is rate limiting. Next, you have MFA. MFA or multi-factor authentication. The most common example is Google. When you try to log into your Google account from a new system, Google cross-checks it. It sends you an email, or nowadays it's that number, that it shows you a number and then you have to verify the same thing on your mobile phones as well. That is multi-factor authentication. You can add your phone numbers as well to verify, to just cross-check that it is you only who's trying to access your systems, or even there are emails as well. Next, you have CAPTCHA system. CAPTCHA system is to prevent bots. When bots are trying these password combinations, you can just make sure that it is a human or a bot. You can differentiate between them. And if it's a bot, system will block it. Next is IP blocking. IP blocking is again the same as rate limiting. You block a particular IP because of the number of requests it is making. Then there is password hashing. Password hashing is when, we talked about SQL injection, right? You're storing all of your passwords in a particular database. Now, a hacker can attack that database and store all of your password. But if you hash the password, that is, if you encrypt the passwords and make them safe, that just makes them even more safer. So even if a hacker were to attack your database, even if the hacker were to steal your passwords, without the decryption key, they will have the password, but it will be encrypted. So they cannot use the password, it's just useless. So that is password hashing. Moving on, what is a vulnerability assessment and how does it differ from penetration testing? Let's take another analogy to understand this. Say there's a house. a celebrity's house, because those people need protection. And then there are security guards. Imagine you are a celebrity. This is your house. Now you are surrounding it with security guards so that you remain completely protected. Now these security guards, they walk around your house, they check the alarm system, they check the door locks, they check the window locks, and then, okay, he's just existing being a security guard. Now they make sure that everything is secure, and they check for the vulnerabilities. They check, oh, is the windows lock a bit loose? Maybe the doors lock is a bit loose. Maybe the alarm system is not quite good enough. So they let you know the vulnerabilities of your system, of your house. That is, they tell you how vulnerable your house is or your system is to intruders, to attackers. That is a vulnerability assessment. When you just run around your software and you get to know that these are the vulnerabilities that the potential hackers can exploit. Next, you have the penetration testing. Say the same celebrity's house, but this time instead of bringing security guards, you bring thieves. Or security guards who are disguised as thieves. Now these security guards, they will not just stand there and observe, oh, the alarm system seems it's not good enough. Instead of doing that, they actually attack your house, and they see that how strong your house is against these intruders. That is, one guy picks the locks, the one guy tries to climb the windows, one guy is trying to disable the alarms, and the last one is, he's still just being a thief. So instead of just standing there and observing that these are the vulnerabilities, they actually try to break in. They actually try to see how strong your system is against the attack. And then they draft the report. That is, they show you how they got in and what they could have done. They draft a proper report that we could have gotten through this vulnerability and we could have done this. We could have attacked your house in this way. We could have attacked or we could have exploited your software in this particular way. That is called as a penetration testing in the form of a table. So the goal of vulnerability assessment is to identify the potential vulnerabilities, and in penetration is, you know the vulnerability, you're exploiting it. Method, automated scans, passive analysis. Penetration is manual, and automated exploitation, you actively keep on testing it. Intrusiveness, it does not, vulnerability is just standing there and be like, there's a vulnerability. And the penetration is attacks the vulnerability. Output, list of vulnerabilities and their severity, proof of concept of exploits, and potential impact of the vulnerabilities. Duration, vulnerability assessment is generally faster because it's automated, but penetration testing can take longer because you're attacking and you're trying out all the different angles, so it will take a lot longer. Moving on to our next question, define a man-in-the-middle attack and how to prevent it. Man-in-the-middle attack we already discussed about, when you're trying to access a public Wi-Fi and somebody interjects that network in the middle and tries to steal your data. Now, again, let's take another analogy, an employee. He's connected to the internet and now our hacker is trying to steal the data from the middle. They're interjecting that particular connection. So the attacker places themselves in the middle of the communication, eavesdropping or manipulating the data being exchanged, often for malicious purposes such as stealing sensitive information, like login credentials, financial details, or some personal gains. Now, there can be different types of man-in-the-middle attack. So the first one is Wi-Fi eavesdropping, in which the attacker creates a fake, unsecured Wi-Fi network and tricks users into connecting to it. And once you're connected to the hacker's Wi-Fi, whatever activity you're doing in your systems, everything will be visible to the hacker, including your sensitive information like your password and your credit card details. Next, we have session hijacking. The attacker steals the session cookies to take over the user's session on a website. Now, this is very common again. If you're using your public Wi-Fi and then say you logged into Amazon, or say whenever you log into a particular website, there is a particular cookies that are created for so long as you browse through the website, the cookies are there. And when you log out from there, the cookies are also disposed of. But in man-in-the-middle attack, what the hacker uses is they retrieve the cookies and they pretend to be you, and then they try to access the same websites, like say Amazon, and then they can order anything they want to, set their address, and then use your money. That is session hijacking. Lastly, we have DNS spoofing. The attacker redirects the victim to a fake website by manipulating the DNS response. Now, the attacker, what he does is, when the victim is accessing a particular website, there's a DNS response created. So the attacker redirects the victim to a fake website by manipulating the DNS responses. Now, this happens when a single letter or something changes in your particular IP address. You might not notice it, but it's so minute, the detail is very minute that you might not even consider it. And you accidentally click on it, and then you accidentally are redirected to the malicious website. and you don't even realize that you are in the malicious website because it looks the same as the original website is supposed to look. And then you enter your sensitive information into that website, and the next thing you know, all your data is corrupted. Now, how to prevent it? Obviously, these are not again foolproof, but these you can try. Like, these can reduce, minimize the attack effects. Encrypting your data, like I said before, when you're storing your passwords in a database, you can hash those passwords so that even if the attacker gets a hold of your password, they won't be able to use it. Like, it's the same as our Peter and Stacy's case in asymmetric encryption. So even if the attacker were to steal that box which contains the file, without the decryption key, they cannot open the box. Don't think about smashing the box and all. I'm talking about normal ways. Opening it with the key. They can't, because there is no decryption key. So that is encryption. Then you have avoid unsecured public Wi-Fi. Obviously, don't even when you're using public Wi-Fi, don't access your bank with it. Next, you have use a VPN. Obviously, enable 2FA. 2FA is two-factor authentication. That also helps. Implement encryption protocols. Again, certificate pinning. Okay, only visit the websites which have a certificate there. Certificate pinning, I'll show you a very good example. For example, if you visit SBI, you go right here, you can see that the connection is secure, and if you click on it, you can see there's a certificate. That is the certificate pinning. So only access a particular website if you're inputting your credentials and inputting your sensitive information, then only do that when you have verified that there is a valid certificate. Then you have monitor for suspicious activities, that is observe your systems if there is something suspicious going on. Even when a virus attacks your system, your files start getting changed, the format starts getting changed. That is when you know your PC is under attack. And then DNS security, again use a VPN, protect your IP addresses. Moving on to the next question. So we've already discussed about SQL injections before, but let me just show you how easy it is to manipulate any SQL code. Let me just open my SQL compiler. Okay, we already have a database. I'll have to modify it a little. You can take any editor of your choice. I'm taking programmers here. Now say I want the one in which the first name is say Robert. And hypothetically speaking, there is no password required here. Say the username was Robert, and say I need the password as pass123. This is very lame. Don't put this password. Okay. So to access my server, this is the SQL query that I'm putting. That whenever the first name is Robert and the password is pass123, you can access Robert's his profile information, right? Now, if a hacker gets hold of this code, all they need to do is, and you don't even need a password anymore. All you need is a username or the first name to access Robert's profile. That is how easy it is. That is how SQL injection works, and that is how easy it is for hackers to attack your server and steal your confidential information. Now, this is the what not to do. Now, let me show you what to do. For that, I need another compiler, say PHP compiler. Okay. Now here, let me create a prepared statement. Let me just write the code first, then I'll show you what is the benefit of doing this. I'm not typing out the whole thing. Now this was the what not do part. Now let me show you what to do instead. Say we're going to create, instead of that, we're going to create a prepared statement. I'm going to tell you the benefits of this, but let me just write you the code real quick so that I can show you the difference. Okay. This is my statement which goes to the server so that I'm able to access the credentials of my user, which is Robert in this case. Now let's just execute this. Now you can see in this particular code that I'm only taking the username which the user is inputting and the password that the user is inputting, but I'm not sending my whole statement to the user. Even if the attacker were to put a comment in the middle, nothing would change because it would be a statement. And if something like this were to happen, the code would just throw an error and it would not run at all. And now that is why prepared statements are much more better as compared to your normal SQL code. So, in technical terms, a SQL injection is a type of cyber attack that allows an attacker to interfere with the queries that an application makes to its database. So, what you can do, make a prepared statement so that even if the attacker tries to attack it, it will just be a string and nothing would be changed. And if the server detects that something is wrong, it would just throw an error and then nothing would work. As simple as that. Okay. Now, how can they be avoided? You can use web application firewalls, which in case detects that something is happening in the SQL string, then it will immediately throw an error and it will not let the query be proceeded any further, and it will not let the query proceed. Next, regular security testing, just to make sure that everything is safe and secure. Keep on testing your web browsers. Next, there is error handling, that in case the browser throws an error, or sometimes when you're trying to access some website, you visit a website and then you try to enter the username and your password. Say you forgot your password and you just entered something and maybe you missed a character or something. So it just throws a message that either the username or the password is wrong. So that kind of error handling, the benefit is that the hacker will not know if your username is wrong or your password is wrong, right? So that just increases the complexity and it can safeguard your system from at least brute force attack, right? It can be very beneficial. So that's why proper error handling is required in your websites to add another layer of protection. Next, we have explained the purpose of public key infrastructure. Say you're trying to access, or a person is trying to access their bank's website. Now what happens in the backend is your browser, say in this case Google Chrome, goes to this website and validates the certificate. We already looked at the certificate of SBI. There are a lot of other certificates like Let's Encrypt, DigiCert. So even if I were to go to SBI's website again, let's check for their connection. They have DigiCert. So that's what I'm saying. They have a particular certificate which is validated by your browser. So your browser checks for the website's certificate. And if it's valid enough, then the particular browser generates a public key to encrypt your confidential data. That is, whatever the data you're sending to the website is encrypted using the public key. And now naturally, when this data is sent to your official bank's server, it can only be decrypted with using a private key that the bank contains. This way, with the combination of a public key and a private key, your data remains safe and secure. And that is exactly what you mean by a public key infrastructure. It is a framework that manages public and private key pairs and digital certificates, just to add another layer of protection for your data. Moving on, what is a two-factor authentication? Now, two-factor authentication is very simple. It is a security mechanism that adds an extra layer of protection like a phone number just beyond your username and password. That is, when you're trying to access a website, it asks for email verification or a phone number verification just to be extra sure that it is you. Now there can be multiple types of two-factor authentication. It can be an SMS code, or it can be an authenticator app like the Microsoft Authenticator app, or it can be a hardware token, or it can be any biometric verification like the fingerprint which I have here on my laptop. There can be that kind of verifications as well. Moving on, describe different forms of data leakage and their impact on the organization. Now, data leakage refers to an unauthorized access, transfer, or disclosure of sensitive information. It is when there is a sensitive information of your company's data or your data, and that data is accidentally or with purpose is leaked or is shared with the rest of the world or with the rest of the people who it was not supposed to be shared with. It can occur in various forms, and its impact on organizations can be severe. Now, different forms of data leakage. First one is unintentional data leakage. That is, if an employee is handling a sensitive information and humans can make errors. So if some kind of error happens, maybe they were careless or they didn't pay enough attention, or maybe they didn't see, but the data got leaked somehow. That is unintentional data leakage. Then there is malicious insider threats. When a person intentionally leaks the data of, say, a particular organization, then that is called as malicious insider threats. Then you have external breaches. That is when a third party, say a hacker or someone or maybe another organization tries to breach into your data. That is called as external breaches. Then it is data transfer leakage. That is, say if you are transferring your data from one particular place to another, and while the data was getting transferred, again a man-in-the-middle attack happened and your data again got leaked. Then you have social engineering attacks where the third parties, they can blackmail your employees to breach the data. That is social engineering attack. Then there is third party vendor leaks. That is again when you're sending your data to another company or an organization and the data gets leaked from their end due to maybe a lack of security measures. And last but not the least, we have misconfiguration of cloud services. That is again when you're updating your data to the cloud and somehow the data gets breached again, man-in-the-middle attack. The network gets breached and then the data is taken from there. Now, talking about the impact it can have on the organization, obviously reputation damage. If it's a big organization and such data breaches happen, obviously the company's reputation is affected a lot. Then the financial loss, the amount of loss the company has to endure due to the data breach. Operational disruption, loss of competitive advantage, and the list just goes on and on and on. Moving on, what is a rootkit and how can it be detected? Another one of a really dangerous cybersecurity attack. Now, let me just show you how it works exactly. Say there's an internal server to which multiple employee systems are connected. Now, what happens in a rootkit attack is, say this hacker sends a message to one of the employees, an email. The hacker tries to do an email phishing and sends the message to one of the employees' computers. And now the employee, unaware about such an email attack, clicks on this particular email and the rootkit is installed into that particular employee's computer. Now, what rootkit does is it provides the complete access of this system in which it is affected to the hacker, to whoever installed the rootkit. That is, in our case, it is this hacker who installed the rootkit in our employee's system. Now, the problem with rootkit is that it's embedded in the operating systems of whatever system it gets installed on. So it gets very hard to detect a rootkit attack. Now, another problem with rootkit is that it can multiply. That is, it can hop onto other systems as well, and it can spread throughout the entire employee system, and inevitably it can even attack the main internal server, which can further act as a backdoor to the hacker. So the hacker can get all the main data that is stored in the internal server. So the hacker is just free to access every single confidential data that is happening inside the particular organization. As for the technical definition, a rootkit is a type of malicious software designed to gain unauthorized access to a computer or network while remaining hidden from the user and standard detection method. Like I said before, detecting a rootkit becomes really difficult because it gets embedded into the operating system of the particular system in which it is attacking. The standard detection methods, your anti-malware detection softwares, fail to detect a rootkit installed in your system. Now, detecting it can be difficult, but there are certain precautions that you can keep in mind to make sure that you're increasing your chances of detecting a rootkit if it is in your system. That is a behavioral analysis. Obviously, when a rootkit is installed into your system, your PC's control is in the person who installed the rootkit. They can change whatever they want to in your system. Your PC is under their control. So you can monitor for changes in the behavior, like suddenly the files which would only be accessible to certain people with passwords are open to everyone. You can see such kind of changes within your system. Next is rootkit scanners. There are certain scanners which is basically defined for Linux, I believe, like RK Hunter and CHK rootkit. These softwares, these scanners are specifically designed to detect rootkit in Linux systems. So those you can use. Then there is system monitoring tools. You can either manually check for the behavioral systems, that is up to you, or you can install certain softwares inside your laptop just to make sure that the systems, if the files are getting changed on their own, if the passwords are getting changed too frequently or the passwords are getting removed on their own, then these system monitoring tools can alert you. They can track this and they can show the report to you that these things got changed without your knowledge. Next, you have anti-malware software again. This doesn't stand a lot of chance, but it's still better to have something. Then manual inspection is only for the ones who have a lot of experience. They can inspect the systems on their own and then they can figure out the rootkit. But for that, you need to have a lot of experience and you need to thoroughly know about your Linux system's underlying architecture to conduct a manual inspection yourself. Moving on, how does traceroute work in tracking data routes? Now, this traceroute is basically, like the name itself says, traceroute. Traceroute is when a particular package is being sent from one location to the other. Now, traceroute makes sure that every single server the package is going on to, it tracks it. That is, traceroute is a network diagnostic tool that tracks the path your data takes from your computer to a specific destination, like a server, by showing all the intermediate point or hops along the way. All the intermediate servers that your data has to travel through before reaching the final destination is called as a traceroute. It's a diagnostic tool. Like say, consider an example. So in the screen, you can see two girls over here. Now, one of them is trying to send a package to the other girl. Now, obviously, when the package gets delivered here, it has to go through a lot of servers in the middle to reach its final destination. Now, let me just show you an overview of how this exactly works. First, the message is sent to the closest server, that is this one here, and it is assigned a particular number, that is the time to live. Time to live is how many hops the package can make. So right now it's just 1. When you're sending the package, initially it's 1. So in the first go, TTL is 1. It went here. First go, exhausted. Now the number is 0. The TTL was 1 and the hop happened here. It went to the first server. TTL was 1, it got 0. Now the time to live has exceeded. So what happens is this package is sent back to the user itself, to the origin server itself, because the time exceeded, because the TTL was 1. Now traceroute monitors all of this data. It stores all of this data. It keeps the total time it took to reach here and to come back, which is known as the round trip time. To reach the first server, TTL is exhausted, now it came back. The total time it took, how many servers it passed, what was the time to live, all of this data is being monitored by traceroute. Now similarly, this jumps onto the next server, then the next and next and next until it reaches your friend finally. Now all these little jumps that the package made is called as hops, and obviously they all have time to live as well. The first time it was TTL1, it came back, then it went again, this time it was TTL2, so TTL1, TTL2 got 0, it again went back to the original server, and then TTL3, TTL4, it just keeps on going and coming back until it reaches the final server which matches the description where it is supposed to reach. Then it sends an echo message ki I have reached the server, and then the message gets delivered to the end destination or the end server. That is how tracking is performed with traceroute. Moving on to our next question. What are HTTP response status codes and which ones are critical for the web applications security? HTTP response status codes are 3-digit numbers returned by the server in response to a client's HTTP request. They inform the client about the result of the request, whether it was successful, encountered an error, or requires further action. That is, in the most simple terms, if you visit a particular website and you try to interact with the website, that website is being controlled by a server. So the HTTP codes are a way in which the servers are responding to your requests. Now, there are 5 types of HTTP servers. Anything that starts with 1 is informational, like 100, which is continue. Anything with 2x, it shows success, that whatever you requested worked, like the 200, okay. Then there is anything with 300 is a redirection, like whichever site you were trying to access, it has been moved permanently. Anything with 4x is the client's error, that is your error. You were trying to access something which was not supposed, that you were not supposed to access, like a bad request, a 401 unauthorized, a 403 forbidden, or a 404 not found. Anything with the 5x is danger, because that is a server error, like the most common 500 internal server error, or the 502, which is bad gateway, or the 503, that is service unavailable. And now, which of these are critical for a web application's security? 429, too many requests. Now, this is again rate limiting this example. This protects your server from a DDoS attack. When there are too many requests happening to your server, it can raise a 429 too many requests and not allow you to access that particular server for a limited time frame. Then there is bad request 400, which is when you're again trying to access something you were not supposed to access. Then there is 401 unauthorized. There is authentication and authorization, right? So authentication is authenticating your user that, okay, you are allowed to access the system. But authorization is certain resources are protected. Like there are levels of priority, right? The top level priority, the middle level, and the public that everybody can access. So there can be an employee that is able to access the public one or the top level one, but they cannot access the data which is a high priority, highly confidential. So that is 401 unauthorized. 500 internal server error is when there is something wrong with the server, but the server doesn't know what is wrong. So that is 500 internal server error. 502 bad gateway, something is wrong with other servers that you were trying to fetch the data from and it's not working. Again, there's some internal server error. So that's why your server is not able to fetch the data that you requested for. 403 forbidden, again, if you try to access some data which is not available to you, which you're not authorized to take, you're forbidden. 404 not found, the web page that you requested for does not exist. 503 service unavailable is if an attack is actively going on and the server was switched down, then that means the service is unavailable. Moving on, discuss the key elements of a strong security policy within an organization. Now, there can be a lot of things that can be done within your organization to implement safety. One of the things is roles and responsibilities, that is assigning the responsibilities, assigning roles to your employees so that they feel a lot more responsible for the data that they're handling. Hence, they are less likely to be careless and the data breaches are less likely to occur. Then we have data classification and handling. Like I said before, classify your data. If it's a top priority, highly confidential data, if it is available to the employees but not to the public, or if it is available to everybody. Classify the data based on its sensitivity. Next, there is access control. That is again the case of authentication and authorization. Access control is mostly defining who can access which resource based on their roles and responsibilities. If it's a lower level employee, they cannot access the highly confidential data. Only a senior level employee can access that confidential data. So define those roles. That is access control. Next, there is incident response. Like if an attack were likely to happen, or if an attack happened, what will be the procedures that is going to happen afterwards? Like if a 0-day vulnerability happened, a 0-day exploit attack happened, suddenly there's an attack and you don't know what to do, then which team handles it? How would the response be? That is the incident response. Establish a clear incident response plan for identifying, responding to, and recovering from an attack. Next, you have acceptable use policy. That is how much of the resources of the company can an employee access. That is the acceptable use policy. Next, there is training and awareness. Like most of the times the employees, they might be unaware of such attacks. So conduct meetings, conduct training sessions where you teach them, or where other third parties come over and they teach your employees how about the cybersecurity prevention measures that you should be aware of. Then there is monitoring and auditing. Obviously, implement systems for monitoring network activity, data access, and user behavior, so that even if there is a malicious activity going on, your systems, your monitoring systems will be able to capture that and report it to you. Next, there's physical security. Obviously, you can lock up the server rooms and only allow certain employees to access the server rooms, measures like that. Then there is compliance with laws and regulations. The already existing cyber laws, make sure that your company's rules and regulations are aligning with it. Moving on to the next question. What are advanced persistent threats? Advanced persistent threats are sophisticated, prolonged cybersecurity attacks typically carried out by a well-funded and highly skilled groups, often linked to nation-states, organized crimes, or hacktivists. Now, the very common one that I can think of is Google's Aurora attack. This was another DDoS and advanced persistent threat attack in which a certain attacker group, Elderwood Group, which was based in China, they attacked Google through Microsoft Explorer, which was again a zero-day exploit. Microsoft didn't know that there was such a vulnerability present in Internet Explorer. So these group of hackers, they attacked that, they found out that particular vulnerability, and then they send an email in Internet Explorer to Google's employees, and the Google's employees, whoever were clicking on that link, the particular malicious malware was getting installed in their system, which corrupted their system, which stole the credentials from their system, and later they were able to access the internal server of Google, and they stole a lot of data, and it was a huge ruckus with Operation Aurora. So that's how dangerous advanced persistent threats can be when they are targeting a specific organization for a lot of reasons. Moving on, what is cognitive cybersecurity and how does it use AI for threat detection? Now, cognitive cybersecurity is an advanced approach to securing digital environments by using cognitive technologies to enhance the detection and response to cyber threats. A lot of the times, I've said this before also, humans tend to make errors, but AI, well, considerably, the accuracy of a human and an AI is different. An AI's accuracy is much, much higher as compared to a human's accuracy. So you can train an AI to detect certain patterns or certain repetitive patterns, which can help you prevent or even stop a cyber attack completely at the earlier stages itself. As even if when we discussed about the case of rootkit, if you could have prevented it when the rootkit was being installed in the first employee's server itself, it would never have spread. Or like Google's Aurora, if they could have detected that my Internet Explorer's vulnerability initially itself, then the attack would have never happened. So cognitive cybersecurity is a way to leverage AI as your cybersecurity tool. Now, there can be a lot of AI models that you can use, like your artificial intelligence, machine learning, NLP or natural language processing. And now, how does this exactly work? Starting with behavioral analysis. Behavioral analysis is where an AI model can learn the normal behavior of users, systems, and networks over time. Now, this is especially helpful when rootkits and when malwares like rootkits are installed in your system, because AI can monitor the pattern. Although you might not be able to check the reports all the time, maybe the AI can check the reports for you. If the activities are slightly different as compared to your normal everyday activities, then the AI can alert the user or can prevent another cybersecurity attack to your system. Next, we have threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is where the AI systems analyze vast amounts of data from various sources like threat feeds, logs, and historical attack patterns in real time. They analyze a lot of patterns, a lot of data from the past cybersecurity attacks. And if the same pattern, they see it over again, obviously they are able to recognize the pattern and prevent the cybersecurity attack from happening. Then we have automated threat hunting. AI can automate the identification of hidden vulnerabilities and malicious activity that might not be visible to human analysis. A lot of times, even when you're using softwares, malware detection softwares, a lot of times it happens that the threats go unnoticed by the human analysts. But in case of AIs, it does everything thoroughly with an excellent accuracy. Hence, the likelihood of finding a hidden malware is much, much higher for an AI as compared to a human. Then we have a predictive analysis. Predictive analysis is when machine learning models predict future attacks based on the past data. So it can happen in case of advanced persistent attacks. So your AIs can detect that, okay, at this time the attack is supposed to happen, or on this particular day the attack is supposed to happen. By looking at the previous data, the AI can predict this new data, hence preventing another cybersecurity attack. Then there is real-time response. Real-time response is obviously again like your incident response timing, in which you're setting up a team. But there's a problem. Imagine if there was nobody in the office and then the attack is happening, and by the time you realize, maybe the next day, the attack must have spread a lot. And we already saw how rapidly worms and viruses can spread, or rootkits, they spread on a very, very, very fast basis. So if there's an AI, it can automatically detect when the spreading is happening. It can detect it and it can prevent it at that exact moment. Hence, the gap for you to realize it is minimized, hence saving you a lot of time and your money. Moving on, how does SSH help in securing a server? SSH, or Secure Shell, is a particular protocol that allows two computers to communicate with each other over a network securely. Let's consider an example. Say we have a server which contains confidential data, right? Now, obviously, this server interacts with a lot of internal employee system. Now, if any of these employee system is corrupted by a hacker, then they will be able to reach this particular server as well, and then breach the contents of the server as well, hence leading to a data leakage. When a hacker tries to attack one of these systems, if you're using SSH, it protects the server and it protects the overall network from getting breached by any outsider, that is any hacker. In case of SSH, there are two keys, a private key and a public key. A private key is visible to everyone and it identifies who can access which particular system. Private key can identify a particular user, but it will only let the users in who have the permission. Then there is public key. It is used to provide the identity of a user. So if a user is entering, that user's identity is provided by the public key. Moving on, what are the security challenges associated with IoT devices? IoT devices are very fragile and very common to cyber attacks, like the CCTV camera that we have, smart speakers, fitness trackers, smart watches, or even the smart bulbs that you have in your room. These all are very susceptible to cyber attacks because of a lot of reasons. Let's list some of them down. Like the weak authentication. When you try to connect with an IoT device, it's super simple. It's Bluetooth. All you need to do is activate its Bluetooth and connect with your own mobile application or your laptop application. So can you imagine how easy it would be for a hacker or any illegal attacker to attack your systems, your IoT systems, if they get access to your CCTV camera? Can you imagine the amount of damage they can do? Then there is insecure communication. Like I said, it uses Bluetooth, which is very weak. So anybody can perform a man-in-the-middle attack and breach the network and take the contents or use that to stalk on you, install a spyware, which can lead to a lot of other attacks as well. Then there is limited resources. As in, an IoT device is quite weak to start with. A lot of IoT devices, their processors are also not that strong. So it gets kind of easier. And even if you were to add a lot of security features in it, it doesn't have the capacity to handle that much of strength. It's not built to handle that. Then there is lack of updates and patches. A lot of times, even when you buy a CCTV camera, it's not like they take it away and then update it and then you keep it back. So once the model has been published or it has been launched, there are very few companies which actually keep on updating your resources. So that's another security challenge. Moving on to the next question. Explain phishing attacks and measures to prevent them. Phishing attacks we already saw, which is they turn into a trusted source. They fool you into thinking that they are a trusted source so that you would listen to them, you would click on the links and whatnot, and then you would enter your credentials. You're basically entering your security credentials into a website which is going to use those credentials to exploit your data. So phishing is a type of cyber attack where attackers impersonate legitimate entities to trick individuals into providing sensitive information such as username, password, credit card numbers, or other personal data. Now, there are a lot of types of phishings like email phishing, spear phishing, whaling, SMS phishing, or voice phishing. Email phishing we already discussed about, where they send an email, say from a from your bank. They will be like, your password has been compromised. Click on this link to reset your password. You have to reset it immediately. And you will click on it because you will think, oh, my password has been compromised. That is already a security threat. You think that you're trying to make it better, but all you're doing is making it worse. Then there is spear phishing. Spear phishing is when you are targeting a specific individual or a specific organization. Then there is whaling. Whaling is when you target someone really powerful or some powerful organization. That is whaling. Then there is SMS phishing. SMS phishing is also called as smishing. And then it is where you send all these kind of links in the form of an SMS. Then there is voice phishing, where the attacker, they call you and then they ask you to provide your security credentials. Maybe you might be getting a 50% cashback on something, or you are getting a 50% discount or something, or you have won prize money suddenly and they're asking you for your bank account details so that they can send the money. That is voice phishing. Moving on, let's look at some of the measures using which we can prevent them. Naturally, you have to educate and train users. The more you spread awareness about such things, the more people know about such things, they will be careful of these kind of attacks. If they don't even know that such an attack exists, then how can they recognize it? So the best thing you can do is spread awareness about it. Then use email filters. You can, in Gmail also, it happens automatically. Whatever Gmail thinks is a spam, that automatically goes to the spam folder. So you can use that. And then verify links. So before you're clicking a particular link, you can hover over the particular link with your mouse just to see which URL it is taking you to. You don't have to do it for every single link, just for the links which you think might be suspicious. Then there is avoid sharing personal information, especially online. Avoid sharing your personal information which should not be shared. Do not trust okay, this is fine, I can share this much with this person. Do not do that. Do not share your private information with the people who doesn't need to know that. Enable MFA, multi-factor authentication, like Google does. Whenever you log in with any of your email in any of your systems, it sends you a message on your phone. Is it really you trying to log in from this particular IP address or from this particular location? Regularly update software. A lot of times when software manufacturers, when they find that there is a particular flaw, they update it, they patch it, and then they release the next version. So make sure that you have also updated in your systems also, so that that particular vulnerability, if there was a vulnerability, cannot be exploited by cybersecurity attackers. Report suspicious activities. If you think there is something wrong or there's a sudden spike in the activities happening in the servers nearby you, report it immediately. Try to contain it, because cyber attacks spread very fast, very quickly. Even before you realize it's happening, it must have spread a lot. It must have spread out of control. So report it as soon as you can. Monitor accounts in which you keep on changing your password on a regular basis, so that even if the hacker is able to get the password, if you keep on changing it, you're more likely to keep your account safe. Moving on, what is data protection in transit versus data protection at rest? Data protection in transit is basically safeguarding the data when it is in motion, that is when it is traveling from one particular server to the other, and data protection at rest is when the data is stored in a particular location, say a database. So data protection in transit refers to the security measures applied when data is being transferred from one location to the other, and data protection at rest involves securing that data is stored in a fixed location, such as a hard drive, a database, or a cloud storage service. Now, why and when do you need to protect the data? So you must have heard of the data life cycle, which starts from data's creation to its storage, to its usage, sharing, archiving, and finally its destruction. So when the data is created, it's at one place, right? You're creating the data. You need to save that data. You're storing the data, again, data protection at rest. When the data is getting used, it's being traveled from one place to the other. So again, data protection at transit, when it's transitioning. Then data sharing, when you're sharing it, obviously the data is in movement. You need to protect the network lines. You need to encrypt your data, so that even if the attacker is able to capture your data, it still stays encrypted, and without the decryption key, it cannot be opened. Then data archiving and data destruction. Now, data protection in transit is a common method used for protection. It includes encryption methods like the TLS and the SSL, which are protocols which safeguard your data when they are in motion. Then data protection at rest. Protection mechanism include encryption, access control, and physical security. Access control, encryption you already know. Access control is who can access the data. And then physical security, you can surround the servers with, say, security guards just to make sure that nobody is able to break in. Then moving on to the next question. What is a zero-day vulnerability and why is it dangerous? Now, consider a particular software that you just newly have launched. Now, the problem here is that a particular hacker notices a certain vulnerability that your testing team failed to notice. Now, the hacker can exploit this particular vulnerability to attack the users who are using your particular software. Now, the problem with this whole zero-day vulnerability is that your developing team has no idea that such a vulnerability exists. And the problem is that since they have no idea about such a vulnerability's existence, they don't have a solution for it either. So, by the time they find a solution for this particular vulnerability, it can affect a lot of users. All the users who are using your software, all of their systems will be affected from your software. And by the time you detect it, it must have spread on a huge scale. That is a problem with zero-day vulnerability. Now, a zero-day vulnerability is a security flaw in a software or hardware that is unknown to the vendor or the developer. Moving on to the next question. How does a VPN differ from a VLAN in terms of network security? A VPN or a virtual private network and a VLAN or a virtual local area network, they are both very different. A VPN is designed primarily to provide secure access to a network from a remote location over the internet. It is for individual use. A VLAN is used to segment a network within a local area within a single office building to improve management and security without additional physical hardware. As in the whole office building, if they're all connected to one particular network, it will be a bit more harder for the attackers to attack the system because they have their own virtual local area network instead of connecting with the public Wi-Fi. Okay, moving on to the next question. What is ethical hacking and what principles does it follow? Ethical hacking is the practice of intentionally probing a computer system, network, or application to identify and fix security vulnerabilities. Ethical hacking, there are even ethical hackers. Ethical hacking is itself a job position in which I've seen a lot of freelancers in this particular position where companies pay you to check for any vulnerabilities, and if you as a hacker are able to detect any vulnerabilities in the system, they pay you for the efforts and time you put in there. So, ethical hacking follows a certain set of principles, starting with legality and authorization. Obviously, you can only hack a particular system after you have been officially given the permission that yes, you have the permission to perform a penetration test on this particular software and find the vulnerability. Integrity and confidentiality. Whatever information the hacker finds out during their penetration testing, during the whole ethical hacking, they cannot share it with the rest of the public. There's a full disclosure form. Purpose and scope. Before performing the ethical hacking, the company gives them a particular segment of their whole software to test. It's not like they can do whatever they want to. They are given a particular, their scope is limited to whatever the company wants to check, not the whole application, just certain aspects of the application. Reporting and accountability. Whatever changes or whatever vulnerabilities they find, they have to report it to the company. They cannot keep it to themselves. They cannot disclose it to the outside world. They have to disclose it securely to the company. Non-malicious intent. Naturally, whoever is performing the ethical hacking, they need to have a clear, concise. It's not like finding the vulnerability here and going out and reporting it to third party. That is not ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is performed with a non-malicious intent, as in a no-harm structure where they're only helping the company to figure out any vulnerability that exists. After that, they figure it out, after they report it, and after a patch has been made, they do not harm the system anymore further. Moving on, what is the significance of penetration testing in cybersecurity? We've already seen what is penetration testing. Let's look at what is its significance, why we need penetration testing. So say there's a bank website. Before it's being launched into the public, what if in the bank website a zero-day exploit kind of attack occurs? If they directly just make the software and launch it directly to the public without testing it for potential hacking or potential vulnerabilities, then if a zero-day exploit attack happens, they're just doomed, especially because it's a bank website. So to prevent such a event from happening, they test it with the testers present. They can hire freelancers or the ethical hackers who are working for them in the company itself. They run penetration tests to just make sure that everything is running smooth, and they reduce the chances of zero-day exploit. The penetration testing reveals critical vulnerabilities, allowing companies to strengthen its web applications' security before the launch. Now, the significance is that planning and scope, again, a scope is defined that, okay, we're going to test this particular segment of planning is made completely. Reconnaissance. So reconnaissance is where the testing team gathers the information about the technologies that are being used by the website. Whichever software or website they're testing out, they have to gather the list of the technologies that are being used by that website. So that's called as reconnaissance. Then there is scanning for any potential vulnerabilities, exploitation. They scan, and if they find any vulnerabilities, they exploit it. That is, they attack it just to find out how bad the attack can be. And then post-exploitation, they again observe after exploiting whatever changes did happen, how badly could they attack, what are the changes that happened to the data, how is the data getting breached, whatever side effects are happening, or however ways they can gather the data, how many types of attacks can be performed with that particular exploitation. Then they report it that, okay, these many problems are coming out with the website, we needed this to be fixed. And that is where remediation comes in, where you try to fix it. Then after fixing everything, after patching everything, you retest it, run the tests all over again just to make sure that everything is clear and no attacks, no cybersecurity, unknown cybersecurity attacks can happen to your software. Moving on, explain the concept of data encryption, and it's important. Data encryption is very important. Even if your data is at rest or even if your data is in transit, that is, it's moving, the safety of your data is crucial. Let's look at why data encryption is so important with an example. You must have all heard of Caesar cipher, which is messing around with the alphabets. So say you have a particular message, hello, and now I'm going to use Caesar cipher to decrypt this. Obviously, this is not used that commonly, but still. If I were to move 3 letters to the front, that is H becomes K, E becomes H, L becomes O, and my O becomes R. So my hello would turn out to be, after decrypting it, would turn out to be Khur. So now anybody who has the decryption key will be able to figure out, if I just send a message Khur, obviously you wouldn't know what that means, right? Only if you know the decryption that, okay, whatever it is, you have to move back 3 letters to get hello, which is the actual message, only then will you be able to know. Now, obviously, this is a bit silly because nobody is going to use Caesar cipher. They're going to use something more complicated like WhatsApp, which uses AES, which is the Advanced Encryption Standard. So in WhatsApp also, when you're sending a message to any of your friends or colleagues or family members, or any person you're sending a message to, your message is encrypted first, so that even if the hacker is able to steal your data, they will not be able to read the data without the decryption key. Moving on, what are the different types of cyber attacks targeting cloud infrastructure? Now, cloud is one of the rapidly growing tech industries in recent days, and naturally, cybersecurity attacks happening in cloud also is fairly common nowadays. Let's look at the types of cyber attacks that can happen. Data breaches, naturally, anything uploading to the cloud, attackers again do the man-in-the-middle attack, and they try to breach the data before it reaches the cloud itself. Account hijacking, they can hijack your account and steal your credentials, and whatever data you already have in the cloud, they can download their data, they can access their data. DDoS, distributed denial of service, again, they can flood your cloud infrastructure with a lot of traffic, hence making you not even being able to access your own cloud server. MITC attack, now this is man in the cloud attack, again, like man in the middle attack, again, it can breach your network, take your credentials, steal data from your cloud. Malware injection, like your SQL injection, they can maybe in some of the files, they can attach a particular malware like a virus or a Trojan, and then it can just directly go to your cloud, and then like a rootkit I had said before. So it can just directly go to your cloud and provide them access to your cloud's servers. Insecure API, sometimes certain API requests that you make to your cloud can be used by the attacker to make the same request and then steal your data again. Next, we have hyperjacking. Hyperjacking is, every cloud runs, every virtual system runs on a hypervisor. So they can attack that hypervisor, and that's like really dangerous, because at that time they're not just targeting one, they can target all the virtual systems which are attached to that one hypervisor. Cross-cloud attacks, lateral movement of attacks, like we saw in rootkit, where it was jumping from one computer to the other and then ended up with the internal server. Again, that can also happen. It can corrupt all the systems and then move to the hypervisor, attack the main hypervisor. Insider threats, sometimes the people working in the software industry itself, they can only sell out your data. Misconfiguration exploits, sometimes you maybe make public storage and that can be exploited. Moving on, how do incident response team manage and mitigate breaches? Let's just understand what incident response team is. So say you have a bank website. Now a hacker tries to attack this particular bank website. They send a particular, say a virus to your bank's website. The employees' system also gets corrupted with this particular virus. And that's when our security information and event management or our incident response team comes into play. They can reset this employee's whole system, hence successfully removing the particular virus from its system. How this whole process takes place? They first start preparing. They observe, okay, this is the problem that has happened, this is what we're supposed to do, and this is how we're supposed to do. So they prepare, they plan what their action, and then detection and analysis. After preparation, they try to detect for further, if any further harm has been done, how much harm has it caused and how much potential harm can it cause in the future, that is near future, happening right now. That is detection and analysis. Containment. Then they try to stop the spread. You have to first contain it, only then can you stop, only then can you cure it. So they first try to contain it, they seek you, this is how it's spreading, they contain it first. Then they try to eradicate it. Once they have contained and secured it, then they try to remove the virus. Then they recover the systems, because after a virus attack, especially with ransomware and all, they completely corrupt your files. So you need the files to be recovered. Then post-incident analysis, then they observe why this particular vulnerability occurred. If one vulnerability is there, there is a 90% chance that there is another vulnerability of the same nature. It is there somewhere in the system. So they have to analyze it just to make sure that in the future it never happens. So they document it in order to make sure that the same mistake doesn't happen twice or thrice or ever in the future. Moving on, what is the difference between malware and ransomware? One of the things you need to keep in mind while discussing malware and ransomware is that a ransomware is a malware, but a malware is not a ransomware. Malware, ransomware. Now, let's look at the definition. Malware is a broad term for malicious software designed to harm or exploit systems. We have seen virus, your spyware, worms, your ransomware, everything is part of a malware. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts or locks data demanding a ransom, demanding money. If a ransomware is in your system, it corrupts your files and it asks you for money so that they can give you back your files. Purpose of a malware is to disrupt operations, steal data, spy on users, or damage system. Ransomware is simple: extort money from the victims in exchange for restoring access to their data. Behavior varies. Viruses spread, there are spyware monitors, Trojan creates backdoors. Creating backdoor is basically like this Google's Aurora attack, where Google's servers were compromised and then they created a backdoor, as in nobody, consider a house, there's a backdoor, and then you don't know that the backdoor is open, the lock to the backdoor is open. So the attackers can just bring in whatever softwares, even more malicious softwares, they can bring in through the backdoor and corrupt your system, make your system even worse. Ransomware encrypts files or locks the system, then demands ransom for decryption. Types include viruses, Trojan, worms, spyware, adware, ransomware, and others. Specific type within the malware category. Example is a Trojan that steals financial information without the user's knowledge. The example of our ransomware is WannaCry, which encrypted files and demanded payment for decryption keys. Impact can cause data theft, system damage, privacy invasion, or loss of control. Impact of ransomware is it directly leads to a data loss or unavailability unless ransom is paid. Motivation varies: theft, sabotage, surveillance, or financial gain. The motivation behind a ransomware attack is to primarily gain money through extortion. Moving on, what are the best practices for securing mobile devices? First one, enable strong authentication. Use stronger passwords. I've said this before also. Don't use your birthday or your name or your favorite pet's name or your favorite parents' name as a password, because that can be easily guessed by a person who's just stalking you. It's very easy for them. So use strong passwords, PINs, or biometric authentication to prevent unauthorized access. Face ID, I'm not so sure of, but fingerprint, yes. Then keep your software updated. Like I said, softwares, they tend to, they keep on, even if they detect a certain vulnerability, if you don't update it, then obviously that vulnerability is present in your system. So make sure to update your softwares regularly, to update the patches regularly, so that your system is less susceptible to a cybersecurity attack. Then use MDM. MDM or mobile device management solutions allow remote management of security setting, data access, and application control, especially important for work devices. Then we have enable device encryption. Device encryption is so important. I cannot emphasize this enough, because even if your data gets stolen, if you have protected your device, if the encryption is strong enough, then even if they have the data, they cannot exploit it because you have encrypted it securely and safely. Then we have avoid using public Wi-Fis. Public Wi-Fi, as I've already said, a lot of issues are there with the man-in-the-middle attack. So the less you can use public Wi-Fi, the better. And even if you are using it, make sure to enable a VPN just to protect data when connecting through public or insecure networks. Moving on, how does machine learning contribute to cybersecurity solutions? This is a fairly new term, bringing AI and machine learning into the whole context, but this is a fascinating new perspective for cybersecurity industry. Let's look at how it's working. Threat detection. ML algorithms can analyze vast amount of data in real time to detect unusual patterns, behaviors, or anomalies that may indicate security threats like malware, phishing attacks, or insider threats. Like I said, ML or your AI, they can analyze vast amounts of data, which even if you aren't checking it manually all the time, your AI models can predict it, they can analyze it and provide you real-time responses. Then we have anomaly detection. ML models is especially useful for identifying insider threats or unusual network activity that traditional rule-based systems might miss. If there is an unusual spike in the traffic of your server or any such malicious activity, your AI models can be much more quicker and much more accurate to detect that. Then we have predictive analytics. After observing a particular data, historical data, the ML models can predict if a certain attack is going to happen in your particular system. Real-time response, this I said before also, incident response team. Even before your incident response team can react to a particular cyber attack, your ML-driven systems will be quick. They can contain the attack way before your incident response team comes into play and contains it. Next, we have fraud detection. In areas like banking, ML algorithms track user behavior and flag potentially fraudulent transactions or activities, protecting both users and institutions. ML models can analyze the data frequencies, the way the data transmission is happening, and based on that, they can detect malicious activities happening in the backend that the humans might miss to notice. Next, we have behavioral metrics. ML can track behavioral patterns like typing speed or mouse movements to enhance identity verification, improving login security without relying on passwords alone. This is especially useful in CAPTCHA. When you're solving CAPTCHA, it's not about the way you're solving it, it's about your mouse movements. This bots can only move in certain way. This is very hard to do, but this is how they move. Sorry, I'm not a robot. But if it's a human, obviously they move like this. So that way, it's very easier for a AI or an ML model to figure out that it's a human or if it's a bot. Next, you have enhanced threat intelligence. ML can scan threat intelligence feeds, cybersecurity reports, and dark web sources to provide updated information on emerging threats, helping organizations stay prepared. This is again another safety precautionary from your zero-day exploits. Whatever new trends are there in the market, ML can analyze that data and provide it to you and safeguard your system from any new attack that is being launched in the market.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.